Chapter 10 1. For Ailus, the Ska occupation of Swarrock posed him more than a military dilemma. The action, so coldly deliberate, also inflicted a notable personal humiliation upon him. In the purview of the Ulfs, such a provocation compelled retort, since a person who suffered shame by the purposeful act of another carried the stink of the occasion upon him until his enemy had been punished or until he had died in the attempt. Hence, as Ailus went about his affairs, he felt conspicuous and tainted, and knew that every eye watched him. Ailus ignored the covert attention as best he could, and pressed the training of his brigades with even greater diligence. Of late he had noticed a gratifying new spirit among the troops, a briskness and precision where before the Ulfish slouch and reluctance to move to unfamiliar cadences had been more apparent. The changes would seem to reflect a grudging confidence in the army's fighting efficiency. Ailus still wondered as to their stamina and cohesiveness in the face of ponderous and ominously careful onslaughts of the Ska, which in the past had destroyed not only North Ulfish armies, but also Godelian and Daut forces of superior number. It was a cruel problem, with no comfortable solutions. If Ailus risked a confrontation and events went badly, his troops' morale would be shattered, and he would lose his credibility as a commander. The Ska, by occupying Swarrock, apparently hoped to provoke him into a reckless set battle, where their heavy cavalry could demolish the Ulfish army as a hammer smashes a nut. Ailus had no intention of risking such an engagement, certainly not at this time. Still, if he waited too long before taking any action whatever, the Ulfs, who were temperamentally prompted to quick and savage response to provocation, might well become cynical and stale. Sir Permence, returning from the high fells with a levy of conscripts, reinforced Ailus' own fears. "You will never train them finer than they are now," said Permence. "They need to test themselves and make sure that your heathen ideas are practical." "Very well," said Ailus. "We shall put them to the test, but on grounds of my own choosing." Permence hesitated and seemed to conduct an internal dialogue. At last he took a swaggering step forward and said, "I can also impart to you this report, which is well founded. Castle Sank is a fortress across the border to the north." "As a matter of fact, I know it well," said Ailus. "The lord is the Duke Luhalx. At this moment he has taken his family and much of his retinue to Skagane, so that Sank is only lightly defended." "That is interesting news," said Ailus. 2 hours later he issued marching orders to 6 companies of Ulfish light cavalry and archers, 2 companies of Troyes heavy cavalry, 2 companies of Troyes infantry, and a platoon of 35 Troyes knights. They would depart Dundarik at tomorrow's sunset, that they might evade Ska surveillance. Ailus was well aware that Ska spies monitored his movements. In order to neutralize their activity, he had organized a squad of secret counter-espionage police. Even before the issuance of marching orders, Ailus sent his secret police out to strategic places around the camp, where they would be sure to intercept couriers attempting to carry information from Dundarik. The sun dropped into the west, and twilight settled upon the camp. Ailus sat at his work-table studying maps. Outside he heard a scuffle of steps and muttered voices. The door opened, and Sir Flews, his aide, looked into the room. "Sir, the police have made a capture." Sir Flews spoke with awe and suppressed excitement. Ailus straightened up from the table. "Bring them in." 6 men entered the room, 2 with arms tied behind their backs. Ailus looked in slack-jawed wonder to see, first, a slim, black-eyed young man with black hair cut in the Ska style, and second, Sir Permence. The captain of the police was Hilgret's younger brother to Sir Ganwy of Cole Keep, and now he made his report. "We took up our posts, and almost immediately after dark noticed a flashing light from the camp. We deployed with care and captured the Ska at the crest of the hill, and when we followed the light to its source we came upon Sir Permence." "This is a sad situation," said Ailus. Sir Permence gave his full agreement. "It is cheerless indeed. You betrayed me at Domrase, and I brought you here that you might redeem yourself. Instead you have betrayed me again." Sir Permence looked at Ailus askance, like an old silver-haired fox. "You knew of my work in Domrase? How is this possible, when it was so discreet?" "Nothing is discreet when Yane starts looking into it. Both you and Maluf are traitors. Rather than kill you, I thought to make use of your talents." "Ah, Ailus, it was a gracious thought, but over-subtle. I failed to grasp your intention. So poor Maluf has also transgressed." "He did, and now he pays his debt. You also worked well, and might have earned back your life, as I hope will Maluf." "Maluf dances to a different tune than I." More just to say he hears no tune whatever, and could not lift a leg if Terpsichore herself came to lead the measure. At least he has desisted from his treachery, or so I suppose. Why have you not done likewise?" Sir Permance sighed and shook his head. "Who knows? I hate you, and yet truly I love you. I sneer at your callow simplicity, but I glory in your enterprise. I crave your success, but I strive for your despair. What is wrong with me? Where is my flaw? Perhaps I wish that I were you, and since this cannot be, I must punish you for the fault. Or if you prefer the crude facts, they are these. I was born to duplicity." "And what of Castle Sank? Was your information no more than bait to lure me and many good men to their deaths?" "No, on my honor. Do you smile? Smile, then. I am far too proud to lie. I gave you only the purest truth." Ailus looked to the scar. "And you, sir, do you have anything to say?" "Nothing. You are a young man with a long life ahead of you. If I spare this life, will you give me your parole never to work again to my detriment, or that of South Ulfland?" I could not in good faith make this guarantee. Ailus took Hilgretz aside. "I must put this matter into your hands. We cannot excite the camp by dangling Sir Permance and the scar from a gibbet just before we march. There would be too many questions and too much conjecture." "Leave it to me, sir. I will take them into the woods, where all will go quietly." Ailus turned back to his maps. "Let that be the way of it." 2. Afterglow still coloured the west. In the east a soft yellow moon rose above the Teach Tactich. Ailus climbed upon the bed of a wagon and addressed his troops. "Now we go forth to fight. We are not waiting for the Ska to attack us. We are marching to attack the Ska. They are to know a new experience, and perhaps we can avenge a few of those crimes which they have worked upon this land. Now you know the reason for your long and hard training, that you may match the Ska in military skills. We are their equal except in one respect. They are veterans. They make few mistakes. I tell you now once more, we must carry out our battle plans, no more and no less. Never be tempted by feints or by a seeming sudden advantage. Perhaps it is real, whereupon we will exploit the situation, but cautiously. More likely it is false, and you will lose your lives. We have a true advantage. The Ska are few in number. They cannot afford large losses, and this is our strategy, to maximize their losses and to minimize our own. That means strike and break away. Attack, retreat, attack again, with the strictest attention to orders. Let us have no heroics, no proud gallantries, only competence and toughness. There is no more to be said. Good luck to us all." 4 of the elfish companies and the 2 companies of Troyes, heavy cavalry, under the command of Sir Redyard, departed into the northeast, where they would guard the road between Swarak and Castle Sank. The other companies set off to the north toward Castle Sank itself, across a landscape of which Ailus already had bitter experience. Footnote: see Lioness 1, Soldrun's Garden, where the circumstances of Ailus' sojourn at Castle Sank are chronicled in detail. End of footnote. Sank served as an administrative node for the district, and as a waypoint for labor gangs and slaves on the way to the great western fortress, Poelitets. The household at Sank, during Ailus' stint as a domestic slave, consisted of Duke Luhalx, his spouse Cryo, their son Alvix, their daughter Tatzel, with numerous retainers. Ailus, dejected and lonely, had become to some extent infatuated with Tatzel, who, by the very nature of things, barely noticed his existence, if at all. Tatzel at the time had been 15 years old, a slim girl of verve and flair who carried herself in a jaunty, carefree manner unique to herself, a style purposeful, extravagant, and exuberant, if somewhat too abrupt and personal to qualify as pure grace. Ailus saw her as a creature luminous with imagination and intelligence, and he found every detail of her conduct entrancing. She walked with steps somewhat longer than necessary, with a kind of reckless swagger, and an expression of pensive concentration and purpose, as if she were bound on a mission of the utmost importance. In typical Ska style, her black hair was cut ear-length, but retained enough curl to flow loosely. While slender and energetic, her contours were adequately rounded and feminine, and often, as Ailus watched her saunter past, he ached to reach out and seize her. Had he performed so rash an act, and had she reported it to her father, he might well have been gelded, and he carefully kept his inclinations in check. Tatzel would now be in Skagane with her family, a fact which caused Ailess more than a twinge of disappointment, since to meet Tatzel again under changed circumstances had been for a long period the stuff of his daydreams. As the moon rose into the sky, the columns departed Dunderrick. Ailess planned to march by night, with moonlight to show the way and scouts to warn of bogs and quagmires. During daylight hours the troops would take concealment in a copse or a fold of the moors. If not intercepted or distracted by unforeseen circumstances, Ailess estimated that 4 nights of marching should bring the expedition close to Castle Sank. The land had been ravaged. They would meet no one along the way excepting a few crofters and small herdsmen, who cared nothing for the passage of troops by night, and Ailess had reason to hope that his band might arrive at Castle Sank unheralded. Toward morning of the 3rd day, scouts led the troops out upon the main road leading down from the old tin mines, a road sometimes used by the Ska on forays into South Ulfland, a road which Ailess had once walked with a rope around his neck. The troops took shelter and rested during the day, and at sunset continued their march. Still they had encountered no Ska parties, either small or large. Shortly before dawn, an odd droning, rasping sound was heard in the distance, which Ailess recognized and identified, the voice of the sawmill, where heavy steel blades 10 feet in length were driven up and down in reciprocating motion by the power of a water-wheel to cut planks from pine and cedar logs carted down from the high Teach-tak-Teach by timber-cutters. Castle Sank was close at hand. Ailess would have preferred to rest his troops after the night's march, but now there was no effective cover. By proceeding, they would arrive at Sank during that languid hour before sunrise, when blood ran slow and responses were sluggish. Not so in the South Ulfish troops. With pulses pounding, they came at speed down the road, hooves slurring in the dust, harness jingling and metal clanking, dark shapes hunching across the pre-dawn sky. Ahead loomed Castle Sank, with a single great tower rising from the central citadel. "Straight on!" Ailess cried out. "Drive inside before they drop the outer gate." 50 horsemen charged in a sudden pounding lunge, with the foot soldiers running behind. In their arrogance the Ska had neglected to swing shut the timber and iron doors in the outer walls. The Elfish troops burst into the courtyard unchallenged. Before them the portal into the citadel and the inner castle also stood wide, but the sentries, recovering from their initial immobility, reacted, and the portcullis slammed down in the face of the charging knights. From their barracks came a dozen Ska warriors, only half-dressed and half-armed. They were cut down, and the battle, such as it was, came to an end. On the walls of the citadel archers appeared, but the Elfish archers, mounting the outer wall, killed several and wounded several more, and the others took to cover. From the citadel a man jumped out on the roof, ran crouching to the stables, where he seized upon a horse and pounded away across the fells. Ailess ordered pursuit. "Chase him a mile or 2, then let him get away. Tristano! Where is Tristano?" "Here, sir." Tristano was the second in command. "Take a strong force to the sawmill. Kill the Ska and whoever resists you. Burn the warehouses and break the wheel, but leave the mill intact. Some day we will find it useful. Work swiftly and bring back the labor gangs. Flews, send out scouts in all directions, that we may not be surprised in our turn." The outbuildings, shops, and sheds surrounding Castle Sank gave birth to soaring flames. The castle horses were led from the stables, which were also burned. The man-hunting dogs were destroyed, and the kennels put to the torch. From the dormitory at the back of the kitchen garden came the household servants, and the dormitory was fired. The household slaves were brought before Ailess. He looked from face to face. There, the tall, bald man with the vulpine yellow-skinned face and drooping eyelids, that was Imboden, the major domo. And there, the slender, handsome man with the mercurial flow of expression and the prematurely silver hair, he was Cyprian, the slave superintendent. Ailess knew them both for sycophants who used the men under them for their own advantage. Ailess motioned them to step forward. "Imboden, Cyprian, it is a pleasure to see you. Do you remember me?" Imboden spoke no word, aware that words were useless, no matter what the identity of the man who addressed him. He looked up toward the sky as if he were bored. Cyprian was more sanguine. He studied Ailess and cried out in glad surprise, "I remember you well, though now your name escapes me. Are you bent on suicide to have returned like this?" "That I am here is the stuff of desperate longing and hope fulfilled," declared Ailess. "Do you remember Cargus, who was cook, and Yane, who worked in the laundry? How they would rejoice to be here today, rather than in Troysonet, where both command the rank of Earl." Cyprian, smiling easily, said, I can imagine your satisfaction. It is shared to greater or less degree by all of us. Hurrah! We are now free men. For you and Imboden, freedom will be short and bitter. Come, sir, cried Cyprian in anguish, his great grey eyes moist. Were we not all comrades in the old days? I remember very little comradeship, said Aelus. I remember the constant fear of betrayal. How many men you have sent to their doom no one will ever know. A single one would be enough. Flews, throw up a gibbet, and hang those two high, in full view of the citadel. Imboden went wordlessly to his death, and managed by his conduct to convey a sense of bored contempt for everyone associated with the circumstances. Cyprian, however, burst into tears, and cried out his complaints. This is sheer infamy, that I, who have done so many good things, should know such cruelty. Have you no mercy, when I think of my many kindnesses? From those who had been his staff came jeers, ironic laughs, and calls. Hang him high! He is even more sly than Imboden, who at least made no pretenses. For this reptile hanging is too good. Up with him, said Aelus. Down from the sawmill came Sir Tristano with his troops, followed by a bewildered cluster of sawmill slaves. Among these Aelus discovered another old acquaintance, Tausig, who had been his first foreman. Tausig, who was crippled, cantankerous, and knew a single goal in life, the fulfillment of his work quotas, recognized Aelus immediately, and without pleasure. I see you have taken your vengeance upon Imboden and Cyprian. Am I to be next? Aelus gave a sour laugh. If I hanged everyone who has served me ill, I would leave behind an avenue of corpses wherever I went. I will do you no favors, nor will I do you a harm. The harm you already have done me. 17 years I have toiled for the Ska. I needed but 3 years more, and then I might enjoy my reward. 5 acres of good land, a cottage, and a spouse. You have taken this from me. Aelus said, From your point of view, the world is a sorry place, and you may well be right. Aelus turned his attention back to the household servants. He learned what he already knew, that the Duke Luhalx, with the Lady Cryo and the Lady Tatzel, were absent on a visit to Skagane. Rumor had it that the Duke Luhalx was to be sent afar on a special mission of great importance, while the Ladies Cryo and Tatzel were expected home at any time. Sir Alvix was at the moment lord of the castle, and commanded a garrison of about 40 warriors, including several knights of notable achievement. Aelus knew well the fortifications of the castle Sank citadel. The walls were high, and the stone was sound. Travelling light, he had brought no siege engines, nor was there time for a protracted investment of the fortress. He hunted larger game. Aelus spoke to the erstwhile slaves of castle and sawmill. You are once again your own men, as free as the air, and the way lies open to the south. Go to Dundarik on the Malur River. There present yourselves to Sir Maluf, who will find you employment. Should you feel inclined to kill Ska, you may join the army of the king. Take food from the commissary yonder, and load it on the horses. Arm yourselves as best you can, and take to Sir Maluf these horses captured from the Duke's stables. You, Gnarls, whom I remember as a decent fellow, I place in command. For utmost security, travel by night and sleep by day in the coverts. You should find no trouble. The region is free of Ska. There are Ska up at the tin mines, spoke one. In that case, do not go near the tin mines, unless you elect to fall on the Ska from ambush and strike a sound blow for your new king. Gnarls said in a subdued voice, I fear that is beyond our powers at the moment. We require every iota of our courage simply to run away. You must do as you see fit, said Aelus. In any case, leave at once, and may good luck go with you. Diffidently the former slaves took their departure. A day passed, and another, during which Aelus did as much damage as possible to Castle Sank and its precincts. 3 times his scouts rode back announcing the approach of Ska riders, all from the direction of Poelitets. The first 2 parties were small groups of a dozen riders each. They rode blindly into ambush and suddenly found themselves surrounded by archers with drawn bows. In both cases they ignored the command, surrender or die. Spurring their mounts and bending low in the saddle, they tried to break free from the trap, and were instantly killed, thus relieving Aelus of the awkward problem of dealing with prisoners. The third party was a different matter, and consisted of about 80 heavy cavalry coming down from Poelitets, evidently for reassignment elsewhere. Again Aelus set up his ambush of archers and mounted knights in a copse beside the road. Presently the Ska contingent, riding 4 abreast, came into view, seasoned troops, confident but far from reckless. They wore their conical black enamelled steel helmets and shirts of chain mail as well as greaves. They carried short lances, swords, chain balls, the so-called morning stars, with bow and arrows in quivers at their saddle-bows. As they came placidly along the road, 35 Troyes knights charged from the copse, and galloping downhill with lances levelled, struck into the rear third of the column. To cries of horror and shock the lances drove through chain mail and lifted the riders from their horses to drop them into the dust beside the road. Riding up the hill and reforming, they charged once more. From the copse poured arrows, each aimed with careful intent. The commander bawled orders to depart this place of death, and the column started off at full gallop. On the hillside 4 ropes were cut, allowing a great oak tree to topple across the road, and the Ska troops for a period lost their organization. Finally, battling desperately, hand to hand, the Ska managed to collect in a small group. 3 times Aelus called for surrender, before pounding them again with his knights. 3 times the Ska absorbed the blows and reformed as best they could, and with stern faces hurled themselves upon their enemies. There was to be no surrender. All would die on the sun-dappled road. 3. In a sombre mood, Aelus led his troops back to Castle Sank. A victory such as this, which had been in fact sheer slaughter of valiant men, brought no exultation. The deed was necessary, no doubt as to this, since it was how the war must be won. Still, Aelus could feel no pride in the event, and was gratified to discover his troops were of similar mind. All taken with all, he had reason for satisfaction. His casualties had been light. His units had conducted themselves with flawless precision. For the Ska, the loss of so many veteran troops was a major disaster. "If ambush I must, then ambush I will," Aelus muttered to himself. "A fig for chivalry, at least until the war is won." From Castle Sank, Aelus sent back wagons to salvage weapons. Ska steel, forged with infinite patience, equaled the best in all the world, including the fabulous steels of far Cipangu and the lesser blades of Damascus. The time had come to move west, to deal with those troops coming up from Swarak which might have evaded the attentions of Sir Redyard. At dawn, the investing force made ready to depart. The events of the next few days were unpredictable, and all carried rations of hardtack, cheese, and dried fruit in their saddlebags. Minutes before departure, one of the scouts rode pell-mell into camp, bringing news of a Ska company approaching from the northwest, along that road which led to the Ska foreshore and Skagane. This company consisted of several persons of quality and their escort, including one who might well be Lady Cryo, spouse of Duke Luhalks, along with another lady of middle years and a youth. The escort consisted of a dozen lightly armed horsemen. Clearly no news of the events at Sank had yet been made known across North Ulfland. Aelus listened with keen interest. He asked, "What of the Lady Tatzel? Was she not among the group?" "As to that, sir, I cannot say, surely, since I am not acquainted with the lady, and I necessarily spied upon the column from a distance. If she is in her middle years, she might be one of the 2 ladies I have mentioned." "She is young, and almost like a boy in the shape of her body." "A youth rides with the group. I took him for a lad. He could be the Lady Tatzel riding in a boy's garments. This is not unusual among the Ska." Aelus called Sir Balor, one of his Ulfish captains, and gave instructions. "Select your ground so that you can surround the group, and kill only when you must. Under no circumstances harm the ladies or the youth. Send off your captives to Dundarik with an appropriate guard, then rejoin us at your best speed." Sir Balor rode off with 50 men to the northwest. At the same time, the balance of the army set out towards Swarak, leaving only a detachment at Sank to hold the siege and destroy any further small groups coming down from the mountains. Aelus had been restless ever since he had learned of the approaching company. He made an impulsive decision, and placing Sir Tristano in command of the army, rode off after Sir Balor, already half a mile to the north. The day was warm and bright. The moors were at their finest, fragrant with the sweetness of heather, the tang of furze, and the smoky reek of the dank soil itself. The clear air seemed to enhance the detail of far objects, and as Aelus rode over a rise, he commanded a view of panoramic scope. To right and left, the rise and fall of the grey-green moors, marked by outcrops of rock and occasional copses of larch, alder, or cypress. Ahead, the landscape fell away to the horizon, with far dark marks to indicate forests. About a mile to the west, Aelus saw the company of Ska bound carelessly for Castle Sank. Sir Balor and his company, riding in a swale, were not yet visible. The Ska idled along placidly, oblivious to their imminent peril. The 2 cavalcades converged. The Ska, breasting a little rise, paused at the ridge, perhaps to rest their mounts, perhaps to admire the view, or possibly because some subliminal signal had aroused their uneasiness. A wisp of dust, a far jingle of metal, a muted drumming of hoofs. For a moment they surveyed the landscape. Ailess was still too far to discern detail, but the thought that one among that far clot of forms might be the Lady Tatzel caused him a thrill of excitement mingled with a darker, sardonic pleasure. The Ska rode forward, and now, to Ailess' dismay, the troops of Sir Balor, rather than keeping to cover and waiting to encircle the Ska, rode pell-mell up over a swale only a few hundred yards to the south of the Ska. Ailess cursed under his breath. Sir Balor should have sent a single man to reconnoitre, and now all chance of surprise was lost. The Ska paused only a moment to take stock of the situation, then veered to the northeast on a course which, so they hoped, would bring them closer to Castle Sank, perhaps more close than their assailants might wish to approach. Sir Balor altered his course to intercept them, and again Ailess cursed Sir Balor and his hot-headed tactics. If he were to allow them to approach Castle Sank, they would have been met by those troops left to hold the siege. Then, if Lord Alvix had attempted a desperate sortie to rescue his mother and sister, Castle Sank itself might have been taken. But Sir Balor, like a hound on a hot scent, could think only of closing with his quarry, and took his troops pounding across the moors in hot pursuit. The Ska bore away to the north toward a small forest, and beyond a rocky knoll surmounted by the ruins of an ancient fort. Sir Balor and his forces came on apace, the faster horses gaining ground perceptibly on the Ska, with the slower strung out behind. Farther still to the rear came Ailess, and presently he could discern the individual Ska riders. He took note of the so-called youth. It was clearly Tatzel, and she wore a suit of dark green cloth, low boots, and a loose black cap. The Ska were obviously making for the old fortress, where they could most readily withstand the superior numbers of the attackers. They rode into the forest, and a few moments later emerged. Sir Balor and his men followed. The Ska began to climb the knoll. Ailess sought through the group. Where was Tatzel? Where the youth in dark green with the black cap? She was nowhere to be seen. Ailess laughed. He pulled up his horse and watched as Sir Balor and his troop rode pell-mell through the forest and out, now with only 100 yards between the two parties. Ailess kept his eyes on the forest. As soon as the elfish troops had passed, a lone rider emerged and rode away at full speed toward Castle Sank, from which she no doubt intended to bring succor to those at bay in the old fortress. Her course would take her somewhat to the north of Ailess. He examined the terrain, then swung around his horse and rode to where he might hope to intercept her most easily. Tatzel drew near, crouched low over the horse's surging neck, with locks of black hair blowing back on the wind. She turned her head, and her face became shocked to discover Ailess riding hard down upon her, and she could not restrain a cry of consternation. Snatching at the reins, she turned her horse to the north, away from Castle Sank, in a direction Ailess was not at all anxious to explore. Rashly or wisely, Ailess hesitated not an instant. Never before had he flushed quarry so precious into the open, and for better or worse he could not abandon it now, no matter where it took him. And so began a wild chase across the North Ulfish moors. Tatzel rode a young black mare, sleek, long of leg, but with no great depth of chest and perhaps less stamina. Ailess' roan was larger and heavier and bred for durability. Ailess doubted not that sooner or later he could overtake Tatzel, especially in hard going, and as he pursued he sought to drive her toward the mountains, ever higher, away from both Castle Sank and the lower moors, where she might discover help in the form of a Ska settlement or another party of travelers. Tatzel seemed intent only upon using the speed of her mare to its best advantage, but the moors afforded uncertain and sometimes dangerous footing, and neither horse could gain on the other. Ailess carried no bow, and so could not put an arrow into the mare's withers to bring it to a halt. A mile went by, and another, and the horses flagged. With the advantage in endurance, Ailess began to gain, yard by yard, and soon Tatzel must be taken. In a desperation she had never in her lifetime known before, she swung sharply up into a rocky gulch, which, between a pair of spurs, led up to the higher moors, hoping, perhaps, to dodge into a convenient covert and lose Ailess as he blundered past. To no avail. No such covert offered itself, and in any case Ailess came only 20 yards behind, and was not likely to be so deceived. The gulch became choked with sedge and alder thicket. Tatzel turned up the side of the canyon, and dismounting, pulled her horse up over the ledges of rotten black rock and through small furze bushes, and at last clambered up to the stony top surface of the spur. Ailess followed, but halted when Tatzel began to roll stones down upon him, and so was obliged to climb to the top by a different route, which allowed Tatzel a few yards' vantage. Ailess reached the face of the spur. Gullies dropped away to either side. Behind him it seemed that he could see forever under the windy Atlantic sky, across heather-grey moors, dark declivities, the black smears of far forests. Tatzel staggered up toward the high ridge, pulling her distressed mare behind her. Ailess followed, and once more began to close the distance between. Tatzel, mounting her horse, rode at best speed up to the plateau, with the final thrust of the great Teeg-tak-Teeg now looming close at hand, and most notably Nock, the first of the cloud cutters. Ailess followed, but found to his great discouragement that his horse had somehow wrenched its leg and had gone lame. Ailess cursed, pulled the bridle from the horse's head, threw off the saddle, and let it go free. This was serious misfortune, and suddenly his folly in setting off in pursuit of Tatzel, leaving no word nor message, was brought home to him. Still, all was not lost by any means. He shouldered his wallet and set out after Tatzel afoot. So winded was her mare, and so difficult the footing among the loose stones, that once more he found himself rapidly gaining upon her. Another 2 minutes should bring her to bay. Tatzel recognized as much. She cast a despairing glance around the landscape, but no help offered itself. Ailess, observing her face as she looked back at him, could not help but feel a qualm of pity. He hardened his heart. Tatzel, dear little Tatzel, with your haughty head so high, you have known much of despair and fear and sorrow in others. Why should you not feel some of your own? Tatzel came to a decision. If she rode onward, Ailess would have her at once. On her left hand opened a valley with steep stony walls. Tatzel paused an instant, took a deep breath, then, jumping from her horse, pulled it over the edge of the slope. Sliding, squatting on its haunches, eyes glaring white, nickering in terror, the mare floundered down the slope. Her footing gave way. She fell and began to roll with a grotesque thrashing of legs and torso and contorted neck. The slope increased in pitch. Far down the horse struck full into a boulder and lay still. Tatzel, sliding and clawing, holding for dear life to shrubs and bushes, encountered a patch of loose scree. It slid treacherously from under her feet to create a landslide which carried her to the bottom, and there she lay, dazed. After a minute she tried to move, but her left leg could not support her, and she sank back in pain, staring at the broken limb. Ailess watched the disastrous descent, then, with haste no longer of overriding concern, chose a more careful route to the bottom. He found Tatzel slumped against a rock, face white with pain. He looked to her horse, which had broken its back and lay wheezing and blowing bloody foam. Ailess stabbed it quickly with his sword, and the horse became still. Ailess returned to Tatzel and dropped to his knee beside her. "Are you hurt?" "My leg is broken." Ailess carried her to a bed of river sand, and as gently as possible tried to straighten the leg. It seemed cleanly broken, without splintering of the bone, so he thought, and needed principally the support of splints. Ailess rose to his feet and surveyed the valley. In olden times the river meadows had supported a series of farmsteads which had disappeared, leaving only the crumble of stone fences and a few decaying ruins. He saw no living creature, and neither saw nor smelled smoke. Still, beside the river ran the vestige of a trail. The valley could not be altogether unknown to traffic, which might prove to his disadvantage. Ailess went to the river's edge and cut 24 willow withes. Returning to Tatzel, he peeled off bark and gave it to her. "Chew it. It will help relieve the pain." From the dead horse he brought Tatzel's cloak, the saddle blanket, and her small wallet of black leather clasped with gold, together with straps and buckles from the bridle and saddle. Ailess gave her more willow bark to chew, then with his knife slit the leg of her trousers up past her slender knee. He folded aside the cloth to bare the leg. "I am no bone setter," said Ailess. "I can only do for you what I have seen done for others. I will try not to cause you pain." Tatzel had nothing to say, since in the first place she found the circumstances confusing. Ailess' demeanor seemed neither ferocious nor even ominous. If he were intent upon a sexual attack, would he pause to tie her leg in a splint which could but interfere with his activity? Ailess cut a strip from her cloak and wrapped it around her leg that it might serve as a cushion, then arranged the withes, cut to proper length. Finally he pulled the leg straight. Tatzel gasped, but made no other outcry, and Ailess strapped the splints into place. Tatzel sighed and closed her eyes. Ailess made a cushion of his cloak and put it under her head. He brushed the damp curls from her forehead and studied the clear, wan features with mixed feelings, recalling other times at Castle Sank. Then he had longed to touch her, to make her aware of his presence. Now that he might fondle her as he chose, his inclination was restrained by a whole new set of strictures. Tatzel opened her eyes and studied his face. "I have seen you before. I cannot remember where." Ailess thought. Already she had forgotten her fear. Perhaps he was too transparent. Indeed, she seemed to be demonstrating that ineffable scar certainty of place. which, had it been less innocent, might be considered arrogant. In such case the game became more interesting. Tatzel said, "Your voice is not elfish. Who are you, then?" "I am a gentleman of Troysenet." Tatzel grimaced, either from pain or from unpleasant recollection. "One time at Cinq we had a servant from Troysenet. He escaped." "I escaped from Cinq." Tatzel looked at him with dispassionate curiosity. "At the time everyone spoke harshly of you, because you poisoned us. Your name is Hallis or Ailish, something of the sort?" "Ordinarily I call myself Ailus." Tatzel seemed to make no connection between Ailus the house-servant and Ailus, king of Dasenet, Troysenet, and South Ulfland, even had she known the latter's name. Tatzel spoke without accent. "You are foolish to haunt these parts. When you are captured, you may well be gelded." "I hope in that case I shall not be captured." "Were you in company with the bandits who attacked us?" "They were not bandits, they were soldiers in the service of the king of South Ulfland." "It is all the same." Tatzel closed her eyes and lay quiet. After a moment of thought, Ailus rose to his feet and considered the surroundings. Shelter for the night was important, but even more so security and concealment. The trail along the river bank gave evidence of at least some small traffic, and would seem to connect the high, windy way with settlements and ska depots along the lower moors. Some small distance up the valley, Ailus noticed a dilapidated hut, which might even now afford refuge to herders and wanderers of the hills. The sun was falling behind the mountains. Soon the valley would be in shadow. He looked down. "Tatzel," she opened her eyes, "there is a hut yonder, where we can shelter for the night. I will help you to stand. Put your arms around my neck. Up you come." Ailus found that his heart was beating much faster than was normal, the warm pressure of Tatzel's body against his own, her arms clasping him, her clean fragrance, commingled of pine needles and lemon verbena and crushed geranium. They were intensely stimulating. Ailus did not want to release her. "Put your arm around me and I will support you. Take a step." Chapter 11. 1. For an instant after Ailus had raised Tatzel to her feet, they stood immobile, her arms around his neck, face only inches from his own, and across Ailus' mind flashed recollections of dreary days at Castle Cinq. He heaved a deep sigh and turned away. Step by step the two moved along the trail, Tatzel hopping and Ailus supporting her weight. At last they reached the hut, which was all that survived of an old farmstead. The site was pleasant, on a rise beside a small stream coursing down from a wooded ravine at the back. Rude stone walls supported cedar poles for rafters and tiles of mica schist for the roof. A door of old grey wood sagged in the doorway. Within, on one side, was a table and a bench, on the other a hearth and a makeshift chimney to carry away the smoke. Ailus lowered Tatzel to the bench and eased her leg. He looked into her face. "Do you feel pain?" Tatzel replied only with a single short nod and a quick glance of wonder for so foolish a question. "Rest as well as you can. I will be back in a moment." Ailus gathered fresh willow roots with thick bark from the river bank. He noticed crayfish in the shallow pools and noble trout lazing in the shadows. He took the willow back to Tatzel and peered away the bark. "Chew this. I will bring you water." At the side of the hut the stream had been deepened and dammed to form a small pool, in which Ailus discovered a wooden bucket, submerged that it should not dry out and crack. Ailus gratefully brought up the bucket and carried water into the hut. He gathered grass, sedge, and shrubbery and piled it on the floor to make a bed. By the river's edge he found drifts of dry wood, which he carried into the hut. Then, striking a spark, he blew up a fire. Tatzel, sitting at the table, seemed absorbed in her own thoughts and watched him without interest. Dusk had come to the valley. Ailus once more left the hut. On this occasion he was gone almost half an hour. He returned with several pieces of fresh red meat wrapped in reeds, and also a branch loaded with elderberries, which he placed beside Tatzel. Kneeling at the hearth, he laid the meat on a flat stone and cut off thin strips, which he threaded upon twigs and set to toast over the fire. When the meat was cooked to his satisfaction, he brought it to the table. Tatzel had been eating elderberries. Now she ate the meat, slowly and without great appetite. She drank from the pail, then pouring water on a kerchief from her wallet, she cleaned and rinsed her fingers. Ailus chose his words carefully. "It might be difficult for you to relieve yourself comfortably. Whenever you wish, I will help you as best I can." "I need none of your help," said Tatzel shortly. "As you like. When you are ready to sleep, I will make up your bed." Tetzel gave her head a fretful toss to indicate that she would much prefer to sleep elsewhere, such as her own bed at Castle Sank, then sat staring stonily into the flames. Presently she turned to inspect Alis, as if now for the first time she were ready to recognize his presence in the hut. "You stated that soldiers and not bandits attacked my party?" "So I did, and such is the case." "What will they do with my mother?" "They are under orders to spare life whenever possible. I expect that your mother will be captured and sent into South Ulfland as a slave." "A slave? My mother?" Tatzel wrestled with the idea, then put it aside as something too grotesque to be considered. She looked sidelong at Alis, thinking, "What an odd person, at times as grim and careful as an old man, and the next moment he appears little more than a boy. Amazing what turns up among one's slaves. The episode is most puzzling. Why did he pursue me so remorselessly? Does he hope to collect ransom?" She asked, "What of you? Are you a soldier or a bandit?" Alis reflected a moment, then said, "I am more nearly a soldier than a bandit, but I am neither." "What are you, then?" "As I told you before, I am a gentleman of Troysenet." "I know nothing of Troysenet. Why did you wander so far from safety? Even in South Ulfland you were secure." "I came partly to punish the Ska for their looting and slave-taking, and also, if the truth be known—" Alis stopped short. Looking into the flames, he decided to say no more. Tatzel prompted him. "And if the truth be known?" Alis shrugged. "At Castle Sank I was forced into servitude. Often I watched you as you went here and there, and I came to admire you. I promised myself that some day I would return, and we would meet on somewhat different terms. That is one of the reasons I am here." Tatzel mused a moment. "You are most pertinacious. Very few slaves have escaped Castle Sank." "I was recaptured and sent to Poelitets," said Alis. "I escaped from there as well." "All this is confused and complex," said Tatzel crossly. "It is beyond both my comprehension and my interest. All I know is that you have caused me pain and inconvenience. Your slavish yearnings seem disgusting and truly insolent, and you show a gracelessness in bruiting them about." Alis laughed again. "Quite right. My hopes and daydreams now seem nothing less than callow when I put them into words. Still, I have only answered your question, and with candor. In the process I have clarified my own thinking. Or better to say, I have been forced to admit certain things to myself." Tatzel sighed. "Again you speak in riddles. I care nothing for their solving." "It is simple enough. When the daydreams and romances of two persons run alike, they become friends, or, as it may be, lovers. When this is not the case, they find no pleasure in each other's company. It is an easy concept, though but few take the trouble to understand it." Tatzel looked into the fire. "Personally, I care not a fig for your mornings and vagaries. Explain them to persons whom you think they may fascinate." "For the present I will keep them to myself," said Alis. After a few moments, Tatzel stated, "I am surprised that your band dared venture so far from South Ulfland." "The explanation again is simple. Since we came to attack Castle Sank, it was necessary to come at least so far." Tatzel at last showed startlement. "And you were repelled?" "To the contrary. We left the citadel intact only because we had brought no siege engines. We destroyed everything in sight, then rode off to do battle elsewhere." Tatzel stared at him in wonder. "That is a cruel deed." "It is no more than long-delayed justice, and it is only a start." Tatzel looked glumly into the flames. "And what do you propose to do with me?" "I have impressed you into servitude after the Ska style. You are now my slave. Henceforth conduct yourself accordingly." "That is not possible," cried Tatzel furiously. "I am Ska, and of noble birth." "You must adjust yourself to the idea. It is a pity that you have broken your leg and so cannot obey my commands." Tatzel, leaning on the table with chin on her two fists, scowled into the fire. Alis rose to his feet and spread her cloak across the bed of grass. "Choose some of the willow bark that you may sleep without pain." "I want no more bark." Alis bent over her. "Put your arms around my neck, and I will carry you to the bed." After a moment's hesitation, Tatzel obeyed, and Alis transferred her to the bed of grass. He unlaced the thongs of her boots and drew them from her feet. "Are you comfortable?" Tatzel looked up at him blank-faced, as if she had not heard the question. Alis turned away and went outside to listen to the night. The air was still. He heard the murmur of water in the river, but otherwise silence. He returned into the hut. Tilting up the table, he placed it across the doorway and wedged it in place with the bench. He banked the fire, and after removing his own boots, lay down beside Tatzel and covered them over with his cloak. He looked toward the pale blotch of Tatzel's face. "Have you ever slept with a man before?" "No." Alis gave a noncommittal grunt. "Thanks to the broken leg, your virginity is secure. It would be too much distraction to hear you yelping in pain because your leg was hurting. I suppose that I am a man of too many niceties." Tatzel made a scornful sound, but otherwise had nothing to say. She twisted about so that her back was toward Alis, and presently he heard her regular breathing. In the morning the sun rose into a cloudless day. Alis brought hardtack and cheese from his wallet for their breakfast. Immediately after he took Tatzel to a secluded little glen 50 yards up the ravine behind the hut. Tatzel protested and grumbled, but Alis was firm. "These hills are not unknown to true bandits who are little more than wild animals. I lack bow and arrow, and if there were more than 2, I could not protect you. If more than 2 Ska found us, I could not protect myself. So you must hide during the day until we leave this place." "When will that be?" demanded Tatzel, somewhat peevishly. "As soon as possible. Do not stir from here until I come for you. Unless several days go by, then you will know that I am dead." Alis returned to the valley. From a crook of driftwood and a pole cut from a birch sapling he contrived a crutch. He cut a strong willow branch, scraped and shaved it, and produced a bow of no great quality, since willow lacked the strong resilience of ash or yew. Hickory and oak were too brittle. Alder was too weak. Horse-chestnut served tolerably well, but none grew to hand. He cut willow shoots for arrows and fletched them with ribbons of trailing cloth. Finally he contrived a fishing spear by splitting one end of a birch pole into 4 prongs, sharpening each, wedging the prongs apart with a pebble, and lashing a foot from the end to prevent the pole from splitting along its whole length. The time was now an hour into the afternoon. Alis took his fishing spear to the river, and after an hour of the most patient and crafty effort, managed to spear a fine brown trout of 3 or 4 pounds. As he cleaned the fish by the water's edge, he heard the sounds of approaching horses, and instantly took to cover. Up the road came 2 mounted men, followed by a wagon drawn by a pair of shaggy farm horses. A tow-headed peasant boy of 14 drove the wagon. The riders were of a different, more sinister sort. They wore makeshift vests of chain and leather helmets with neck and ear flaps. Heavy long swords slanted back from their belts. Bows and arrows hung at their saddle-bows, along with short-handled battle-axes. The larger of the 2 was somewhat older than Alis, dark, burly, with small, mean eyes, a coarse beard, and a fleshy beak of a nose. The other, older by perhaps 15 years, rode crouched in the saddle, as lean, sinewy, and tough as the leather on which he sat. His face was pale and disturbing. Strangely wide cheekbones with round gray eyes and a small, thin-lipped mouth gave him an almost Ophidian semblance. Alis instantly knew the 2 for outlaws, and he congratulated himself on his foresight in hiding Tatzel up the gully, inasmuch as the riders had taken note of the dead horse and were somewhat puzzled as to its significance. Arriving at the hut, the horsemen halted and muttered together, then bent to examine tracks in the sand. Warily dismounting, they tied their horses to the wagon and started to approach the hut, then stopped short in surprise. Alis went cold and stiff with shock. Tatzel had also heard the approach of the horsemen. She came hobbling around the side of the hut, and facing the 2, spoke in a voice of confident authority, though Alis could not hear her words. She gestured toward the wagon. Alis assumed that she had given instructions that she wished to be transported to the nearest Ska castle or administrative depot. The 2 men looked at each other, grinning in some mutuality of understanding, and even the boy, gaping open-mouthed from the wagon, blinked in perplexity. Alis seethed with contradictory emotions, fury at the enormity of Tatzel's folly, then a gust of great sadness for what she must endure, then another surge of anger of a different sort. No matter how he raged and cursed, he could not now withdraw from her troubles and hope to keep his self-respect. In her arrogance and vanity, Tatzel had endangered not only herself, but Alis as well. The 2 men approached Tatzel and halted close in front of her. They looked her up and down and exchanged appreciative comments. Tatzel, drawing back, issued a set of desperate new commands. The thin, bent man put questions to Tatzel. She answered in icy tones and again gestured toward the wagon. "Yes, yes," the men seemed to say, "all in good time, but first things first. Great good fortune has brought the 3 of us together, and we must celebrate our luck in proper style. A pity only that there are not 2 of you." Tatzel stumbled back another pace and looked desperately around the landscape. Alis thought sardonically, "Now she wonders why I do not rush forward to teach the ruffians a lesson." The burly, bearded man leaned forward and seized Tatzel around the waist. He drew her close and tried to kiss her. Tatzel twisted her head this way and that, but presently he found her mouth. The lean man tapped him on the shoulder, and the 2 exchanged words, and the younger man sullenly drew back, either by reason of fear or by difference in status. The older man spoke gently but with effect, and the younger man gave a shrugging acquiescence. Together they prepared for a game, to determine who first would amuse himself with Tatzel. The younger man pushed a stick into the ground and drew a line in the dirt at a distance of 10 feet. Taking coins from their pouches, they stood behind the line and, in turn, tossed coins toward the stick. The boy, jumping down from the wagon, came to watch with what seemed a more than casual interest. While their attention was distracted, Alis ran behind the wagon. In front of the hut there was argument as to a possible breach of the rules, and the boy was called on as an arbiter. He rendered a decision, and the game was played once again to the amended rules, though not without grumbling and the exchange of heated words between the two. Tatzel at the same time made furious expostulations until she was commanded to silence, whereupon she stood back and watched with mouth drawn into a grimace. During these events Alis moved quietly to the horses and availed himself of a bow and a handful of arrows. The game ended, the victor was the burly black-bearded man, who laughed proudly and congratulated Tatzel on her luck. Once again he seized her, and with a leer and a wink toward his comrade, took her into the hut. The older man gave a dreary shrug and growled an order to the boy, who ran off to the wagon and brought back a wallowing leather sack of wine. The two went to squat in the sunlight at the side of the hut. Alis quietly approached, arrow nocked to the string. He sidled to the doorway, and softly as a shadow stepped inside. Tatzel lay sprawled naked on the grass bed. The bandit had dropped his breeches, and kneeling at the ready, groped to insert his monumental genital member. Tatzel saw the still silhouette in the doorway, and gasped. The bandit looked over his shoulder. He uttered an inarticulate curse and clambered to his feet, groping for his sword. He opened his mouth to call out his rage. Alis loosed the arrow. It hissed across the room, entered the open mouth, to pin the head to a post in the back wall, where the man died in dancing spasms of arms and legs. Alis returned outside as quietly as he had entered. Stepping around the corner, he found the older man leaning back with the wine-sack tilted high, while the boy watched in fascinated envy. The boy's eyes, looking past the wine-sack, focused upon Alis. He gave a strangled falsetto call. The bandit, rolling his pale gray eyes to the side, saw Alis. He dropped the bag and scrambled to his feet, snatching at his sword. His face somber and grave, Alis loosed his arrow. The bandit's knees buckled. He clawed briefly at the shaft protruding from his chest, then sagged to the ground. Alis went to look for the boy, and discovered him fleeing in great bounds and leaps down the road, the way he had come, and a moment later he was gone from sight. Alis looked into the hut. Tatzel, with eyes pensively downcast, was dressing herself, back turned to the corpse. Alis, also thoughtful, went to the wagon, which was covered by a tarpaulin of good waxed linen canvas. Below were a variety of provisions, in large quantity, sufficient to feed a dozen men for a month or more. Alis chose goods from the wagon, a sack of meal, 2 flitches of bacon, salt, 2 round cheeses, a sack of wine, a ham, a goodly bundle of onions, a crock of preserved goose, a rack of salt fish, a bag of raisins, and dried apricots. He packed the supplies in the tarpaulin and loaded it upon the best of the draught horses, which now would carry the pack. Tatzel came to sit in the doorway of the hut, where she demurely combed the short curling locks of her hair. Alis remembered the crutch he had contrived for her use. After the briefest of hesitations, he went to get it, along with the trout he had speared. The crutch he gave to Tatzel. "This may help you to walk." Alis entered the hut, took up the 2 cloaks, shook them out, and gave a final glance to the corpse. The next person to enter the hut would discover a sight to startle him. Returning into the wholesome outer air, Alis said, "Come. Before long, this place will be swarming with ska, depending on how far the boy must run with his news." Tatzel pointed up the trail. "Someone is coming now. Best that you flee while you can save yourself." Turning to look, Alis discovered an old man approaching with 4 goats. He wore garments of bast, straw sandals, and a low, wide-brimmed hat of woven straw. Each of his goats carried a small pack. As he drew abreast of the hut, he turned an incurious glance from Alis to Tatzel, and would have passed without a word, had not Alis called out, "Hold a moment, if you will." The old man halted politely, but without enthusiasm. Alis said, "I am strange to these parts. Perhaps you can direct me." "I will do my best, sir." Alis pointed down the valley. "Where does the road lead?" "It is 10 miles down to Gloucester, which is a village and a ska outpost where they keep a goodly barracks." "And up the road?" "There are several turnings. If one keeps to the main trail, he comes to the high moor, and there he will find the windy way to Powelletets." Alis nodded. This was more or less what he had expected. He signaled to the old man. Come with me and tie your goats to the wagon if you like." The old man dubiously followed Ailess to the hut. Here Ailess showed him the 2 corpses. "They came up the road with the wagon. They attacked me, and I killed them. Who are they?" "In the hut with the beard. He is a half-breed Ska. The other is known as Frederick the Snake. Both were bandits in the service of Torqual, or so it is said." "Torqual? I have heard the name." "He is chief of the bandits, and his lair is Castle Ang, where he cannot be attacked." "Much depends upon who is attacking, and how," said Ailess. "Where is the fort, so that we may avoid it?" 15 miles along the trail you will discover 3 pines by the road, with a ram's skull nailed to each. Here the road forks. The way to the right leads to Ang. I have seen it once only, and the entry was guarded by 2 knights in full armor impaled on stakes. I will go there never again." "I see that the second of your goats carries a good iron pannikin," said Ailess. "Will you trade this pannikin for a horse, a wagon, and a supply of victual as to keep you fat for a year?" "The trade would seem to be fair from my point of view," said the old man cautiously. "These articles are naturally yours to bestow." "I have claimed them, and no one disputes me. However, should we make the trade, I suggest that you take the goods as quickly as possible to some secret place, if for no other reason than to forestall envy." "That is wise counsel," agreed the old man. "I hereby effect the trade." "Further, you have never seen us, and we have never seen you." "Precisely so. At this moment I hear only the echo of ghost voices carried on the wind." 2. The sun sank behind Ailess and Tatzel as they rode up the valley, with the line to the pack-horse tied to the back of her saddle. Ailess carried both bows and both quivers. The valley narrowed and rose at a gradient which caused the river to gurgle and tumble and leap when it came upon a boulder in its bed. Soft pines and cedars appeared in copses and single sentinels. Draws and gullies entered the valley from either side, each with its trickle of a stream. Late in the afternoon the wind began to rise, and clouds raced overhead. Rain might be approaching from the sea, a dismal prospect. Sunset gilded the high mountain ridges. The valleys began to fill with dusk. Ailess turned up one of the tributary valleys, and after about 100 yards of leading his horse along the banks of a rivulet, came upon a grassy glade protected from the wind, and where their fire could not be seen by night wanderers along the road. Tatzel was not pleased with the campsite, and looked back and forth with disapproval. "Why do we stay at this rude place?" "So that we may not be troubled during the night by strangers," explained Ailess. "We are plunging ever more deeply into wilderness. Where are you taking us, or do you know?" "I hope to find a way serene and peaceful over the high moors, thence down into South Elfland, and so back to Dundarroch. Eventually I will take you to Domrace in Troysinet." "I do not care to visit these places," said Tatzel coldly. "Do not my wishes carry weight?" Ailess laughed. "You will discover that as a slave your wishes are entirely ignored." Tatzel scowled and seemed not to hear. Ailess collected wood, arranged rocks to form a fireplace, and while doing so discovered a fine sheet of hard green serpentine, almost a foot square, and no more than half an inch thick. He struck up a fire, laid out the trout, and turned to Tatzel, who sat on a log nearby, watching the preparations with an air of boredom. Ailess said, "Tonight you shall cook, while I put up a shelter against the weather." Tatzel shook her head. "I know nothing of such things." "I will explain what you must do. Cut fat from the ham. Try it out slowly in the pannikin, so that the fat does not smoke. Meanwhile cut the trout into pieces. When the fat is ready, fry the fish with great care that the fish does not scorch. When the fish is nicely browned, put the pan aside. Then mix some meal with water and make thin cakes. Press them down on the griddle, which will now be hot." Ailess indicated the sheet of serpentine. "Turn the cakes when they are done on one side, and cook on the other side." "This is knowledge I do not care to learn," Ailess reflected. "I can cut a switch and beat you well until you cry for mercy, even though I am tired. Or I can do these tasks myself and serve you politely to your pleasure. Or I can let you go hungry and cold, which is the course of least exertion to myself. Which would you suggest?" Tatzel cocked her head judiciously to the side, but made no recommendation. Ailess said, "Truly I do not care to beat you. I wish to serve you even less, so it seems that you must cook or go without your supper. And remember, in the morning it will be the same all over again." Tatzel said scornfully, "I will eat apricots and drink wine." "You will do nothing of the sort. Further, you may arrange your own bed, or sit in the rain all night for all I care." Tatzel looked glumly into the fire with arms clasped around her knees. Meanwhile Ailess contrived a tent from the tarpaulin, then, gathering armfuls of rank grass, arranged a bed. Tatzel, taking note that the bed was intended for a single person, uttered a sibilant curse, and furiously set about preparing the supper. Ailess thereupon gathered more grass and extended the bed. The two ate in silence. For Ailess, food had never tasted better than this fried trout and griddle cakes, with slices of onion and gulps of wine. Overhead the wind sighed through the trees, and the flames swirled back and forth. Ailess at last went to water the horses, and then tethered them where they could graze to advantage. Tatzel watched him sidelong, but when he returned to the fire she was once more brooding into the flames. Ailess drank a final gulp from the wine-sack. Tatzel watched him covertly. Ailess smiled into the fire. "Where did you hide my knife?" This was the knife with which Tatzel had cut the trout into pieces. Tatzel pondered a moment, then reached inside her tunic and drew the knife from the waistband of her trousers. Ailess reached out quickly and took the knife. Tatzel rubbed her wrist. "You hurt me." "Not so much as you might have hurt me while I slept." Tatzel responded with a bored shrug. After a moment Ailess rose to his feet. He carried such of the provisions as might be damaged by rain to the shelter of the tent. Now he took up the bows and tested first one, then the other, gauging smoothness, power, and strength of construction. Both were good bows, but one was better, and this, with the arrows, he tucked under the grass where he would sleep, convenient to his hand, but not available to the reach of Tatzel's fingers. The other bow he put on the fire and burned. Tatzel watched with her mouth drooping. "I am truly perplexed." "Indeed? What is it this time?" "Why do you stubbornly hold me captive? My own preference is to be free, and I only impede you on your journey. Apparently you do not even intend to use me as a woman." Ailess thought back across the events of the day. He muttered, "I could not bring myself to touch you." "Most peculiar. Suddenly you respect my rank." "Wrong." "Because of the bandit, then?" Tatzel blinked, and Ailess thought he saw tears glistening in her eyes. "What could I gain by fighting? I am in the power of otherlings, escaped slaves and bandits. Now I am apathetic. Do as you like with me." Ailess made a scornful sound. "Save your dramatics. I told you last night and again tonight. I would never force myself upon you." Tatzel looked at him sidelong. "And what are your plans? I am mystified by your conduct." "It is quite simple. I was enslaved and compelled to serve you at Castle Cinque, to my abiding fury. I swore that some day there would be an accounting. Now you are the slave, and you must serve me according to my whims. What could be simpler? There is even a kind of beauty in the symmetry of events. Try to enjoy this artful beauty as much as I do." Tatzel merely compressed her lips. "I am not a slave. I am the Lady Tatzel of Castle Cinque." "Those bandits, were they impressed with your rank?" "They were otherlings, but partly of Ska blood." "What is the relevance of that? They were both depraved. I killed them with pleasure." "With arrows and ambushes," sneered Tatzel. "You dare not confront the Ska otherwise." Ailess made a wry face. "In a certain sense that is true. So far as I am concerned, war is neither a game nor an occasion for gallantry, but rather an unpleasant event to be settled with the least possible hurt for one's self. Do you know of a Ska named Torqual?" At first Tatzel seemed disinclined to answer. Then she said, "I know of Torqual. He is a third cousin to me, but I have seen him only once. He is no longer considered Ska, and now he has gone to another land." "He has returned, and his den is up yonder, under Knock. Tonight we have drunk his wine and consumed his onions. The trout was my own." Tatzel looked off down the gully where a nocturnal beast had caused a rustling among the leaves. She looked back to Ailess. "Torqual is said to keep close reckonings. I suspect that you will pay a dear price for your feast." "I much prefer to enjoy Torqual's bounty free of charge," said Ailess. "Still, no one knows how the future will go. It is a dark and awful country, this North Ulfland." "I have never found it so," said Tatzel in a reasonable voice. "You have never been a slave until now. Come, it is time we were asleep. The wagon boy will talk everywhere of the noble Ska lady, and the valley will swarm with Ska soldiers. I want to make an early start." "Sleep, then," said Tatzel indifferently. "I will sit up for yet a little while." "Then I must tie you with rope, lest you wander off during the night. In these places odd creatures move about in the dark. Would you want to be dragged down into a cave?" With poor grace Tatzel limped over to the bed. "We still must use the rope for the sake of security. I sleep soundly, and I might never awake if during the night a rock fell upon my head." He passed the bight of a rope around Tatzel's waist, made it fast in a bight bowline, which she could not untie, and secured the ends to his own waist, thus constraining her close beside him. Tatzel lay down, and Ailess covered her with her cloak. The moon, 3/4 full, shone through a rift in the leaves and played full upon her face, softening her features and causing her to seem entrancingly pretty. For a moment Ailess looked down at her, wondering as to the quality of the half-sleepy, half-scornful smile which momentarily twitched at her mouth. He turned away before images could form in his mind, and lying down beside her, covered himself with his own cloak. Had he overlooked anything? Weapons? All secure. Rope? The knots were out of her reach. He relaxed, and presently fell asleep. 3. Ailess rose an hour before dawn. There had been no rain, and he discovered a live coal among the ashes. He covered it with dry grass and blew up a fire. Yawning and shivering, Tatzel crept from her bed and huddled before the blaze, warming her hands. Ailess brought out bacon and the sack of meal, which Tatzel pretended not to notice. Ailess spoke a few terse words. After scowling and darting a glance at his back, Tatzel set herself to frying bacon and baking griddle cakes. Ailess saddled the horses and made them ready for the trail. In the dewy pre-dawn stillness, Ailess and Tatzel ate their breakfast, and neither chose to speak. Ailess loaded the pack-horse, helped Tatzel into the saddle, and they departed the ravine. Coming to the trail, Ailess stopped to look and listen, but discovered no evidence of traffic, and once again the two set off up the valley, and all the while Ailess kept a close watch down the valley behind them. They rode through perilous territory. Ailess pushed the horses to their best speed, that they might pass by the fork to Castle Ang as early in the day as possible. As the miles passed by, the landscape became ever more grand. At the sides of the valley, cliffs reared high, sometimes lofting above tumbles of boulders, sometimes rising from stands of massive pines and firs. The sun appeared above the eastern ridge and shone upon 3 pines standing tall beside the trail, with a ram's skull nailed to the trunk of each. At this place the road forked, one way leading off to the right. With alacrity and a lightening of the spirit, Ailess rode past the ominous fork and put it out of sight behind them. The horses began to labor, both for the pace Ailess had set and for the gradient of the trail. Up, up, and up, traversing and twisting, back and forth under hanging ledges and bulging boulders, across an occasional mountain meadow. So went the trail, thence once again up on a new slant. An hour after passing the fork to Ang, Ailess led the way to a secluded nook at the back of a forest of pines. He dismounted and helped Tatzel to the ground. Here they would rest during the middle of the day, and so lessen the chances of meeting other riders, who in these regions could only be sources of danger. Tatzel seemed to feel that prudence of this sort was both furtive and ludicrous. "You are as timid as a rabbit," she told Ailess. "Do you live your life in fear, always peeking and peering and jerking about wide-eyed at a whisper?" "You have found me out," said Ailess. "I cringe to 1,000 fears. It must be the ultimate abasement when a man is considered a coward by his own slaves." Tatzel uttered a jeering laugh and stretched herself out on a sunny patch of sand. Ailess leaned back against a tree and looked around the skyline. Despite all, Tatzel's comments had irked him. Could she truly think him timid merely for exercising ordinary caution? More than likely so. In her own experience, men traveled the countryside without dreading unpleasant events. "Before long the Ska will be peeking and peering too," Ailess told her. "They are no longer chivying a few poor peasants from pillar to post. Now they have the Trois to contend with, and this is a far different matter." "If all Trois are as prudent as you, we are in little difficulty." "So it may be," said Ailess. Again he searched the skyline, but discovered only rock and air. Ragged clouds racing along the wind passed from time to time in front of the sun, with their swift shadows following up the valley. Tatzel, lying with her head on her arms, watched him. "What are you looking for?" "Someone keeping watch from the ridge. Rest while you can. From now on we ride by night." Tatzel closed her eyes and presently seemed to sleep. At noon they ate ham and cheese and cold griddle cakes. The sun passed across the zenith. Clouds came in greater numbers, and soon the sun was lost behind an overcast. Tatzel, huddling in her cloak, grumbled at the chilly gusts of wind and recommended that Ailess erect the tent. Ailess shook his head. "This is coward's weather. Scouts and sentinels are blinded by the mist, and bandits rob only when the weather is fine. Come, we ride." He bundled away the ham and cheese, and once more they set off up the trail. The afternoon passed slowly and without comfort. An hour before sunset the winds decreased to puffs and gusts, while the overcast cracked and broke. A dozen beams spurted down at the wild landscape, bringing clots of color to the otherwise drab scenery. Ailus halted to rest the horses. As he looked back the way they had come, the full scope of the valley opened before him, and now only a mile ahead the edge of the plateau cut across the sky. Ailus led the way up the trail, though once again he felt exposed to the observation of any who might be guarding the valley. The trail arrived at the final steep slope. Ailus dismounted to spare his horse. Back and forth he trudged, step after slow step, until he too became winded and paused to catch his breath. The horses, bobbing their heads and snorting softly, gradually recovered from their exertions. Deep shades surrounded the group, with beams from the low sun breaking through rifts to illuminate banks and reefs of cloud to the east. Ailus once more started up the trail, back, forth, and with a last surge came up and out upon the plateau. To the south stood the cloud cutters. To the east rose the final ridge of the Tir-Tak-Tir, now burning in the sunset light. To the north the plateau became lost in fog and low clouds. 100 feet away, a tall man in a black cape brooded over the landscape. He stood as if in deep thought, hands resting on the pommel of his sword, with the tip of the scabbard resting on the ground before him. His horse stood tied to a nearby shrub. He glanced aside at Ailus and Tatzel, then seemed to ignore them, which suited Ailus well enough. Ailus set off along the trail, passing the man by as if he were not there. The man turned slowly to face them, so that the sunset light modeled his features in dark gold and black. He spoke a single word. "Hold!" Ailus politely reined up his horse, and the man came slowly forward. Black hair hung close beside a low forehead with saturnine eyebrows and luminous hazel eyes below. Harsh cheekbones, a mouth wide and shapely, if somewhat heavy, above a short, heavy chin, along with a flickering muscle of the left cheek, gave an impression of passionate strength, dominated, if only barely, by a sardonic intelligence. He spoke again in a voice at once harsh and melodious. "Where do you go?" "We travel along the windy way and down into South Ulfland," said Ailus. "Who, sir, are you?" "My name is Torqual." His eyes became fixed upon Tatzel. He murmured, "And who is this lady?" "She is in my service at the moment." "Lady, are you not Ska?" "I am Ska." Torqual moved somewhat closer. He was a strong man, thought Ailus, broad of shoulder, deep of chest, narrow in the flanks. Here was a man, he thought, whom Tatzel would think neither furtive nor timid, nor even prudent. Torqual spoke in lilting, melodious tones. "Young man, I claim your life. You trespass upon a territory which I consider my own. Dismount and kneel before me, that I may strike off your head with fullest ease. You shall die in this tragic golden light of sunset." He drew sword from his scabbard with a whine of steel on steel. Ailus said courteously, "Sir, I prefer not to die, and certainly not upon my knees. I will ask your permission to cross this land which you claim, with my goods and my company put to no peril." "The permission is denied, though indeed you speak with a good and easy voice. Still it is all one." Ailus dismounted and drew his own sword, which was slim and light, and which suited the style of swordplay he had learned in Troysonet. His knife? Where was his knife, upon which he relied? He had cut cheese for their noonday meal, and had packed the knife away with the cheese. Ailus said, "Sir, before we continue with this matter, may I offer you a bite of cheese?" "I care for no cheese, though it is an amusing concept." "In that case, allow me a moment while I cut a morsel or two for myself, as I hunger." "I have no time to spare while you eat cheese. Prepare instead for death." With this, Torqual advanced a step and slashed out with his sword. Ailus jumped aside, and the stroke went for naught. Torqual swung again, but the stroke slid off Ailus' blade. Ailus feinted a lunge, but Torqual's heavy blade darted up, and Ailus would have been spitted had he attempted more, and he understood that Torqual was a swordsman of skill as well as strength. Torqual attacked again, driving Ailus back, and Ailus fended off a series of blows, any of which might have cut him in two, apparently each time by a hair's breadth. On the last stroke Ailus counter-thrust savagely, touching Torqual's shoulder, and Torqual was forced to jerk back with an effort in order to recover. Ailus now took note that Torqual carried a knife at his belt. Torqual's mouth drooped in concentration. He had not expected quite so much exercise. Again he struck, and Ailus lunged hard, throwing up his left arm in an awkward manner which exposed his left side. Torqual attempted a tricky back-handed blow, which Ailus effortlessly slid aside, and lunging again threw up his left arm in the same awkward fashion. Torqual lunged. Ailus countered and thrust home, drawing blood from the side of Torqual's chest, missing his heart only by inches. Torqual's mouth drooped and his eyes widened, otherwise he ignored the wound. Ailess noticed now that his hand had gone to his knife. Torqual again made play, and again Ailess fended away his blows, and Torqual seemed to allow an opening for a lunge. Ailess stepped forward, thrust his left arm high, exposing his left side. Instantly Torqual struck out with the knife, except that Ailess stabbed out his sword and plunged the blade through the inner side of Torqual's elbow, so that the point emerged beyond, and the knife dropped from the suddenly nerveless hand. Ailess pounced upon the knife, and caught it up almost before it struck the ground. He grinned at Torqual, and now began to press the fight, thrusting, lunging, the tip of his sword moving beyond Torqual's ability to fend it off. "Kneel, Torqual," said Ailess, "so that I may kill you with less effort." Ailess swung the tip of his sword in a circle, dodged, feinted, thrust, and Torqual was forced back step by step. Torqual drew a deep breath, and venturing a great yell, charged with sword swinging like a scythe. Ailess retreated, and momentarily Torqual's chest was exposed. Ailess threw the knife with all his force. It sank to the hilt into Torqual's chest. He staggered backward, dumbfounded. Ailess lunged and thrust his sword through Torqual's neck. Torqual cried out in woe and tottered backward over the edge of the plateau. He fell and rolled, down, down, and down, and at last coming to rest was merely a black, anonymous bundle. Ailess looked around. Where was Tetzel? She was already 200 yards away, riding at best speed to the north, though somewhat slowed by the pack animal which Ailess had tied to her horse, as well as Ailess' horse, which he had tied to the pack horse. Tetzel, therefore, rode at an awkward canter, which still would have been sufficient to leave Ailess behind, had it not been for Torqual's horse. Tetzel looked back over her shoulder. Ailess saw the desperate flash of her face, and might have been angry except for the exultation of his victory over Torqual. He untied Torqual's horse, mounted, and gave chase, and again he became angry that Tetzel had chosen to flee north, ever farther into the wilderness which extended all the way to the Godelian border. At the thought a new concept entered Ailess' mind, which he considered a moment, then rejected. It was too flamboyant, too brash, and probably impractical. The thought recurred. Was it truly impractical? Probably, and reckless as well. On the other hand, when all was said and done, it might be the boldest and bravest stroke of all. Tetzel rode on with grim determination, hoping that Ailess' horse would fall and break a leg. She had a long lead. Miles went by before Ailess caught her. Without comment, he took up the reins of her horse and slowed it to a walk. Tetzel sat glowering, but had nothing to say. By the light of the afterglow, Ailess made camp in a little spinney of mountain larch, and on this evening for their supper they dined upon Torqual's preserved goose. Chapter 12. 1. Winds blew across the high moors, moaning and sighing through the larch trees. Covered by the tarpaulin, with Tetzel taut and sullen beside him, Ailess watched clouds flying across the moon. There was much to consider. Even now in South Ulfland his absence may not yet have been noticed, each of his staff believing him to be elsewhere. Still, when all was weighed in the balance, here Ailess smiled a rueful smile to the moon, he would have done the same deeds and endured the same hardships all over again, if only to gain those fresh perceptions which had banished some of the clutter from his mind. Further, and beyond all else, a wonderful new scheme had burst into his mind. Tetzel would discover a new bewilderment, and the thought prompted Ailess to chuckle aloud. Tetzel, also lying awake and staring up at the moon, found Ailess' amusement totally at discord with her own mood. She asked resentfully, "Why are you laughing?" Then, as Ailess made no immediate reply, she said, "When men are bereft of their senses, they laugh up at the moon." Ailess chuckled once more. "Your ingratitude has curdled my brain. I laugh so that I may not cry." Tetzel made a scornful sound. "Your vanity is inflated because Torqual stumbled and fell." "Poor Torqual! I neglected to warn him that fighting with strangers might be dangerous, and he suffered a fearful injury. Kindly Torqual, modest and good, his demise brings sorrow to us all." Torqual survived both his wounds and his fall. He managed to crawl to the trail, where he was rescued by a pair of his henchmen. They took him to Castle Ang, where in due course he recovered his strength. Tetzel said no more, and so the night passed. In the morning, as they ate their breakfast, crouched over a small reeking red fire, Ailess looked across the moors and discovered not half a mile distant a caravan of Ska horsemen leading a dozen wagons piled high with bales, and behind a column of 2 or 3 dozen men linked neck to neck with ropes. Ailus instantly extinguished the fire, lest a wisp of smoke draw attention from the riders. He told Tatzel, "Yonder is the windy way. It leads to Poelitets. I have come this way before." Tatzel watched wistfully as the caravan passed by, and Ailus could not suppress a pang of pity and even a trace of guilt. Was it just to visit vengeance for all the wrongs done to him upon the head of one young girl? He gave an angry answer to himself. Why not? She was Ska. She shared and endorsed the Ska philosophy. She had shown never an iota of pity or concern for the slaves at Castle Sank. Why should she be exempt from retribution? Because the Ska style of life was not of her contriving, came the answer. She had assimilated Ska precepts with her mother's milk. They had been given to her as axioms of existence. She was Ska willy-nilly, through no choice of her own. But the same could be said of any Ska, man or woman, old or young, and she showed no sign whatever of altering her point of view. She simply refused to accept Ailus' assertion that she was now herself a slave. In short, she was as guilty as any other Ska, and tender emotions in this case were irrelevant. Still, there was no denying that Ailus had singled out Tatzel for special attention, although he had envisioned none of their present hardships. He had wanted only to force her to recognize him as a person of worth, to make real the daydreams he had fabricated at Castle Sank, to indulge himself in the pleasure of her companionship, to enter intimately into her life and thoughts, to gain her good opinion, to excite her amorous yearnings. Again Ailus felt sardonic amusement. Those goals, formed with such innocent fervor, now all seemed absurd. At any time he could put Tatzel to those erotic uses which she apparently at least half expected, and which, so Ailus's instinct told him, she might not have found entirely unwelcome. Often, when he felt her warm presence beside him, the urge to abandon all restraint was almost overpowering. But whenever lust started to cook inside his brain, a whole cluster of ideas intervened to quench the fire. First, what he had seen upon entering the hut had sickened him, and the image hung in his mind. Second, Tatzel had possessed herself of his knife, and he could only believe that she had meant to kill him, a thought which dampened his ardor. Third, Tatzel, a Ska, thought him a hybrid of the ancient beetle-browed cannibals and true man, and a creature lower in the evolutionary scale than herself. In short, an otherling. Fourth, since he could not woo Tatzel in the ordinary fashion, pride dissuaded him from taking her by force for the sheer relief of his glands, with no thought for all the other considerations. If Tatzel were amorously inclined, let her make the first move. Naturally a far-fetched possibility. Although, perhaps he only imagined this, sometimes he felt as if Tatzel were taunting him, daring him to take her, and possibly she burned with some of the same urges which beset him. An irksome problem. Perhaps some day or some evening, when conditions were right, he would learn the truth of how she felt, and perhaps the daydreams would be realized in full and breathtaking totality. Meanwhile, the caravan had passed. "Come," he said gruffly, "it is time we were riding." Ailus had long since recovered his knife from the cheese. He made up the pack, which he loaded upon the horse he had previously ridden, while he mounted Torquil's strong black stallion, and the previous pack-horse carried nothing. Ailus helped Tatzel into the saddle, and they were once more under way, but now they rode into the north. As Ailus had expected, Tatzel was sorely bewildered by the choice of direction, and finally blurted out a question. "Why do we ride to the north? South Ulfland is behind us." "True. A long, hard journey, with Ska and other bandits as thick as flies along the way. Still, why ride north? Ahead is the road from the foreshore to Poelitets. Beyond is wilderness all the way to Godelia. The land is empty. There are neither bandits nor Ska to plunder us. At Dunkrieger we will find a choice ship and return to South Ulfland in comfort." Tatzel looked at him as if she doubted his sanity, then gave her apathetic shrug. An hour later they came upon the road leading from the foreshore to the great mountain redoubt, Poelitets. Discovering no traffic to right or left, Ailus put the horses to their best speed and crossed the road unchallenged. All day they rode across trackless moor. Far to the east stood the Guardian Ridge, which here separated Dahot from North Ulfland. To west and north the moor melted into haze. On this high tableland only furze and sedge and coarse grasses prospered, with an occasional cluster of wind-beaten yews or a spinney of ragged larches. Sometimes a hawk flew overhead, on the lookout for quail or young rabbits, and crows flapped across the desolate distance. As the afternoon passed, a float of heavy black clouds appeared in the west. First a line of scud which quickly advanced to loom across the sky. A storm was surely in the offing, with a dreary night ahead. Ailess accelerated the pace of his company and gave keen attention to the landscape in the hope of discovering some semblance of shelter. The outriders of the storm passed across the sun, creating a scene of melancholy magnificence. Beams of golden light played across the moor and shone full upon a low cottage with walls of whitewashed stone and a roof slabbed over with thick turf from which grew tufts of grass and clover. Smoke issued from the chimney, and in the yard adjacent to the byre Ailess noted a dozen sheep and as many fowl. With hopes high he approached the cottage and dismounted near the door. At the same time he signaled to Tetzel. "Down from your horse. I am not in the mood for another crazy chase across the moors." "Help me, then. My leg pulses with pain." Ailess lifted Tetzel to the ground, then together the two approached the cottage. Before they could knock, the door swung wide to reveal a short, sturdy man of middle years, round and red of face, with orange-red hair cut to overhang his ears like the eaves of a house. "Our good wishes to you, sir," said Ailess. "Our business here is ordinary. We seek food and shelter during this stormy night, for which we will pay in suitable degree." "I can provide shelter," said the crofter. "As for payment, suitable for me might be unsuitable for you. Sometimes these misunderstandings put folk at the outs." Ailess searched the contents of his wallet. "Here is a silver half-florin. If this will suffice, we have eliminated the problem." "Well spoken," declared the crofter. "The times of the world would flow in halcyon joy if everyone were so open-hearted and forthright as you. Give me the coin." Ailess tendered the half-florin piece. "Whom do I address?" "You may know me as Quid. And you, sir, and your mistress?" "I am Ailess, and this is Tetzel." "She seems somewhat morose and out of sorts. Do you beat her often?" "I must admit that I do not." "There is the answer. Beat her well, beat her often. It will bring the roses to her cheeks. There is nothing better to induce good cheer in a woman than a fine constitutional beating, since they are exceptionally jolly during the intervals in an effort to postpone the next of the series." A woman came to join them. "Quid speaks the truth. When he raises his fist to me, I laugh and I smile with all the good humor in the world, for my head is full of merry thoughts. Quid's beating has well served its purpose. Nevertheless, Quid himself becomes gloomy, through bafflement. How did the roaches find their way into his pudding? Where, except in Quid's small clothes, are household nettles known to grow? Sometimes, as Quid dozes in the sunlight, a sheep wanders by and urinates in his face. Ghosts have even been known to skulk up behind Quid in the dark and beat him mercilessly with mallets and cudgels." Quid nodded. "Admittedly, when Threlka is beaten for her faults, there is often a peculiar aftermath. Nonetheless, the basic concept is sound. Your mistress has the look of costive asthenia, as if she were an arsenic-eater." "I think not," said Ailess. "In that case, a thrashing or two might well release the bile into her blood, and soon she would be skipping and singing and larking about with the rest of us. Threlka, what is your opinion?" Aside, he told Ailess, "Threlka is a witch of the 7th degree, and is wise beyond most others." "In the first place, the girl has a broken leg," said Threlka. "Tonight I will mend the break, and then she will know less dole. But singing and larking? I think not. She is fey." "Sound opinions," said Quid. "Now then, Ailess, let us deal with your horses while the storm still gathers strength. Tonight it will be a mighty display, and conceivably a single silver coin is poor recompense for the misery I am sparing you." "This sort of afterthought often spoils a promising friendship," said Ailess. "No matter how reasonable its basis?" asked Quid anxiously. "Trust, once established, must never become the plaything of avarice. This was my father's wise dictum." "The proposition seems generally sound," admitted Quid. "Still, it must be remembered that friendship is temporal, while reason transcends both human caprice and time itself." "And avarice?" Quid pondered. "I would define avarice as a consequence of the human estate, a condition arising from turbulence and inequality. In none of the paradises, where conditions are no doubt optimum, does avarice exert force. Here we are men struggling toward perfection, and avarice is a station along the way." "That is an interesting point," said Ailess. "Am I correct in my belief that I have felt the first drops of rain?" The horses were stabled and fed generous wisps of hay. Ailess and Quid returned to the main room of the cottage. For supper Threlka set out a savory soup of onions, greens, barley, and mutton, with milk, bread, and butter, while Ailess contributed what remained of the potted goose, as well as a goodly portion of cheese. Meanwhile the wind howled and roared, and rain battered in a steady, hard tattoo on the turf roof. A dozen times Ailess gave thanks to the Providence which had afforded them shelter. The same ideas had occurred to Quid. He said, "Hear how the storm yells like a giant in pain," and again, with russet eyes fixed knowingly upon Ailess, "Pity the poor traveller who must brave such ferocities, and all the while we sit snug before our fire." And again, "In conditions like this the word avarice loiters sickly by the wayside, while the concept gratitude marches forward in triumph, like Palaemon's conquering army." Ailess responded, "When storms rage, then is when folk become aware of their common humanity, and like you and Threlka, they willingly extend hospitality to those unfortunate enough to be at disadvantage, just as you, in your hour of inconvenience, will hope for the same. In these cases, the thought of payment is cause for embarrassment, and the host cries out, 'What do you take me for, a jackal?' It is heartwarming to meet such folk out here on the high moors." "Exactly so," cried Quid. "Out here on the high moors, where conditions are hard, sharing is the watchword, and each gives of what he has without stint. I open my larder wide and light my best and most cheerful blaze. You are of the same disposition with your superfluity of silver coins. Thus we honor each other." "Precisely to the point," declared Ailess. "I will reckon up my little store of coins, and whatever I find to be superfluous you shall have. We are in accord. Let us say no more on the subject." When supper was done, Threlka sat Tatzel in a chair, with her leg propped upon a stool. She cut away the dark green breeches, which were now soiled and stained. "This is not a good color for healing. We will find you ordinary clothes, by which you will profit. You may remove your tunic as well." "Come, girl," she said, as Tatzel hesitated. "Quid cares nothing for your breasts. He has seen them by the hundreds on cows and sheep, and they are all the same. Sometimes I think that modesty is merely a ploy, so that we can pretend a difference to the animals. Alas, we are very much alike. But here, if you are uncomfortable, wear this blouse." Threlka cut away the splint and threw it into the fire. "Burn, wood, burn! Pain, in smoke fly up the chimney. Disturb Tatzel no longer." From a black jar she poured a syrup upon Tatzel's leg, then sprinkled on crushed dry leaves. She wound the shin with a loose bandage and tied it with a coarse red string. "And so it goes. In the morning you shall know no more weakness." "Thank you," said Tatzel with a wan smile. "The splint was most tiresome. How may I pay you for your healing?" "I want nothing but the pleasure of your smile," said Threlka. "Oh, if you wish, give me 3 hairs of your head for remembrance. That shall suffice." "It is not enough," said Ailess. "Here is a silver penny, worth a whole head of hair, and also useless in magic, should it fall into improper hands." "Yes, that is wisdom," Quid agreed. "And now it is time to sleep." All night long the storm wailed and roared across the moors, and only began to slacken with the coming of day. The sun rose in a cataclysmic welter of black, white, red, pink, and gray, then seemed to assert itself, and from a peculiarly black sky sent long, low shafts of rose-colored light across the moors. Quid blew up the fire, and Threlka prepared porridge, which the group consumed with milk, berries, and rashers of fried bacon provided by Ailess. Threlka removed the bandage from Tatzel's leg and threw the bandage into the fire with an incantation. "Rise now, Tatzel, and walk. Once more you are whole." Cautiously Tatzel tested the leg and discovered neither pain nor stiffness, much to her pleasure. Ailess and Quid went to saddle the horses, and Ailess asked, "If I were to question you about the lands I intend to travel, would you be happy if in gratitude I made you a present of several copper pennies?" Quid mused. "Our conversations have raised a number of interesting points. I could describe every turn of a long road, reciting each of the perils to be found along the way, and its remedy, thus saving your life a dozen times, and you would gratefully reward me with a bag of gold. However, if I casually mentioned that the man you wished to see at the end of this road were dead, you might thank me but give me nothing, though all went to the same effect. Is there not an inherent disequilibrium at work here?" "Yes, indeed," said Ailess. "The paradox resides, once again, in the distortions worked upon the fabric of our life by greed. I suggest that we free ourselves of this ignoble vice, and seek to help each other with full and wholehearted zeal." Quid grumbled. "In short, you refuse to pay me what my information is worth?" "If you saved my life even once, how should I pay you? The concept is meaningless. For this reason such services are generally held to be free. Still, if I saved your life a dozen times, as well as your father and mother and the virtue of your sister, and you gave me a single copper groat, at least I could put my belly up to the board and drink a mug of beer to your health." "Very well," said Ailess. "Tell me all you know." It may be worth a copper groat." Quid threw his hands in the air. "At least in dealing with you I exercise my tongue. Where do you fare?" "North, to Dunkrieger in Gadelia." "You have come the proper route." A day's ride to the north. The moors end at a great declivity. The Cam breaks. This is a series of ledges or terraces arranged like steps, which according to myth the giant Cam laid out to ease his way from Lake Quivern up to the moors. On the first or topmost break you will find many ancient tombs. Give them all due respect. This place was sacred to the ancient Rhodaspians who inhabited the land 3,000 years ago. Ghosts are common, and it is said that sometimes old friendships are renewed and old antagonisms find vent. If you by chance see such ghosts, make no sound and give no interference, and above all, never agree to act as arbiter at one of their ghostly tribunals. Act as if you see nothing nor hear nothing, and they will ignore you. There is my first information. And a good information it is. On the second break lives a ghoul who has the power to change his guise. It will meet you in sweet friendship, and offer wine and food and kindly shelter. Accept nothing, not so much as a sup of cold water, and cross down over this break, no matter what the cost, while the sun is in the sky. At sunset the ghoul assumes its true shape, and your life is in the balance. If you take its gift, you are lost. That is the second information. It is even better than the first. The third break, which is in the middle, is fair and wholesome, and here you may rest if you choose. Still, I advise against entering any enclosure, hut, or hole, and whatever benefits the land provides, give thanks to the god Spirifume, who rules this place, and also a goodly duchy on the planet Mars. That is the third information. Interesting, as always. The fourth and fifth breaks are generally safe to the traveler, though all the breaks are haunted, in some degree. Pass these by without delay. When you come to Lake Quivern, you will discover Kernuan's Antler, which is the inn of Dildal the Druid. He is, so it seems, a kindly man, and offers a hospitality of moderate cost. This is hardly true, and you must eat none of his fish. He will serve it in many guises, as roe and croquettes and pickles and pudding and in soup. Eat only the items whose cost is specified. This is the fourth information. These are all valuable instructions. The east shore of Lake Quivern is unsafe owing to mires and bogs and morasses. The western shore is a place beyond my understanding. Archdruids are rife, as well as a complementary sect of archdruidesses, with whom they hold social intercourse and discuss topics related to their creed. At grand banquets it is said that they eat the flesh of children, in accordance with ancient ritual. The islands of Lake Quivern are sacred to the Druids, and if you set foot on them your life is forfeit. This is the fifth information. Once more, most interesting. I am impressed by your knowledge. Lake Quivern empties into the river Solander, which flows north to the Skyer, and Gadelia spreads before you like a bad smell. That is the sixth information. And Quid made a gesture to signify that his tale was told, and stood smiling modestly as if waiting for Ailess' further applause. Ailess said, "Ah, Quid, my dear fellow, your informations are most helpful. Are there more?" Quid asked dolefully, "Have I not told enough?" "You have done so, but you would not be withholding 3 or 4 other informations, just in case I prove an ingrate for the first 6. "No, I have fully and frankly disclosed all I know to your advantage." "Then here is a gold crown in exchange, and know that I have enjoyed this evening with you. Further, I will tell you this. I am favorably known to the magician Shimrod, and to the king of South Ulfland and Troysonet as well. Should events ever bring you near these persons, you need but mention my name, and your needs will be met. Sir, I am sorry to see you go, so much so that I offer you another day and night at 3/4 rate." "Most generous," said Ailess, "but we cannot delay." "In that case, I wish you good luck on your venture." 2. Ailess and Tatzel rode away from the cottage of Quid and Threlka, Tatzel now wearing a peasant's blouse and baggy breeches cut of oatmeal-coloured homespun. She had bathed. The fresh garments and the curing of her leg put her almost in a cheerful frame of mind, sullied only by the presence of the odious Ailess, who still pretended to regard himself as her master. His manner was puzzling. At Sank, by his own admission, he had come to admire her, but now, out on these lonely moors where he could do as he pleased, he acted as if under frigid constraint. Perhaps the deference a house-servant owed a Ska lady of high birth? Tatzel covertly studied Ailess. For an otherling he was personable enough, and she had already noticed that he seemed quite clean. Last night, as she had listened to his conversation with Quid, she had been mildly surprised to hear talk so flexible and easy coming from the mouth of a one-time house-servant. She recalled his duel with Torqual. He had attacked this universally feared Ska warrior with almost casual confidence, and in the end it was Torqual who had quailed. Tatzel decided that Ailess did not think of himself as a house-servant. Why, then, had he kept so remote, even when, for sheer caprice and experiment, she had sought to arouse him? To just a trifling degree, of course, with events very much under her control, but still he had ignored her. Might the deficiency lie in herself? Did she smell bad? Tatzel shook her head in puzzlement. The world was a strange place. She looked around the landscape. After the storm the day was still and fresh, with a few lost clouds wandering the sky. Ahead the moors seemed to dissolve into air, partly by reason of water haze and partly due to the Cam breaks, where the land fell away in descending ledges. At sunset Ailess elected to make camp with the breaks only a mile ahead. In the morning he waited until the sun was half an hour high before setting off to the north. Almost immediately they came to the verge of the breaks, with far regions spreading before them, and Lake Quivern extending away from the foot of the fifth break. The faintest of trails led along the side of a stream which tumbled down into the first break. After a few hundred yards the stream entered a steep-sided gulch, and the trail, which evidently had been traced by wandering cattle, disappeared. Dismounting, Ailess and Tatzel picked their way afoot down the slope, and in due course arrived at the first break, a pleasant meadow a mile or so wide, spattered with red poppies and blue larkspur. Solitary oaks of great size stood at intervals, each with a hoary individuality of its own. At the back of the meadow an irregular line of tombs defied weather and time. Each displayed a plaque carved in the sinuous Rhadaspian characters now incomprehensible to living men. Ailess wondered if the ghosts mentioned by Quid might be persuaded to read the inscriptions, and thus contribute to the knowledge of contemporary scholars. It was an interesting idea, thought Ailess, which he must discuss at some later occasion with Shimrod. Giving the tombs a wide berth, and observing no ghosts, Ailess and Tatzel rode to the edge of the break, over and down toward the second break. Again they traversed carefully back and forth, slipping and sliding on occasion, and at length came out upon the second break. Ailess instructed Tatzel. "Now we must be wary. According to Quid, an evil creature lives here, and he may appear in any guise. We must accept neither gifts nor favors. Do you understand? Take nothing whatever from anyone or anything, or the ghoul will take your life. Now, let us cross this break with all possible speed." The second break, like the first, was a long ribbon of meadow a mile or so wide. At intervals grew solitary oaks, and on the left a forest of elm and horse-chestnut obscured their view to the west. Halfway across they met a young man trudging up the breaks. He was stalwart and handsome, with a fresh complexion, a crisp golden beard, and a head of short golden curls. He carried a staff, a rucksack, and a small lute. A dagger hung at his belt. His brown smock and trousers were plain and serviceable. His green cap boasted a jaunty red feather. As he drew near Ailess and Tatzel, he halted and raised his hand in greeting. "Bonaventure, and where do you ride?" "Toward Godelia. That is our immediate destination," said Ailess. "What of you?" "I am a vagabond poet. I wander where the wind blows me." "It would seem a pleasant and careless life," said Ailess. "Do you never yearn to find a true home for yourself?" "It is a bitter-sweet dilemma. I often find places which urge me to tarry, and so I do, until I remember other places where I have found joys and marvels, and I am compelled again to my journey." "And no single place satisfies you?" "Never. The place I seek is always beyond the far mountain." "I can offer you no sensible advice," said Ailess, "except this. Do not delay your wandering here. Climb to the top of the breaks before this day is done. You will live a longer life." The vagabond gave a carol of easy laughter. "Fear comes only to those already frightened. Today the most alarming sights have been several hummingbirds and a tangle of fine wild grapes, which now I am tired of carrying." He proffered fresh purple grapes in a pair of clusters to both Ailess and Tatzel. Tatzel reached out in pleasure. Ailess, leaning, struck aside her arm and reined back the horses. "Thank you, we do not care to eat. On these breaks you are well advised to take nothing and to give nothing. Good day to you." Ailess and Tatzel rode away, with Tatzel resentful. Ailess said shortly, "Did I not warn you to accept nothing while on this break?" "He did not seem a ghoul." "Would that not be his intent? Where is he now?" They looked back the way they had come, but the young vagabond had vanished from view. "It is very strange," muttered Tetzel. "As the ghoul himself asserted, the world is a place of marvels." Almost as Ailith spoke, a little girl in a white frock jumped up from under a tree where she had been tying garlands of wildflowers. Her hair was long and golden, her eyes were blue. She was as pretty as one of her own flowers. The girl came forward and spoke. "Sir and lady, where do you ride, and why in such haste?" "To Lake Quivern and beyond," said Ailith. "We ride in haste the sooner to join those we love. What of you? Do you always wander these wild places so freely?" "This is a region of peace. True, on moonlit nights the ghosts come out and march to their ghostly music, and it is a sight to behold, since they wear armor of gold, black iron, and silver, and helmets with tall crests. It is a fine sight to see." "So I should think," said Ailith. "Where do you live? I see neither house nor hut." "Yonder, by the 3 oak trees. There is my home. Will you not come to visit? I was sent out to gather nuts, but I have delayed among the flowers. Here, this garland is for you, since your face is so handsome and your voice so soft." Ailith jerked back his horse. "Away with you and your flowers. They make me sneeze. Hurry now, before Tetzel pulls your nose. You will find no nuts under the poplar trees." The girl moved back and cried out, "You are a coarse, cruel man, and you have made me cry." "No great matter." Ailith and Tetzel rode away, leaving the little girl forlorn and wistful, but after a moment, when they turned to look back, she was gone. The sun rose up the sky, and without further interruption they came to the edge of the break. Ailith halted to pick out the best way down the slope. The pack-horse, meanwhile, took advantage of the occasion to lower its head and snatch a mouthful of grass from the meadow. Instantly, from behind a nearby tree, came running an old man with a shock of white hair and a long white beard. "Hola!" he cried. "How dare you steal my good pasturage for your use, and almost under my very nose? You have compounded larceny and trespass with insolence." "Not so," Ailith declared. "Your charges have no merit." "What? How can you contradict me? Each of us saw the dereliction in process." "I could testify to no dereliction," said Ailith. "First, you have not marked off your property with a fence, as the law requires. Second, you have erected neither sign nor waypost challenging what in any case is our right by the common law, which is to say harmless passage across untilled meadows and pastures. Third, where are the cattle for which you are conserving this pasturage? Unless you can prove a damage, you have suffered no loss." "Legalisms, sophistries! You have the sleight of words by which poor peasants like me are mulcted and left helpless. Still, I would not have you think me a curmudgeon, and I hereby make you a gift of that fodder sequestered from my private reserve by your horse." "I reject your gift," declared Ailith. "Can you show articles from King Gax? If not, you can prove no title to the grass." "I need prove nothing. Here on the second break the giving of a gift is certified by acceptance. Your horse, acting as your agent, accepted the gift, and you therefore become an extensionary donee." At this moment the pack-horse raised high its tail and voided the contents of its gut. Ailith pointed to the pile of dung. "As you see, the horse tested your gift and rejected it. There is no more to be said." "Fie! That is not the same grass." "It is near enough, and we cannot wait while you prove otherwise. Good day, sir." Ailith and Tetzel led their horses over the brink and descended toward the third break. From behind came a rageful howling and a tirade of curses, then a melodious voice calling, "Ailith, Tetzel, come back, come back." "Make no acknowledgment," Ailith warned Tetzel. "Do not even look back." "Why not?" Ailith pulled his head down and bent forward. "You might see something you would rather not see. I have this hint from my instinct." Tetzel struggled with her curiosity, but at last followed Ailith's advice, and soon the calls were heard no more. The descent was steep and the going slow. 2 hours into the afternoon they came down upon the third break, another pleasant parkland of trees, meadows, grassy banks, ponds, and small meandering streams. Ailith looked around the serene landscape. "This is the break in which the god Spirifume takes a special interest, and it seems as if he has dealt lovingly with the land." Tetzel looked about with no great interest. Half an hour later, while riding through a grove of oak trees, they surprised a young boar rooting for acorns. Ailith instantly nocked an arrow to his bow and said, "Spirifume, if yonder beast is of special value to you, cause the boar to jump aside, or if you prefer, divert my arrow." He let the arrow fly, and it struck deep into the heart of the boar. Ailith dismounted, and while Tetzel looked fastidiously in another direction, he did what needed to be done, and presently came away with the choicest parts strung on a twig for convenience of transport. Mindful of Quid's third information, Ailith called out, "Spirifume, we thank you for your bounty." Alis blinked. Something had happened. What? A twinkling of 100 colors across the sunlight? A whisper of 100 soft chords? He looked at Tatzel. "Did you notice anything?" "A crow flew past." "No colors, no sound?" "None." Once more they set off and entered a forest. Noticing a clump of morels growing soft and graceful in the shade, Alis pulled up his horse and dismounted. He signaled to Tatzel. "Come, you no longer have the excuse of a tender leg. Help me gather mushrooms." Tatzel wordlessly joined him, and for a space they picked mushrooms. Morels, delicate shaggy manes, golden chanterelles, pepper tops, savory young field mushrooms. Again Alis acknowledged Spirifume's bounty, and the two rode onward. With the sun still 2 hours high, they arrived at the edge of the break, with a steep and difficult descent below. Lake Quivern now dominated the landscape to the north. A dozen forested islets rose from the surface, and on 2 of these the ruins of 2 ancient castles faced each other across a mile of water. The air between them seemed to quiver with the memory of 1,000 adventures, griefs and delights, romantic yearnings and dreadful deeds, treacheries by night and gallantries by day. Alis found within himself no inclination to scramble down yet another slope on this day. Quid had recommended the 3rd break for an overnight camp, and the advice seemed good. Alis turned away from the edge and rode to a little meadow where a stream trickled from the forest. Here he decided to camp. Dismounting, he dug a shallow trench in which he built a fire of dry oak. To the side he arranged the meat on a spit where it might roast and drip into the pannikin, with Tatzel turning the spit as needful. The drippings in the pannikin would later be used to fry the mushrooms, which Tatzel also had been ordered to clean and cut. Glumly accepting reality, she set to work. Alis staked out the horses, set up the tent, and gathered grass for a bed, then, returning to the fire, sat with his back to a laurel tree with the wine-sack ready to hand. Tatzel knelt beside the fire, her black locks tied back with a ribbon. Thinking back to his time at Castle Sank, Alis tried to remember his first sight of Tatzel, then a slender creature of thoughtless assurance, walking with long, swaggering strides by reason of natural verve. Alis sighed. Upon a heartsick young man, Tatzel, with her fascinating face and jaunty vitality, had made a deep impression. And now he watched her as she worked. Her assurance had been replaced by sullen unhappiness, and the bitter facts of her present existence had taken the luster from her verve. Tatzel felt the pressure of his attention and turned a quick glance over her shoulder. "Why do you look at me so?" "An idle whim." Tatzel looked back to the fire. "Sometimes I suspect you of madness." "Madness?" Alis considered the word. "How so?" "There would seem no other reason for your hatred of me." Alis laughed. "I feel no such hatred." He drank from the wine-sack. "Tonight I am kindly disposed. In fact, I see that I owe you a debt of gratitude." "That debt is easily paid. You may give me a horse and let me go my way." "In this wild country I would be doing you no favor. My gratitude, moreover, is indirect. You have earned it despite yourself." Tatzel muttered, "Again the madness comes on you." Alis raised the wine-sack and drank. He offered the sack to Tatzel, who disdainfully shook her head. Alis drank again from a sack now sadly flabby. "My remarks are probably somewhat opaque. I will explain. At Castle Sank I became enamored of a certain Tatzel, who in some respects resembled you, but who was essentially an imaginary creature. This phantom which lived in my mind possessed qualities which I thought must be innate to a creature of such grace and intelligence. Ah, well, I escaped from Sank and went my way, encumbered still with this phantom, which now only served to distort my perceptions. At last I returned to South Ulfland. Almost by chance my most far-fetched daydreams were realized, and I was able to capture you, the real Tatzel. So then, what of the phantom?" Alis paused to drink, tilting the wine-sack high. "This impossibly delightful creature is gone, and now is even hard to remember. Tatzel exists, of course, and she has freed me from the tyranny of my imagination, and here is the source of my gratitude." Tatzel, after a single brief side-glance, turned back to the fire. She rearranged the spit where the roasting pork exhaled a splendid odor. She prepared batter for griddle cakes, then started the mushrooms to fry in the drippings from the roasting pork, while Alis went to gather a salad of watercress from the stream. In due course the pork was done to a turn. The two dined on the best the land could afford. "Spirifume," called Alis, "be assured that we take great pleasure in your bounty, and we thank you for your hospitality. I drink to your continued health." Spirifume gave back neither flux of colour nor whisper of sound, but when Ailess went to lift the wine-sack, which had arrived at a state of discouraging flatness, he found that it bulged to its fullest capacity. Ailess tasted the wine. It was soft and sweet and tart and fresh at one and the same time. He cried out, "Spirifume, you are a god after my own heart. Should you ever tire of North Ulfland, please establish yourself in Troysinet." The sun still illuminated the panorama. Tatzel came to sit under the tree and idly picking little blue daisies, strung them into a chain. Suddenly she spoke. "I have been thinking of what you told me. I feel a whole torrent of emotions. Because you brooded over your daydreams, I all unwittingly must suffer. Discomforts, dangers, indignities. I have known them all. Even though at Sank I spoke never a word to you." "Ah, but you did, after a trifle of sword-play with your brother. And do you not recall stopping in the gallery to talk with me?" Tatzel looked blank. "Was that you? I barely noticed. Still, no matter how closely I resembled your illusion, the realities remain." "And what are they?" "I am Ska. You are otherling. Even in dreams your ideas are unthinkable." "Apparently so." Ailess looked back across his memories. "Had I known you better at Castle Sank, I might never have troubled to capture you. The joke is on both of us. But again, no matter. You are you, and I am I. The phantom is gone." Tatzel took up the wine-sack and drank. Then, rising to her knees and sitting back on her heels, she swung around to face squarely upon Ailess, displaying for almost the first time the animation of the old Tatzel. She spoke with fervour. "You are so wonderfully wrong-headed I can almost find it within myself to laugh at you. After chasing me over the moors, breaking my leg, and causing me a dozen humiliations, you expect me to come creeping to you with adoration in my eyes, happy to be your slave, soliciting your caress, hoping with all my heart that I may compare favourably with your erotic daydream. You profess to find the Ska lacking in pathos, but your conduct toward me is absolutely self-serving. And now you sulk because I do not come sobbing to you and begging for your indulgence. Is it not a farce?" Ailess heaved a deep sigh. "Everything you say is true. In all justice, I must admit as much. I have been driven by romantic passion to act out a dream. I will say this, with only glancing reference to the fact that the Ska made me their slave and that I am entitled to retaliation. You are a prisoner of war. Had the Ska not taken our town Swarak, we would not have attacked Castle Sank. If you had submitted at once to capture, you would not have broken your leg, nor been exposed to humiliation, nor isolated here on the moors with me." "Bah! In my place would you have done other than try to escape?" "No, in my place would you have done other than try to capture me?" Tatzel looked at him for a full 5 seconds. "No. Still, prisoner of war or slave or whatever, I am Ska and you are otherling, and that is the way of it." 3. In the morning, while packing the wine-sack, Ailess found it bulging full as if it had never been broached, and he gave a most fervent thanks to the genial god Spirifume for what would seem an incalculable treasure. After ordering the campsite with meticulous care, out of respect for their host, Ailess and Tatzel set off down the slope. There was an easier quality to their relationship, as if the air had been cleared, though camaraderie was still lacking. The slope was steep, the brambles and thickets troublesome, but in due course they came down upon the 4th break, the narrowest and most heavily forested of all the breaks, and in some areas less than half a mile in width. Tall trees, maple, chestnut, ash, oak, held high green umbrellas of foliage to shroud the break in sun-flecked shadow. Quid had ignored the 4th break in his informations. Ailess therefore had no reason to dread some imminent danger. Still, an odd and troubling odour hung in the air, of a sort Ailess found both mystifying and, at a primordial level, frightening, the more so since he could not identify it. Tatzel looked about with a puzzled expression, glanced at Ailess, then observing his own perplexity, she said nothing. The horses, taking note of the odour, jerked their heads and sidled stiff-legged, adding to Ailess' uneasiness. He pulled up and searched the forest aisles in all directions, but found only shaded ground, carpeted with dead leaves and dappled with morning sunlight. Ailess bestirred himself. Nothing could be gained by delay. He shook the reins, and once more the party set off across the break. They rode through an uncanny quiet. Ailess watched warily to right and left, and twisted in the saddle to look back the way they had come. He saw nothing. Tatzel, absorbed in her own thoughts, rode with her gaze directed between the ears of her horse, at a point in the middle distance, and ignored Ailess' tension. For 10 minutes they rode through the silence, sunlight filtering through foliage, working odd tricks on the vision. Suddenly a remarkable illusion appeared to Ailus, so that he sucked in his breath, blinked, and stared with bulging eyes. Illusion? No illusion whatever. 2 great creatures, 15 feet tall, watched placidly from a distance of barely 30 yards. They stood on squat yellow legs, of human conformation. The torsos and arms might have been those of monstrous gray-yellow bears. Stiff yellow bristles surrounded the round heads, producing an effect much like enormous yellow satin pincushions, with no discernible facial features. Here, clearly, was the source of the stench. The creatures stood motionless, their bristling great heads turned toward Ailus and Tatzel. Hairs prickled at the back of Ailus' neck. These were not ogres or giants or anything else of this world, nor would they seem to be demons. They were things beyond both knowledge and hearsay, and they would haunt his memory for a very long time. Tatzel, riding ahead, observed not the silent creatures, nor did she hear Ailus' startled gasp. The creatures passed from sight. Ailus kicked his heels into the flanks of his horse and took his troop loping through the forest. The horses needed no urging. A few moments later they arrived at the edge of the break, and there discovered a trail which led them by an easy route down to the 5th break, across and down the final slope to the shores of Lake Quivern. Here the trail met the shoreline road, and once more they had returned to the society of men. Along the eastern shore grew a thick pine forest. To the west were coves and rocky headlands. 200 yards ahead appeared a huddle of timber structures, including a hospice or an inn. As Ailus and Tatzel rode along the road, they came upon a boatwright's workshop at the water's edge, and nearby a dock to which were moored half a dozen small boats. Out on the lake a skiff approached the dock, sculled by a tall, thin man with a long, pallid face and lank black hair hanging to his shoulders. He brought the skiff close to the dock, made fast the painter, lifted out a basket of fish, and stepped ashore. Here he paused to survey Ailus, Tatzel, and their 4 horses with a slow and measured gaze. The fisherman brought his catch to the road, where he set down the basket and addressed Ailus in a deep voice. "Travellers, whence have you come, and where do you go?" Ailus replied, "We have come a goodly distance, over the moors from South Ulfland. Our destination will be decreed by Chansin, goddess of beginnings and endings, who walks on wheels." The fisherman showed a smile of mildly amused contempt. "That is pagan superstition. I am not by nature a proselyter, but truly a unified wisdom rules the tricosm, seeping from the roots of the foundation oak Cahorach to form the stars in the sky." "That is the belief of the Druids," said Ailus. "It would seem that your own thinking is based on Druid doctrine." "There is a single truth." "Perhaps some day I will look more deeply into the matter," said Ailus. "At the moment I am interested in yonder inn, if such it be. The house you see is Cernuan's Antler, and I am Dildal, keeper of the house, which I maintain for the arch-druids on their peregrinations out to the sacred places. Still, if wayfarers are prepared to pay my charges, I will extend them very comfortable facilities." "What might be the order of these charges? Are they dear or modest? It is well to know such things in advance." "All in all, my charges are fair. They vary from item to item, as might be expected. Lodging for the 2 of you in a private chamber equipped with pallets of clean straw and ewers of fresh water I value at 2 copper pennies. A supper of lentils and bread, with a breakfast of porridge, will cost another penny. Other dishes command higher prices. I serve excellent quail, 4 to the spit, for 2 copper pennies. A generous cut off a haunch of venison, with barley, currants, apples, and nuts, is valued similarly. Fish is sold according to the season and the supply." "I have heard that certain of your charges are exorbitant," said Ailus. "Still, these quotations are not unreasonable." "In this regard you must make your own assessment. In the past I have been victimized by swindlers and impoverished Guttricks, so I have learned to protect myself from indigence." Dildal lifted his basket of fish. "Will I expect you, then, at the Antler?" "I must consider the contents of my wallet," said Ailus. "I am not by any means a wealthy arch-druid, to whom a handful of coppers is like an equal number of acorns." Dildal appraised the horses. "Still you ride sound and valuable steeds." "Ah, but these horses are all of value that I own." Dildal shrugged and departed. 4. By the time Ailess completed his transactions along the lake shore, the time was late afternoon. All wind had left the sky. The lake lay flat as a mirror, with each of the islands reflected in duplicate below. After considering sky, lake, and landscape, Ailess told Tatzel, "It seems that we must entrust ourselves to the mercies of the voracious Dildal. Restraint may be necessary, since I carry no large store of coins on my person. What have you?" "I have nothing." "With ordinary caution we should fare well enough, even though there is something about Dildal which arouses my distrust." The two presented themselves to the common room of Kernuin's Antler, where Dildal, now attired in a white apron and a white cap, which to some extent confined his long black locks, seemed gratified to see them. "For a time I thought that you had decided to proceed on your way." "We transacted a trifle of business, and then remembered the comforts of the Antler. Hence you see us now." "So be it. I can offer a suite of rooms customarily occupied by the most august of the Druids, complete with baths of warm water and soap of olive oil, should you feel inclined to a measure of luxury." "Still at a cost of 2 copper pennies? If so—" "There is a substantial difference in the rate," said Dildal. Ailess felt in his wallet and rattled the few coins which he found there. "We must moderate our desires to our means. I would not wish to lodge and dine like a priest, and then find myself embarrassed when it came time to pay the tally." Dildal said, "In this regard I usually insist that unreferenced guests post a declaration of surety with me, just precisely to avoid any awkward dilemmas. Please sign this paper." So saying, Dildal tendered a sheet of good parchment inscribed in a fine hand with the notification, "Be it hereby known that I, who am the undersigned, now propose to take food and lodging for myself and my entourage at that inn known as Kernuin's Antler, of which the Honourable Dildal is the landlord. I agree to pay the proper and designated charges for chamberage, and also for such food and drink as may be consumed by me and my entourage. As surety for the payment of these charges, I offer those horses now in my possession, together with their saddles, bridles, and other furniture. If I do not pay the charges stipulated on the account rendered by Dildal, said horses and adjuncts become the property of Dildal in fee, whole, and simple." Ailess frowned. "This declaration has a somewhat menacing tone." "It could alarm only a person who planned to avoid payment of his debt. Are you this sort of person? If so, I have no interest in placing before you the goods of my kitchen and the comforts of my rooms." "That is fairly said," remarked Ailess. "However, I could not sleep well unless I added a small proviso. Give me your pen." "What do you intend to write?" demanded Dildal in suspicion. "You shall see." Ailess inscribed an addendum. "This document shall not be held to encompass the clothes worn by Ailess and his companion, nor their weapons, personal effects, ornaments, wine-sacks, keepsakes, or other possessions. Ailess of Troysenet." Dildal scrutinized the addendum, shrugged, and placed the parchment under the counter. "Come, I will show you to your chamber." Dildal took them to a pair of large, pleasant rooms with windows overlooking the lake and a separate bathroom. Ailess asked, "For these rooms the charge is 2 pennies?" "Of course not," declared Dildal in astonishment. "I understood that you wished to test the luxury of the Antler." "Only at a price of 2 pennies." Dildal scowled. "The chief chamber is dank, and furthermore is not ready." "Dildal, if you wish to hold me to payment of my account, then I must hold you to the charges quoted by you." "Bah!" muttered Dildal, drooping his loose lower lip to show a purple maw. "For my own convenience you may occupy these rooms for 3 pennies. Please render that quotation in writing here and now to avoid later misunderstanding." Then, as he watched Dildal writing, "No, not 3 pennies apiece, 3 pennies in total." "You are a troublesome guest," muttered Dildal. "There is little profit in serving such as you. A man can spend only what he can afford. If he overreaches, he loses his horses." Dildal only grunted. "When will you dine?" "As soon as we freshen ourselves in this convenient bath." "For such a price I include no hot water." "Ah, well, since we have incurred your displeasure, cold water must be our lot." Dildal turned away. "It is only your petty frugality which I find reprehensible. I hope you will instruct us in the ways of open-handed bounty when we take our supper." "We shall see." At supper the two sat alone in the common room, except for a pair of brown-cloaked Druids bending low over their food in a corner of the room. They finished their meal and came to the counter to pay the score. Ailess strolled across the room and stood by as each laid down a copper penny and departed. Dildal was somewhat annoyed by Ailess' proximity to the transaction.
Well then, what will you eat?"
"What is on your board tonight?"
"The lentil soup is burned and is off."
"The Druids appeared to be eating fine brown trout. You may fry us a pair of these with a salad of cress and garden stuff. What were the Druids eating in their side dish?"
"That was my specialty, crayfish tails with eggs and mustard."
"You may also serve us such a side dish with some good bread and butter, and perhaps a fruit conserve." Dildal bowed.
"At your order. Will you drink wine?"
"You may bring us a flask of whatever wine you deem a good value for the price, but at all times please keep our parsimony in mind. We are as niggardly as Druids." Ailess and Tetzel were served a dinner with which they could find no fault, and Dildal seemed almost civil. Tetzel eyed him with foreboding. "He seems to be making a large number of marks on his board."
"He can mark until doomsday for all of me. If he becomes insolent, you need only announce that you are Lady Tetzel of Castle Sank, and instantly he will be moderate in his manner. I know his kind."
"I thought that I was now Tetzel the slave girl."
Ailess chuckled. "True, your protests might not carry weight after all."
The two retired and went to their couches. The night passed without incident. In the morning they ate a breakfast of porridge, bacon, and eggs. Ailess then, counting on his fingers, arrived at what he considered a fair reckoning for the hospitality provided by Dildal, a sum of 10 copper pennies, or a silver half-florin. Ailess went to the counter to pay the score. Here Dildal, rubbing his hands briskly together, presented him a statement of charges, the grand total of which was 3 silver florins and 4 pence. Ailess laughed and tossed back the statement. "I do not even intend to argue with you. Here is a silver half-florin with an extra 2 pennies because the mustard was good. I now offer you this sum in payment. Will you accept it?"
"Certainly not,"
declared Dildal, his face flushing red and his lax lower lip drooping.
"Then I will take the money back, and we will bid you good day." "Do you think to alarm me?" roared Dildal. "I have your pledge at this moment next to my very hand. You have refused to pay my charges, therefore I claim ownership of your horses."
Ailess and Tetzel turned away from the counter. "Claim all you like," said Ailess. "I own no horses. Yesterday, before our arrival, I traded them for a boat. Dildal, farewell." 5. The boat was a clinker-plank skiff, 15 feet long, with copper-riveted seams, a spritsail, lee-boards, and a rudder swung off the transom in the new manner. Ailess rowed the skiff out into the lake, raised the sail to a morning breeze from the west, and the boat scudded northward down the lake with the wake gurgling behind. Tetzel made herself comfortable in the bow, and Ailess thought that she seemed to be enjoying the freshness of the morning. Presently she looked over her shoulder. "Now where are you bound?"
"As before, to Dunkrieger in Godelia."
"Is that close to Zounges?"
"Zounges is immediately across the Skyer."
Tetzel said no more. Ailess wondered as to her interest, but forbore to ask. For 2 days they sailed the lake, passing the 12 Druid islets, and discovering on one a giant crow built of wickerwork, which provoked Tetzel's wonder. Ailess told her, "In the fall, on the eve of the day they call Swargil, they will set the crow afire and conduct a great orgy below. Inside the crow will burn 24 of their enemies. If we set foot on the island, we would burn with the others. Sometimes it will be a horse or a man or a bear or a bull." At its northern end the lake became shallow and choked with reeds, but at length spilled out to become the headwaters of the river Solander. 3 days later Ailess looked ahead to see the bluffs which flanked the Solander estuary. On the right was the kingdom of Dahot, on the left North Ulfland still. The estuary opened into the Skyer, and the skiff rode over larger waves than it might have liked, and far larger than Tetzel found comfortable, while the scent of salt water hung in the air. With the wind blowing brisk from the west, the skiff plunged ahead at 4 or 5 knots, throwing back cold spray to add to Tetzel's discomfort. Ahead, on the left, at the end of a stony peninsula, rose the fortified town Zounges. On the right now was Godelia, the land of the Celts, and at last Dunkrieger came into view. Ailess looked along the docks, and to his delight discovered not only a large Troyes cargo cog, but also one of his new warships. Ailess sailed the skiff up to the side of the warship. The sailors on deck looked curiously down. One called, "Ahoy there, fellows! Stand clear! What do you think you are up to?" Ailess called up, "Drop me a ladder and call the captain." A ladder was lowered. Ailess made fast the skiff, steadied the ladder while Tetzel climbed to the deck. Then he too followed. By this time the captain had appeared. Ailess took him aside. "Sir, do you recognize me?" The captain looked hard, and his eyes widened. "Your Majesty! What do you do here in this condition?"
It is a long story which I will tell you presently. For now know me merely as Ailess, no more. I am, so to speak, incognito." "Just as you say, sir." "The lady is Ska, and under my protection. See if you can find her a place of privacy. Let her bathe, and give her clean clothes. She has been sick for 3 days now, and would as soon die as live." "At once, sir. And you will be wanting something of the same, I take it?" "If it is not too inconvenient for you, I would welcome a bath and a change of clothes." "My convenience, sir, is not to be considered. Our facilities are not luxurious, but they are yours to command." "Thank you. But first, what is the news from South Elfland?" "I can only give a third-hand report, but it is said that a Ska army from Swarak was caught in the open country by one of our armies. There was a great battle of a sort which will long be remembered. The Ska were sorely beset, and then another of our armies, marching down from the east, struck them from the rear, and they were destroyed. I am told that Swarak is once more an Ulf city." "And all this occurred during my absence," said Ailess. "It appears that I am not as indispensable as I would like to think." "As to that, sir, I cannot say. We have been sailing the narrow sea, interdicting the Ska, and we have caused them great trouble. We are here now only to take on supplies. In fact, we were close upon casting off when you came aboard." "What of King Gax across the way in Zaunges? Is he still alive?" "It is said that he is finally dying, and a Ska puppet will be the next thing. That is the news which has come to us." "Hold off your departure, if you will, and also show me where I can clean myself." Half an hour later Ailess encountered Tatzel in the captain's cabin. She had discarded her old garments, bathed, and now wore a gown of dark maroon linen, which one of the seamen had been sent ashore to buy in the market. She came slowly close to Ailess and put her hands on his shoulders. "Ailess, take me, if you please, to Zaunges and put me ashore on the dock. My father is now there on a special mission. I want nothing so much as to join him." Tatzel searched Ailess' face. "You are not truly an unkind man. I implore you, let me go free. I can offer you nothing but my body, which you seem not to want. But you may have me now, and gladly, if you will deliver me to Zaunges. Or if you want none of me, my father will reward you." "Indeed," said Ailess. "How?" "First he will remit your slavery forever. You need never fear recapture. He will give you gold, enough that you may take up a piece of land in Troysenet and never know want." Ailess, looking into the mournful face, could not resist a laugh. "Tatzel, you are most persuasive. We shall go to Zaunges." Chapter 13 1. While Ailess, with his unsatisfactory slave, Tatzel, traversed the wilds of North Elfland, events elsewhere about the Elder Isles were not, therefore, held in abeyance. At Lioness Town, Queen Solace and her spiritual adviser, Father Umfred, inspected drawings for the prospective cathedral, which they hoped might rear a magnificent facade above the end of the chail, and bring an ecstasy of religious awe upon all who saw it. Queen Solace, should the cathedral be built, had been assured of sanctification and eternal bliss by Father Umfred, whose own rewards would be somewhat more modest, the archbishopric of the Lioness diocese. In view of King Casmire's obdurate resistance, Queen Solace had become less confident in her hopes. Father Umfred time and time again reassured her. Dear lady, never allow the shades of despair to mar the regal beauty of your cheeks. Discouragement? Expel the word. Down, 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 into the odious quagmire of guilt, heresy, and vice, where wallow the benighted folk of this world." Solace sighed. "Your words are good to hear, but virtue alone, even when joined with 1,000 prayers and tears of holy passion, will not melt the soul of Casmire." "Not so, dear lady. I have words to whisper in the ear of King Casmire which might mean 2 or even 4 cathedrals, but they must be whispered at the proper moment." Father Umfred's encouragement was nothing new. He had hinted in this manner on other occasions, and Queen Solace had learned to control her curiosity with a sniff and a toss of the head. As for King Casmire, he wanted no dilution of his authority. His subjects espoused a great variety of beliefs: Zoroastrianism, a whiff or two of Christianity, pantheism, druidical doctrine, a few fragments of classic Roman theology, somewhat more of the Gothic system, all on a substratum of ancient animism and Pelasgian mysteries. Such a mélange of religions suited King Casmire well. He wanted nothing to do with an orthodoxy deriving from Rome, and Solace's talk of a cathedral had become a vexation. At Falufale in Avalon, King Audrey sat with his feet in a basin of warm, soapy water. in preparation for the royal pedicure, meanwhile listening to dispatches from sources near and far, as read by Malrador, the under-chamberlain entrusted with this thankless task. King Audrey was especially distressed by the news from Sir Lavereland Alponso, who, at King Audrey's orders and using tactics suggested by two of Audrey's intimates, Sir Arthemus and Sir Gliggery, had conducted a grand sortie into Weisrod, where he had been repulsed by the Celts. Sir Lavereland earnestly requested reinforcements, and cited the need for light cavalry and archers. The pikemen and young knights recommended by Arthemus and Gliggery had fared poorly against the boisterous Celts. King Audrey sat back into the cushions of his chair and threw his hands high in disgust. "What went wrong this time? I am baffled by these ineptitudes. No, Malrador, I will hear no more. Already you have soured my day with your croaking. Sometimes I suspect that you enjoy making me miserable." "Your Majesty," cried Malrador, "how can you think that of me? I do my duty no more. And respectfully I urge that you hear this latest dispatch. It came in only an hour ago from the Marches. It seems that notable events are afoot in the Ulflands, regarding which your Majesty must be apprised." King Audrey surveyed Malrador through half-closed eyelids, his head thrown back into the cushions. "Often I toy with the notion of requiring you not only to read the dispatches, but also to answer them, thus sparing me the vexation." At this humorous sally, Sir Arthemus and Sir Gliggery, sitting near-by, gave appreciative chuckles. Malrador bowed. "Sire, I would never dare to so presume. This, then, is the news from Sir Samphire of the Marches." Malrador went on to read the dispatch, which told of Troyes and Ulfish successes against the Ska. Sir Samphire went on to make recommendations, using language which aroused King Audrey to forget the situation and stamp his feet. Two maidens and the barber came running to remove the basin and prop Audrey's feet on a cushioned stool so that the pedicure might proceed. The barber said politely, "Sire, I suggest that you hold your feet motionless while I am cutting your toenails." Audrey muttered, "Yes, I am astonished by Samphire's language. Does he think to dictate my strategies?" Arthemus and Gliggery clicked their tongues and made sounds of perturbation. Malrador incautiously said, "Your Majesty, I believe that Samphire merely attempts to put the significance of the events into clear perspective for your maximum information." "Ta-ta-ta, Malrador! Now you take his part against me. These are distant events beyond the Marches, and all the while we are mocked by these infuriating Celts. They lack all awe of great Dohot. Bah! They must be punished. I will drown them in their own blood, since that seems to be their choice. Arthemus, Gliggery, why are we so bedevilled? Answer me that, by boors and lumpkins smelling of cow. What is the explanation?" Arthemus and Gliggery made indignant gestures and pulled at their moustaches. King Audrey turned bitterly back to Malrador. "Well, then, you have had your way. Now are you done? Always you bring me worries when I am least in the mood to deal with them." "Sire, it is my task to read the dispatches. If I concealed unfavourable news from you, then indeed you would have cause to reprimand me." King Audrey heaved a sigh. "That is true enough. Malrador, you are a faithful fellow. Go and write these words on parchment. Sir Lavereland Alponso, we extend our best regards. It is time that you wiped the butter from your chin, and perhaps by example inculcated your troops with a mood of full pugnacity. Only last month you assured me that we would break the heads of 1,000 Celtic fools. What folderol will you tell me next? Then affix my seal, subscribe my signature, and send off this dispatch by fast courier." "Very good, sire, it shall be done, and your reprimand shall be effected." "It is more than a mere reprimand, Malrador. It is an order. I want to see Celtic heads grinning from the ends of our pikes. I want the might of Dohot to send these buffoons flying and hopping like frightened rabbits." Malrador said gravely, "Sir Arthemus and Sir Gliggery command crack brigades. Why restrain their fire? They are both spoiling for a good fight." Arthemus and Gliggery slapped their hands as if in enthusiasm. "Well said, Malrador. Go now and stir up Sir Lavereland while we discuss affairs with His Highness." As soon as Malrador had departed, Arthemus and Gliggery soothingly explained away the latest debacle in Weisrod, and turned the conversation to more pleasant subjects, and the three immersed themselves in plans for the entertainment of King Adolphe of Aquitaine, and so went affairs in Dohot. In other parts of the Elder Isles, Torquil, by sheer force of will, resurrected himself from the edge of death. In her villa on the beach near Ys, Melanthe thought unfathomable thoughts. At Swersmod and Trilda, respectively, Myrgin and Shimrod kept to their manses, and occupied themselves with their researches. Tamarello, however, was absent from Feroli, and, according to the magician Wrought Raven, had taken himself to the peak of a high mountain in Ethiopia for a period of meditation. And the green pearl? A pair of young goblins, coming upon Manting's naked white skeleton, played games with the bones, kicking the skull back and forth, wearing the pelvis as a helmet, and throwing the vertebrae at a party of dryads who quickly climbed into the trees and taunted the goblins in sweet high voices. Forest mold covered the pearl ever deeper. So passed the summer and autumn and winter. With the coming of spring, seeds began to germinate in that area close upon the buried pearl. Young plants sent up shoots, which grew with unusual vigor, sending out a profusion of lush leaves, followed by wonderful flowers, each different from the rest, and like no other flower ever seen before. 2. Zaunges had been a fortified place since before the beginning of history. The town occupied a flat-topped knob of stone, bounded on 3 sides by cliffs rising a sheer 200 feet from the water. On the 4th side, a narrow saddle of granite, something over 100 yards long, connected the town with the mainland. The Ulfland of 4 centuries ago had been a powerful kingdom, comprising both North and South Ulfland, though not Ys or the Vale of Evander, Godelia, and what were now the marches of Dehot, out past Poelitets. At this time King Fidwig, in the full exercise of his megalomaniac might, decreed the total security of Zaunges. 10,000 men toiled 20 years to achieve a system of fortifications based on walls of granite 40 feet wide at the base and 120 feet high, closing the causeway at its narrowest width, again where the causeway entered the town, then hooking out into the Skyer to protect the harbor from attack by sea. Almost as an afterthought, King Fidwig ordained a palace, and Jehondel was built to a scale as prodigious as the walls of Zaunges. Much reduced from its old magnificence, Zaunges remained as secure against attack as ever. The aristocracy had maintained tall stone town-houses and formed the nucleus of the small army which defended the city from the Ska. Jehondel, now the palace of King Gax, showed a massive facade to the market square, but, like the palaces of the lesser nobility, made no pretense of ancient glory. The wings were closed off, as were the upper floors, save for the suite used by King Gax, a dreary set of chambers, carpeted with woven rushes and furnished with massive pieces, scarred by the hard usage of centuries. Fuel was an item of expense. The bedroom where King Gax lay dying was warmed only minimally by a mean little smoulder of turves. In his prime, Gax had been a man of noteworthy stature and strong physique. For 30 years, while the Ska advanced their black battalions, first into the foreshore, then across North Ulfland, his rule had gone badly. He had fought hard and suffered wounds, but the Ska were relentless. They destroyed his forces and crushed 3 proud Daut armies, fighting under a treaty of mutual assistance. At last the Ska drove Gax to bay, behind the walls of Zaunges. Stalemate came into being. The Ska were powerless to strike at him, and he could exert even less pressure against the Ska. From time to time, Ska emissaries brought Gax lukewarm offers of amnesty, if he would open the gates of Zaunges and abdicate in favor of the Ska designate. Gax rejected all such overtures, in the wistful hope that King Audrey might once again honor the ancient pact and send a great army to drive the Ska into the sea. In this policy he was generally supported by his subjects, who saw no advantage for themselves under Ska rule. Sir Crame, next of the royal succession, also endorsed Gax's intransigence, if for reasons quite at variance with Gax's own. Sir Crame was a burly, heavy-faced man of middle maturity, with black hair, lowering black brows, and a short, curling black beard, in stark contrast to the pallor of his complexion. His appetites were large, his tastes were coarse, his ambitions were unbridled. When he himself assumed the throne, he hoped to use the office for his best personal advantage, either through alliance with the Ska or abdication, at a price which would afford him a luxurious estate in Dehot. Time passed, and King Gex was unconscionably slow about his dying. If rumour were to be believed, Sir Crame contained his impatience only by dint of great effort, and perhaps had even considered methods to hasten the natural processes. The Chamberlain Rohan, upon learning that Sir Crame had shown great favour to a pair of the guards outside King Gax's bedchamber, ordered new deadbolts affixed to the doors, and reassigned the guards to permanent night duty on the outer parapets, where rain and storm were merely signals for augmented vigilance. Rohan also devised a system which guaranteed that King Gax's food was the most wholesome in all Zounges. Each of the kitchen's cooks was required to eat of Gax's food before it was served. Sir Crame, taking note of the precautions, congratulated Rohan for his fidelity, and grimly set himself to wait for King Gax to die at his own pace. Meanwhile the stalemate persisted. King Audrey not only failed to succour his ally King Gax, the Ska insolently drove into Dahot and occupied the Fort Poelitets. In outrage, King Audrey issued a series of ever more emphatic protests, then warnings, then threats. The Ska paid no heed, and King Audrey finally turned his attention elsewhere. In due course he would assemble an invincible army, with 100 carriages of war, 1,000 knights in full regalia, and 10,000 valiant men-at-arms. In a magnificent glitter of sharp steel and silver crests, with banderoles streaming overhead, the great army would fall upon the Ska and send them reeling and skrieking into the sea, and Audrey sent King Gax a document asserting his firm decision in this regard. King Gax seldom stirred from his bed. He could sense the ebbing of his vitality, and sometimes thought to feel the passing of hours and minutes as if they were grains of sand in an hourglass. His face, once ruddy, was drawn and grey, but his eyes still burned with the smoky yellow gleam of intelligence. He lay motionless, propped up on a pillow, arms arranged on the coverlet, and spent long hours watching the flicker of fire on the hearth. Occasionally, under Rohan's watchful eye, he conferred with his staff and received visitors, including a deputation of high-ranking Ska, the Dukes Luhalks and Ankhalks, and an entourage of lesser lords. While they spoke bluntly and to the point, they conducted themselves with all propriety, and King Gax could find no fault with their general behaviour. During the Ska's first audience with King Gax, necessarily in his bedroom, Sir Crame and 2 others were also in attendance. Duke Luhalks stated the deputation's business. "Your Highness, we regret to find you unwell, but all men die, and it appears that your time is close upon you." King Gax managed a weary smile. "While life remains, I live." Duke Luhalks bowed curtly in acknowledgment. "I intended the comment only as a step-board for the burden of my message, which I now state. The Ska nation rules North Elfland and intends to restore the ancient glory. We will expand our power, first to the south, then to the east. The city Zounges is a nuisance to us, a stone in our path. We must guard its approaches, lest the Dots attempt a reinforcement, which would place an enemy force full on our flank and threaten our control of Poelitets. We want both the city Zounges and the titular rule of North Elfland, that we may rescind the treaty with Dahot. With our flank secure, we are free to subjugate South Elfland, where the new king is becoming obstreperous." "I am not interested in expediting your conquests. To the contrary. Still, you die, and events will pass you by. There is no royal prince in the statutory line of succession." Here Sir Crame indignantly thrust himself forward. "Absurd and incorrect. I am in the direct line of succession, and I shall be the next king of North Elfland." Duke Luhalks smiled. "We understand your ambitions very well, since you have communicated them to us on several occasions already. We intend to buy neither Zounges nor the title from you." He turned back to King Gax, who had watched the interchange with a wintry smile. "Your Highness, we request that you immediately anoint our designate as the King of North Elfland." Sir Crame cried out, "Your Majesty, the insolence of this proposal is exceeded only by its cold-blooded arrogance. We obviously reject it with indignation." Duke Luhalks paid him no heed. "We will thereupon grant you and all present inhabitants of this place amnesty for acts committed to our detriment, and we will confiscate neither wealth nor property. Will you agree to this proposal?" "Certainly not," declared Sir Crame. Gax spoke in irritation.
"Sir Crame, please allow me to formulate my own responses."
He turned back to Duke Luhalks. "We have survived the displeasure of the Ska for many years. Why should we not continue to do so?" You can assure this policy only while you live. Upon your death, Sir Crane, should he become king, will attempt to extort treasure from us. Our easiest recourse is to pay, then recover this treasure by a levy upon all the folk of Zounges. I assure you that not one groat of Sir Crane's fee will come from our own coffers." "There would be no negotiations," snapped Sir Crane. "On this I am firm. But if there were, you would be forced to stipulate financial as well as physical amnesty for our entire population." King Gax spoke sharply. "Sir Crane, I have heard enough of your interpolations. You may leave the room at once." Sir Crane bowed and departed. King Gax asked, "Suppose the next king for a fact continued my policies, what then?" "I do not care to reveal all the details of our plans. Suffice it to say, we would feel that we must take Zounges by force." "If this is so simple, why have you not done so before?" Duke Luhalx considered a moment, then said, "I will tell you this. We do not regard Zounges as impregnable. If we decide upon siege, then you will know a total blockade and full deprivation. Rain will be your only drink, and grass your only meat. If we were to take Zounges by force, and if a single precious Ska life were lost, every man, woman, and child in Zounges would know the shackles of slavery." King Gax made a flickering gesture of frail white fingers. "Go, I will consider my opportunities." Duke Luhalx bowed, and the deputation departed. A week later the Ska returned. Sir Crane was again present, on condition that he maintain full silence unless his opinions were solicited. Duke Luhalx presented his compliments to King Gax, and asked, "Your Highness, in connection with our proposal, have you reached a decision?" Gax gave a hacking cough. "You are right in that my life is leaving me. I must choose my successor, and soon, or I shall die with the deed undone." Whereupon Sir Crane becomes king? True, unless I anoint him or someone else, such as good Rohan here, before I die. The Ska preference, even over the excellent Rohan, is the Duke Ankhalx. His nomination would ensure for Zounges the advantages of which I spoke. I will keep your recommendation in mind. When will you undertake the ceremony of coronation? Soon. I have sent a courier to King Audrey asking his advice. A response should arrive before the week is out. Until then I will have nothing further to say. But you have not ruled out our candidate, Duke Ankhalx? I have come to no firm decision. If King Audrey instantly mobilizes a great army and marches west, naturally I will not throw open the gates to you. In any case you will still wish to nominate and anoint your successor? Gax reflected a moment. Yes. And when will this ceremony occur? Gax closed his eyes. 7 days from today. You will give me no prior indication of your intentions? Gax spoke with his eyes closed. Much depends upon the news from Avalon. In truth, I expect very little, and I will die a bitter death. The Ska departed, tight-lipped and muttering among themselves. 3. The Troyes warship tied up to a dock in the Zounges harbor. Alis disembarked with Tatzel, the captain, and 2 others from the ship's crew. The group passed under a raised portcullis, through a tunnel 30 feet long, and out upon a narrow cobbled street which wound up to the market square. The facade of Jehondel loomed opposite, a set of ponderous stone blocks devoid of grace or delicacy. The group crossed the square, entered Jehondel by the front portal, which was opened for them by a doorkeeper. In an echoing stone foyer a footman came forward. "Sir, what is your business here?" "I am a gentleman of South Ulfland, and I request an audience with King Gax." "Sir, King Gax is ill, and sees few persons, especially if their business is casual or inconsequential." "My business is neither one nor the other." The footman brought the High Chancellor from his office, who asked, "You are surely not another courier from Avalon?" "No." Alis took the official aside. "I am here on a matter of urgency. You must take me directly to King Gax." "Ah, but that I am not allowed to do. What is your name, and how is your business so urgent?" "Mention my presence only to King Gax, and in private. Tell him that I am intimate with Sir Tristano of Troysinet, whom perhaps you yourself will remember." "I do indeed. What name, then, shall I announce?" "King Gax will want my name spoken to himself alone." "Come this way, if you please." The High Chancellor led them into the main gallery and indicated benches along the wall. "Please be seated. When the king is able to see you, Rohan the Chamberlain will so inform you. Remember, not a word to anyone but King Gax." Half an hour passed. Rohan the Chamberlain appeared, a stocky, short-legged person of mature years, with a few wisps of grey hair and an expression of chronic suspicion. He inspected the group with automatic distrust. He spoke to Alis, who had risen to meet him. "The king has taken favourable notice of your message. He now confers with the Ska, but will speak with you shortly." The conference in King Gax's bedchamber was short indeed. Sir Crame, already on hand, stared sullenly into the fire. As soon as Dukes Luhalks and Ankhalks entered, King Gax indicated a blond young gentleman dressed in the flamboyant style of the court at Avalon. "There is the courier. Sir, read out King Audrey's message once again, if you please." The courier snapped open a scroll and read, "To the attention of Gax, King of North Elfland. Royal cousin, I send you my dearest regards. In the matter of the Ska brigands, I counsel that you fall on them tooth and nail and defend your great city for yet another brief period, until I can mitigate one or two carking local problems. Then together we will destroy this black-hearted human plague once and for all. Be of good cheer, and know of my hopes for your continued good health. I am the undersigned Audrey, King of Dohot." King Gax said, "That is my message from Audrey. It is as I expected. He intends to do nothing." Luhalks, with a grim smile, nodded. "So then, what of my proposal?" Unable to repress his fury, Sir Crane called out, "I beg you, sir, make no commitments until we have conferred." Gax ignored him. To Luhalks he said, "Put your proposal in the form of a written protocol, with your guarantees delineated in bold black ink. In 3 days will be the coronation." "Of whom?" "Bring me your solemn handwritten document." Luhalks and Ankhalks bowed and left the chamber. They descended the stairs and turned down the great gallery. To the side sat a group of 5 persons. A young woman in their midst cried out in a poignant voice, "Father, do not pass me by!" Tatzel jumped to her feet and would have run across the gallery had not Alis caught her around the waist and pulled her back down upon the bench. "Girl, sit quiet and make no bother." Luhalks stared incredulously from Tatzel to Alis and back once more to Tatzel. "What are you doing here?" Alis spoke. "Address your remarks to me. The girl is my slave." Luhalks's jaw dropped in new bewilderment. "What idiocy is this? My man, you are mistaken. This is the Lady Tatzel, a Ska noblewoman. How can she be your slave?" "By the usual process, which you, of all people, must know in every detail. In short, I captured her and subdued her to my will." Duke Luhalks slowly came forward, eyes glowing. "You cannot do such a deed to a noble Ska lady, and then dismiss it so casually in front of her very father." "It is no hardship whatever," said Alis. "You have never strained at the deed. Now the shoe is on the other foot, and suddenly you find the idea incredible. Do you not sense a taint of unreality?" Duke Luhalks showed a wolfish grin and put his hand to his sword. "I will kill you dead. Then the unreality and reality itself will disappear."
"Father," cried Tatzel, "do not fight him. He is a very demon with the sword. He cut Torqual to pieces."
"In any event, I will not fight you," said Alis. "I am in this palace under the protection of King Gax. His soldiers will come to my call and put you in a dungeon." Duke Luhalks looked uncertainly from Alis to a pair of armed pikemen who stood immobile near by, watching the encounter with the cool gaze of lizards. Rohan the Chamberlain came into the hall and approached Alis. "His Highness will see you now." "He must see me as well," declared Duke Luhalks with sudden vehemence. "This is an intolerable case which he must adjudicate." Rohan tried to argue that turmoil might excite King Gax, but his protests went unheeded. However, at the door to the bedchamber he excluded all but Alis, Tatzel, and the Duke Luhalks, who strode forward and addressed King Gax from close by his bed. "Your Highness, I bring my complaint to your attention. When I walked along your gallery I discovered this fellow, and with him my daughter, whom he holds by force and claims as his slave. I bade him to relinquish her to me. As a Ska noblewoman she cannot be subjected to such indignities." King Gax asked huskily, "Did the enslavement occur here at Johondel while she was under the protection of my roof?" "No, the deed was done elsewhere." King Gax looked at Ailess. "Sir, what have you to say?" "Your Highness, I plead natural law. Duke Luhalx has enslaved many free folk, both of South and North Ulfland, including, so it happens, myself. He does not remember me, but for a goodly period of my life he forced me to serve him as his servant at Castle Sank, where I became acquainted with Tatzel. I escaped from Sank. I became a free man, and then, when opportunity afforded, I captured Tatzel and made her my slave." King Gax looked at Duke Luhalx. "Do you have Ulfish slaves in your custody?" "I do." Luhalx spoke with lame dignity, for already he saw how his case was going. "Then how in logic can you protest this instance, even though it must cause you pain?" Duke Luhalx bowed his head. "Your adjudication is fair and just. I stand reprimanded for my protests." He turned to Ailess. "How much in gold will you take that I may recover my daughter?" Ailess said slowly, "I know of no gauge which measures the value of a human life. Luhalx, take your daughter. She is useless to me. Tatzel, I give you into the care of your father. Now, if you please, you may depart, and allow me to consult with good King Gax." Duke Luhalx gave a short nod. He took Tatzel's hand, and the two departed the chamber. Remaining were Rohan and the 2 guards by the door. Ailess turned to King Gax. "Sire, our business must be transacted in total secrecy." Gax croaked. "Rohan, leave us together. Guards, stand outside the door." With poor grace Rohan departed the chamber, and the guards moved into the hall. Ailess turned back to King Gax. "Sire, my name is Ailess." Half an hour later Rohan became uneasy and looked through the doorway. "Sir, are you well?" "Quite well, Rohan. I need nothing. You may go." Rohan departed. Ailess asked, "Do you trust Rohan?" King Gax uttered a wry chuckle. "It is generally felt that Crame is to be the next king. Profit and place go with him, and I am deemed, accurately enough, as good as dead." "Not quite," said Ailess. "Rohan devotes himself to my welfare by night and by day. I count him among my few true friends." "In that case let us include him in our discussions." "As you wish. Rohan!" Rohan appeared with a promptitude which suggested an ear to the door. "Sir?" "We wish you to contribute your wisdom to our discussions." "Very well, sir." Ailess said, "The ceremony of coronation will take place 3 days from now. Apparently your best hope is to surrender the city to the Ska along with the crown. Therefore Sir Crame must act either tonight or tomorrow night, or his dreams will be forever shattered." Gax stared forlornly into the fire. "Were he king, could he not hold Zaunges as I have done?" "Perhaps, had he the will to do so. Still, Zaunges is not so impregnable as you may think. Do sentries patrol the cliffs by night?" "For what reason? What could they see but foam and black water?" "If I were attacking Zaunges, I would choose a dark, calm night. A rope ladder would be lowered from somewhere along the cliffs, and warriors waiting below in small boats would climb this ladder, then lower more ladders, and more warriors would climb the cliffs. In short order, hundreds of men would have arrived to enter your city." King Gax nodded weakly. "No doubt you are right." "As another case, how is your harbor guarded?" "At sunset 2 heavy chains close off the entrance. No ship, large or small, can enter. Then the portcullis is lowered." "Chains will not hold back swimmers. On a dark night 1,000 men could ease into the harbor, towing their weapons on floats, then hide aboard ships already at the docks, until morning. As soon as the portcullis was raised, a pair of posts could be positioned to make any attempt to lower it impossible. Leaving the ships immediately and charging into the city, the army would have control of Zaunges within the hour." King Gax gave a dismal groan. "The years have made me heavy. Needless to say, changes will be made." "A good idea," said Ailess, "but for now more urgent affairs press on us, and we must plan for all contingencies. By that I mean Sir Crame." The afternoon passed. At sunset, King Gax took his evening meal of gruel with a few morsels of mincemeat, chopped apple, and a goblet of white wine. An hour later the guards at the door were changed, and new guards came on duty. Rohan indignantly reported that the 2 new guards were cousins to Sir Crame's spouse, of rank far too high to be standing guard duty by night. Bribes had clearly been paid and influence exerted, so declared Rohan, furious, if for no other reason than the contravention to his personal authority. Darkness came to Zaunji's. King Gax composed himself for sleep, and Rohan retired to his own chambers. Jehondel became quiet. In Gax's bedchamber the fire burned low on the hearth. A pair of wall sconces on the back wall cast soft yellow light, leaving the high-groined ceiling in shadow. A faint thud of footsteps sounded from the hall. The door eased open with a quavering creak. A heavy shape stood silhouetted against the light of torches in the hall. The figure came quietly into the room. From his bed Gax croaked, "Who is there? Ho, guards! Rohan!" The dark shape spoke softly. "Gax, good King Gax, you have lived long enough, and now your time has come." Gax called out huskily, "Rohan, where are you? Bring the guards." Rohan appeared from his chamber. "Sir Crame, what does this mean? You are disturbing King Gax." "Rohan, if you wish to serve me, both here and later in Dahot, hold your peace. Gax has outlived his time, and now must die. He will smother under a pillow, and it will be as if he died in his sleep. Interfere at your peril." Sir Crame went to the bed and picked up a pillow. "Hold," said a voice. Sir Crame looked up to discover a man watching him from across the room with sword drawn. "Sir Crame, it is you who are about to die." "Who are you?" rasped Sir Crame. "Guards, carve me the liver of this importunate fool." From Rohan's chamber 3 choice seamen came to stand by the door. When the guards entered they were seized and stabbed. Sir Crame rushed to attack Ailus. Steel clashed, and Sir Crame reeled back from a wound in his chest. Before he could renew the attack, one of the seamen leapt on his back, bore him to the floor, and stabbed him through the heart. Again silence held the room. Gax spoke. "Rohan, call porters. Have them carry these hulks out and throw them over the cliff. See to it. I am going back to sleep." 4. On the day before the coronation, Ailus went out upon Zaunji's fabled walls. They were, he decided, as proof against assault as tradition had asserted, if guarded by alert defenders. He stood on the battlements looking out across the Skyer, 1 foot in an embrasure and leaning against the lichen-stained Merlin. Farther along the battlements he noticed Duke Luhalx with his brother, Duke Ankhalx, both in flowing black cloaks, and Tetzel wearing a grey wool knee-length frock, a black cape, grey stockings, which left her knees bare, and black ankle boots. A red felt cap with the shortest of bills controlled her hair against the efforts of the wind. After a single glance, Ailus paid no more heed to the 3, and he was moderately surprised when Duke Luhalx came purposefully toward him, leaving Ankhalx and Tetzel together 50 yards along the parapet. Ailus brought himself erect, and as Luhalx stopped before him, gave a formal half-bow. "Good day, sir." Luhalx bowed curtly. "Sir, I have given much thought to the circumstances which have brought us into contact. There are certain ideas which I feel compelled to place before you." "Speak." "I have tried to put myself into your position, and I believe that I can understand how you might be prompted to pursue and capture the Lady Tetzel. I, too, consider her a person of great charm. She has described to me in detail your journey across the wilderness, and your general courtesy and concern for her comfort, which clearly was not due to any regard you might have felt for her status." "That is quite true." "You showed more forbearance than I myself might have used in a similar case, or so I fear. I am puzzled by your motives." "They are personal, and reflect no discredit upon the Lady Tetzel. Essentially, I cannot bring myself to use a woman by force." Luhalx gave a wintry smile. "Your motives would seem to do you credit, even if in so saying I seem implicitly to be denigrating the policies of the Ska. Well, no matter. My own feelings translate into gratitude that Tetzel escaped harm, and so for want of anything better I give you my thanks, for at least this particular phase of the affair." Ailus shrugged. "Sir, I recognize your courtesy, but I cannot accept your thanks, since my acts were not intended for your benefit. If anything, to the contrary. Let us simply leave matters as they are." Duke Luhalx showed a rueful half-smile. "You are a prickly fellow, this is for certain." "You are my enemy. Have you received recent news from home?" "Nothing fresh. What has happened?" "According to the captain of the ship, Ulf troops, with the aid of a Troyes contingent, have retaken Swarak and destroyed the Ska garrison." Luhalx's face became still. "If true, that is grim news." "From my point of view, you had no business in Swarak to begin with." Alis paused a moment, then said, "I will advise you, and if you are wise you will follow my instructions to the letter. Return to Castle Sank. Pack all your precious relics, your portraits and mementos from antique times, and your books. Remove these to Skagane, because soon, Castle Sank must burn to the ground." "You make me a harsh forecast," said Luhalx. "It is futile. We will never forsake our dream. First we will take the Elder Isles, then we shall exact our great revenge upon the Goths who drove us from Norway." "The Ska have a long memory." "We dream as a people, we remember as a people. I myself have seen visions in the fire, and they came not as illusions but as recollections. We climbed the glaciers to find a lost valley. We fought red-headed warriors mounted on mammoths. We destroyed the cannibal half-men who had lived in the land for 1,000,000 years. I remember this as if I had been there myself." Alis pointed. "Sir, look where those waves come sweeping in from the Atlantic. They seem irresistible. After 1,000 miles of steady onward motion they strike the cliff, and in an instant they are broken into foam." Duke Luhalx said shortly, "I have heard your remarks, and I will give them due attention. One final matter which preys on my mind, the safety of my spouse, the Lady Cryo." "I have no knowledge of her. If she were captured, I am sure that she has been treated no less courteously than you would deal with a captive Ulfish woman." Duke Luhalx grimaced, bowed, and turning away rejoined Duke Ankhalx and Tatzel. For a few minutes they stood looking across the battlements, then turned and went off in the direction they had come. During the late afternoon a dense purple-grey overcast rose from the west to obscure the sun, and early twilight settled over Zaunjis. The night was totally dark, and brought torrents of rain at irregular intervals, which dwindled as dawn tinted the sky with a wet glow the color of eggplant. 2 hours into the morning the rain had become a misty drizzle, and the sky showed signs of clearing for the coronation later in the day. Alis came running up from the harbor, through the tunnel, along cobbled passages, across the market square, now deserted, and entered Jehondel by the massive front portal. In the foyer Alis gave his wet cloak into the care of a footman, then set off down the main gallery. From the great hall came Tatzel, where she had been observing preparations for the coronation. She saw Alis, hesitated, then came forward, looking neither right nor left. Alis felt a pang of déjà vu. Once again he stood in the gallery at Castle Sank, with Tatzel marching toward him, unheeding of all save her private thoughts. Tatzel approached, her eyes fixed on a point far down the gallery. Clearly Alis was not in her good graces. For a moment Alis thought that she might pass him by without speaking, but at the last instant she came to a grudging halt, and swept him up and down with a quick, cool glance. "Why do you look at me so oddly?" "A peculiar mood came over me. I fancied myself back at Castle Sank. I still feel the chill." Tatzel's drooping mouth twitched. "I am surprised that you are still here. Is not the ship's captain anxious to put to sea?" "He has decided to delay sailing for still a day or so, which allows me time to finish my business." Tatzel looked blank. "I thought that you came here to bring me to my father." "That, for a fact, was one of my purposes. Then King Gax has graciously allowed my attendance at today's ceremony, which will certainly be a historic occasion, and I would not care to miss it." Tatzel gave an indifferent shrug. "It does not seem all that important to me, but perhaps you are right. Now I must go and make my own preparations, though no one will be paying attention to me." "Perhaps I will watch you," said Alis. "The expressions of your face have always intrigued me." 5. Rain continued into the afternoon, sweeping down upon Zaunjis from a sky of black gloom, rattling on the tiles, hissing into the slate-green waters of the Skyer. Within the great hall of Jehondel a dank half-light entered through high, narrow windows. 4 great fires cast a more cheerful glow, which was augmented by a series of wall sconces. A dozen gonfalons, representing the glory of old Ulfland, hung on the stone walls, their colors faded, the deeds they celebrated now forgotten.
Still, the sight of the ancient standards brought moisture to many eyes among those elves who had come to witness the coronation of the new king, a transition which all felt must extinguish the last remaining sparks of ancient honor. In addition to the lords of the great old houses, there were present a company of lesser nobility, as well as a party of 8 ska, standing austerely to the side, the ambassadors of Godilia and Dahot, and a group from the Troyes warship. A pair of middle-aged heralds blew fanfares. Sir Pertain, the High Chancellor, called out, "I announce the imminent arrival of His Majesty King Gax." 6 footmen carried in a platform supporting a throne in which sat King Gax. By a ramp the footmen mounted to a low dais, lowered the platform, and departed. King Gax, wearing a robe of red plush trimmed with black fur, and wearing the crown of North Ulfland over a red cap, raised a fragile hand to the company. "I bid you all welcome. Be seated, those who so desire. Those who prefer the support of their feet to that of their haunches, let them stand." A shifting and a murmur stirred the company. King Gax spoke again. "Death has come to knock at my door. I am loath to let him enter my house. He is said to be a pertinacious guest. Hark! I hear his knock even now. Can others hear this sound, or does it tap, tap, tap for my ears only? No matter, no matter, but still I must do a last deed before I receive my caller. Notice all, I wear the ancient crown. Once it spoke loud of glory and place. This was the crown of Ulfland, when ours loomed large among the states of the Elder Isles. Then there was no north and no south to our land. It united all the west of Hybros, from Godilia to Cape Farewell. Today I wear a symbol of helplessness and defeat. My realm extends only as far as the sound of my voice. The Ska have conquered our land, and made a wilderness where folk once tilled the soil of their farmsteads." King Gax gazed around the room. He pointed a white finger. "There stand the Ska. Duke Luhalx advises me to abdicate in favor of Duke Ankhalx. Duke Luhalx knows our ancient laws, and his candidate is at hand. Duke Luhalx argues that by naming a Ska ruler I do no more than legitimize actuality. Luhalx argues with a good voice, but others have argued with voices even better. They assert that if the crown passed not to the Ska, but to the present king of South Ulfland, then once again the land would be joined under a rule which is committed to expulsion of the Ska and restoration of the old order. These arguments are compelling, as in South Ulfland there is already a new sense of pride and adequacy. South Ulfish forces have already dealt hard blows to the Ska, and are only just starting to bring their power to bear. Such arguments cannot be ignored. The same head that wears the crown of South Ulfland shall wear this crown, which now graces my unworthy old head." Duke Luhalx cried out in a passion, "The ceremony is void unless the South Ulfish king is on hand to receive the crown from your head, and by your hand. You have cited the law yourself." "Indeed I have done so. We will go through the form. Sir Pertain, utter your summons." The High Chancellor called out to the company, "Where is he whom Gax, king of North Ulfland, has commanded to appear before him? I refer in specific to Aelus, king of Dasenet and Troysenet, Skola and South Ulfland. Let him announce himself, if indeed he is present." Aelus stepped forward and approached the dais. "I am here." "Aelus, will you accept from me this crown of our mutual ancestors, and wear it with all possible honor?" "I will do so." "Aelus, will you defend this land against its enemies, and meanwhile nurture the weak and succor the impoverished? Will you guard the lamb from the wolf, restore the waif to its parent, and give the same justice to high and low alike?" "I will do all these so far as I am able." "Aelus, will you conduct yourself in full kingly fashion, eschewing both gluttony and venery, and restraining the cruel display of your wrath, and ever let mercy temper your justice?" "I will do all these in so far as I am capable." "Aelus, come forward." Gax kissed Aelus' forehead, and Aelus saw that tears were streaming down the haggard cheeks. "Aelus, my son, and I wish that you were my son indeed, you have made me a happy man. In joy I tender you this crown and place it on your head. You are now Aelus, king of Ulfland, and let none in all the world dispute my decree.
Druids, where are you? Come forth and sanctify this deed to Cronus the Father, to Lug the Bright, and to Apollo the Wise." From the shadows came a gaunt man in a hooded brown robe. Around Ailith's neck he hung a necklace of red holly berries. Then, crushing a berry in his fingers, he rubbed it on Ailith's cheeks and forehead, meanwhile chanting in a tongue incomprehensible to Ailith. Then, with no further ritual, he returned to the shadows. Sir Pertane called out in a sonorous voice, "Let all know that by the laws of this land here stands the new King of Ulfland, and let none be at confusion in this regard. Heralds, go forth about the city and announce this great glad news." The footman, at a signal from Gax, came forward and, lifting the platform, carried him from the room. Ailith went to sit in a chair on the dais. "Gentlemen and ladies, for the moment I can tell you this. In South Ulfland we have already made life somewhat better for gentility and commoner alike. Our navy controls the narrow sea, where the Ska once sailed out like pirates. Now they dare not leave port. On land we will continue our successful tactics. We shall inflict casualties upon the Ska while taking as few as possible ourselves. This is a kind of warfare which they cannot support, and sooner or later they must draw back to the foreshore. Luhalks, you have heard me. I make no secret of our strategy. You have never blenched at the sight of Ulfish blood. Prepare yourself for the color of your own Ska blood. Would you send a grand army south to take my town, Dundarik? Do so. You will find the town empty, with all the troops pillaging your foreshore, so that not a single Ska house is left standing. Then we will turn south and meet you, and harass your army as hounds bait a bear, and very few of you will win back to Skagane." "That is a grim prediction." "It is only the start. Troy's warships now sail the narrow sea as easily as they do the Lyre. Presently the raids on Skagane will begin. Smoke will rise from this town and that, and again, to your despair. Take my advice and end your rapacity." "I will convey your message to my peers. Truly I hope that they will be swayed by my words. As for your stay here in Zaunges, be it comfort. You came as guests, you may leave as guests at your own best convenience. And when you describe these events to your fellows, I hope that you will stress my prediction, to the effect that unless they renounce their ancient obsession, as I have renounced my revenge against you, they will know great grief." "King Ailith, we are accustomed to grief." Looking beyond Duke Luhalks, Ailith took note of Tatzel standing somewhat apart. He looked into her pale face, and for a moment was urged to cross the room to speak to her. Certain of the Ska moved so as to cross his line of vision and block her from his view. He turned away and went rather to Gax's bedchamber, where he thought that he might sit in company with the old man. Arriving at the royal suite, he knocked at the door, which was opened by Rohan. Ailith spoke quietly. "I came to sit with King Gax, if he is not too tired after the ceremony." "Sire, you are not in time. King Gax will never tire again. He is dead." 6. Ailith spent 3 busy days in Zaunges. He participated in ceremonies of gloomy pomp, to the braying of druid horns at the funeral of King Gax. He reorganized the system of guards and sentries, and tried to appoint Rohan as his viceroy, without success. "Appoint Sir Pertane to this post," said Rohan. "He has been more than faithful to King Gax, and is a great one for place and status. He is also indecisive, and even a trifle dull. Instruct him, therefore, that I will direct policy, and that he must follow my instructions, which will trouble him not at all. In short order I hope to base 3 or 4 companies of good troops here at Zaunges. Since we can attack anywhere along the Skyer, the Ska will know great anguish and trouble in defending themselves. In this region they are obviously much overextended. They must either commit 2 or 3 battalions to guard the Skyer and the river Solander, and perhaps even Lake Quivern, or they must retreat from this entire area, and then the road to Poelitets comes under our attack. If they send their battalions here, they weaken themselves elsewhere. No matter how valiant they are, they cannot defend so large a territory from an enemy who will not fight them in the manner they prefer." "I am convinced that you are right," said Rohan. "For the first time in many years I see a glimmer of hope for us. Be assured that in your absence Zaunges will be guarded. Further, I suggest that you send a military commission here to train our men so that they may take their place in your army. Our years of passivity are at an end." In the early morning Ailith sailed from Zaunges. Rounding Tawsey Head, the warship sailed south down the narrow sea, encountering only another Troyes ship along the way, the Ska now making their passages by night.
Aelus left the ship at Awaldes, and taking horse rode at speed to Dún Darrick, where he received a great welcome from Sir Tristano, Sir Redyard, and others of his staff, who after 3 weeks had become much concerned by his absence. "I assured them of your safety," said Sir Tristano. "I have an instinct in this regard. It told me you were off on some remarkable adventure. Was my instinct correct?" "Absolutely," Aelus reported the events which had taken him so far afield, to the fascination of his audience. "We can in no way match your tale," said Sir Tristano. "Nothing of note has occurred since the taking of Swarock. We now range into North Elfland at will, alert for cheap victories, but these are hard to come by, since the Ska no longer venture abroad in small parties." He brought out a packet. "These are the dispatches from Dom Race, which in your absence I have taken the liberty to read. There is one which I find somewhat mysterious. It is signed S-T, which would seem to indicate Scientancifer, but the words are not his." "That is how Yane keeps his invisibility. If the dispatch is intercepted and something in it is discreditable or off color, then Scientancifer gets the blame." He read the dispatch. "The cog Parsis, sailing from Lioness Town, has arrived at Dom Race. The passengers include a certain Visbium, who would appear to be a sorcerer of no great force, and also a spy in the service of King Casimir. Once before he came over on the Parsis, and put many sly questions regarding Drún and Glyneth to Ehermi and other members of her family, regarding which they have only recently informed me. Visbium now has taken himself to the village Weisk, near Watershade, where he roams the forest, purportedly in search of rare herbs. He is being kept under surveillance, but something bulks below the surface, and the bodes are not good. Casimir, of course, is at his striving, but who stands behind Casimir? I am tempted to suggest that you come home, preferably in company with Shimrod. S-T. Aelus reread the dispatch, frowning at every word. He looked to Sir Tristano. "Have you seen Shimrod?" "Not recently. Were you expecting to find him here?" "No. It appears that I must return to Dom Race at all speed. When terriers bark, one may ignore them. When the old hound bays, then one leaps for his weapons." 7. The warship Pannock arrived at Dom Race harbor on the morning of a sunny summer day, and tied up at a dock hard under the walls of Miraldra. Without waiting for the gangway, Aelus jumped ashore and ran up into the castle. He found the seneschal Sir Esti dozing in the chamber off the great hall which he used for his office. Sir Esti jumped to his feet. "Your Highness, we had no word of your coming." "No matter. Where is the Prince Drún?" "He has been gone 3 days, sir, out to Watershade for the summer." "And the Princess Glyneth?" "At Watershade as well." "And Sir Yane?" "He is somewhere about the castle, sir, or perhaps in the town, or he might be at his estate. In truth, I have not seen him since yesterday." "Search him out, if you please, and send him to my chambers." Aelus bathed in hastily provided ewers of warm water and changed into fresh garments. When he came out into his parlour, he found Yane waiting for him. "At last," said Yane, "the far-ranging king returns, preceded by startling rumour." Aelus laughed and threw his arms around Yane's shoulders. "I have much to tell you. Would you be surprised to learn that I am now king of all Ulfland, in full formality, and no doubt to a bitter griping of Casimir's royal bowels?" "No? You are not surprised?" "The news came 2 days ago by pigeon." "I have other surprises still. You remember Duke Luhalks of Castle Sank?" "I remember him well." "You will be pleased to learn that I twisted his nose in a most satisfying style. He now rues the day that he offended Cargus, Yane, and Aelus." "Now there is fine news indeed. Tell me more." "I captured the Lady Tetzel and took her across the moors as my slave. Had I bedded her as she expected, she would have hated me as an insolent brute. I gave her back to her father untouched, and now she hates me even more. Such is the nature of the female race. True, I expected effusive thanks and tears of joy and invitations from Tetzel, but I had none of these, only a surly ingratitude. More urgently, what of your bodes and premonitions which brought me home at such haste? Evidently they have come to nothing." "Not so. Nothing has changed, and I feel imminence as heavy as before." "All on account of the sorcerer Visbium?" "Exactly so. He excites my deepest suspicions. He is Casimir's agent. So much is incontrovertible, even though the facts lead to more mysteries." "And what are the facts?" 3 times he has visited Hadion, where he was favored with immediate audiences. He came to Troysonet aboard the Parsis and made careful inquiries in regard to Droon and Glyneth, and took the news back to Casimir. Recently he came again aboard the Parsis, and at this moment sojourns in a village not 10 miles from Watershade.
Now do you understand my suspicion? Not only do I understand it, I share it. He is still at Weisk? He lodges at the Cat and Plough, needless to say, under surveillance. Sometimes he studies a book with leather covers. Sometimes he rides in an absurd little pony cart. Sometimes he walks out into the forest searching for rare herbs. The village girls give him a wide berth. He is always after them to cut his hair, or rub his back, or sit on his lap and play a game he calls pouncing ferrets. When they will not go into the woods to hunt herbs with him, he becomes peevish. Ailess heaved a fretful sigh. Tomorrow I must consult my ministers, or they will think harshly of me. Then I will ride out to Watershade. With magic at hand, I would be happy to see Shimrod, but I cannot send for him every time one or the other of us feels a bode. He would quickly lose patience with me. Ah, well, we shall see. Now I am ravenously hungry. The food aboard the Panook is at best only adequate. Perhaps the kitchen can find us something savory for our dinner, a fowl or some ham and eggs, with some turnips and butter and some leeks. As they ate, Yane told of King Casimir's secret warship. With many precautions, the hull had been launched from the Ways in Blalloch, and according to all reports it was a fine hull indeed, built of staunch oak and sound bronze nails, with low freeboard and lateen rig for crisp sailing, and ports for rowing with 40 oars when the winds went calm. To evade notice, the hull had been towed by night from the shipyard to a fitting-out dock further up the Mermail estuary, where the rigging would have been installed. Instead, Troy's ships had closed in. The tow lines were cut, and the hull drifted down the estuary and out into the open sea. At dawn, Troy's ships picked up the line and towed the hull to the south of Dacinet and into one of the deep, narrow inlets, where the hull, suitably rigged, would eventually join the Troyes navy. Yane reported that Casimir, raging over the loss, had pulled half the hair from his beard. "Let Casimir build ships by the dozen," cried Ailess. "We will continue to take them until not a hair remains to his face." As Ailess and Yane took their cheese and fruit, Droon burst into the chamber, travel-worn and wild-eyed. Ailess jumped to his feet. "Droon, what is amiss?"
"Glyneth is gone. She has disappeared from Watershade. I could not prevent it. It happened the day before I arrived."
"How did she disappear? Did someone take her?"
"She went wandering into the wild woods, as she often has done. She never came back. No one is sure, but a certain odd fellow named Visbium is thought to be responsible. He is also gone."
Ailess sagged into a chair. The world, only minutes before so bright and fair, had suddenly gone grey. A dull weight pressed upon his heart. "Naturally you made a search."
"I went out at once with Noser and Bunce. They traced her well enough to a glade in the forest, and there the trail died. I called out searchers, and 100 men sought her high and low, and they are still searching. I rode here to get help, and I have not stopped along the way except to change horses. I am greatly relieved to find you, for I am at my wits' end."
Ailess threw his arm around his son's shoulders. "Good Droon, I could have done no more or no better. There is magic at work, and we cannot cope with it."
"Then we must send for Shimrod."
"That we will do. Come."
Ailess led the way to the study at the side of his parlor. On a taboret, a stuffed owl sat on a perch. From the owl's beak dangled a blue cord by a string with a gold bead at the tip.
"Ah," cried Ailess, "Shimrod has preceded us."
He gently pulled at the blue cord, and the stuffed owl spoke. "I have gone to Watershade. Join me there." Chapter 14. 1. The season came around to the high solstice, a time of great significance for astronomers. The night skies were ruled by the gentle constellations of summer: Ophiuchus, Lyra, Cepheus, Deneb the swan. Arcturus and Spica, noble stars of spring, sank in the west. From the east rose Altair to stare down upon sullen Antares, where Scorpio sprawled across the south. Under the cool stars, and everywhere across the Elder Isles, folk conducted their endeavors, sometimes in joy, as at King Gax's coronation of Ailess, sometimes in fury, as in the case of King Casimir and his stolen ship. Elsewhere husbands chided wives, and wives discerned flaws in their husbands. At village inns and wayside taverns boasting, gluttony, and wine-swilling were rife, to the thud of mugs, the clinking of coins, and gusts of laughter. At Kernuin's Antler, on the shore of Lake Quivern, avarice was embodied in the person of the innkeeper Dildal, and here, perhaps, is an appropriate occasion to recount further incidents in regard to Dildal, which otherwise might be lost in the spate of larger events.
2 days before the solstice, a group of druids came to Cernuan's Antler for their midday meal. Despite double portions of Dildal's good boiled beef and braised lamb shanks, their conversation was pitched in tones of vehement indignation. At last Dildal could no longer contain his curiosity. Putting a question, he learned that a band of sacrilegious outlaws had stormed the sacred islet Alziel, put torches to the great wicker crow, and liberated the sacrificial victims, so that the usual rite was no longer feasible. The circumstance, so the Druids asserted, was somehow connected with the accession of a new king at Zaunges, who had sent out gangs of cutthroats to harass and ambush the Ska. "Outrageous," declared Dildal, "but if they were in pursuit of Ska, why did they destroy the crow and so spoil the rite?" "We can only believe that the new king's personal fetish is the crow. Next year we will construct a goat, and no doubt all will be well." Later in the afternoon a pair of middle-aged travelers arrived at the inn. Dildal, watching from a window, adjudged them persons of no great distinction, although their garments and the silver medals on their hats indicated a decent level of prosperity, and each rode a horse of obvious spirit and quality. The two dismounted, tied their horses to a rail, and entered the inn. They found Dildal, the tall saturnine innkeeper, behind the counter in the common room, and requested food and lodging for the night, giving their names as Harbig and Dussel. Dildal agreed to supply their needs in whatever style they desired. Then, citing the unalterable rule of the house, he tendered to each a document for signature. Harbig and Dussel, reading, discovered a firm stipulation that should the visitor fail to pay his score, he must surrender and forfeit his horse, saddle, and bridle, in full and even discharge of his debt. Harbig, the elder of the travelers, frowned at the uncompromising terms used in the contract. "Is not this language somewhat harsh? After all, we are honest men." Dussel asked, "Or are your prices so high that one must pay the worth of a horse for a night's accommodation?" "See for yourself," declared Dildal. "There on the board I advertise my menu for the day. Tonight I serve boiled beef with horseradish and cabbage, or should one prefer, a good platter of lamb shanks braised with peas and garlic, or a savory soup of lentils. The prices are marked plain and clear." Harbig studied the board. "Your tariffs would seem wholesome, but not severe," he stated. "If the portions are of satisfactory size, and the garlic is not scamped in the cooking, you shall find no complaint in this quarter. Dussel, am I correct in this?" "In every respect save one," said Dussel, a person moon-faced and a trifle portly. "We must verify the charges and subcharges for our lodging." "Quite so, a wise precaution. Landlord, how do you quote our room rent, stated in toto, inclusive of all extras, imposts, fees for water, heating, cleaning, and ventilation, and with free access to the latrine?" Dildal quoted rates for his various styles of accommodation, and the two travelers settled upon a chamber with rates and amenities to their satisfaction. "Now then," said Dildal, "all is in order except your signatures on the documents. Here and here, if you please." Harbig still held back. "All seems in order, but why must we subject our poor horses to the shameful burden of liens? Somehow I find the condition a source of anxiety." Dussel nodded in thoughtful agreement. "It seems to ensure a nervous visit for the traveler." "Aha!" cried Dildal. "You cannot imagine the sly tricks and feats of criminal cunning which the ordinary innkeeper must endure. Never will I forget this apparently innocent young couple who rode down from the brakes and commanded from me my best. I kindly obliged and served to their order, so that the whole kitchen was in an uproar with the preparation of special dishes and the serving of fine wines. In the morning, when I presented my modest little account, they claimed penury. 'We have no money,' they told me, merry as larks. I said, 'Then I fear I must take your horses.' They laughed again. 'We have no horses. We traded them all for a boat.' That day I learned a bitter and costly lesson. Now I keep custody of my surety in my own barn." "A sorry tale," said Dussel. "Well then, Harbig, what of this paper? Shall we sign?" "What harm can come of it?" asked Harbig. "These prices seem fair, and we are neither paupers nor fly-by-nights." "So be it," said Dussel. "However, I must, in all conscience, add a notation. Landlord, I write, my horse is extremely valuable and must have excellent care." "A good idea," said Harbig. "I will write the same. There. And tonight I shall put prudence behind me. Though it cost a round penny or more, I vow that I will partake of Dildal's special boiled beef with horseradish sauce and good bread and butter." "I am heartily of your persuasion," declared Dussel. At supper-time Harbig and Dussel came handily to the common room and took their places at the table. When Dildal came to see to their pleasure, Harbig and Dussel both commanded a goodly portion of boiled beef. Dildal dolefully reported that the meat had burned in the pot, and all had been thrown out to the dogs. "Still, we have fine fish to offer. Indeed, fish is our specialty." Harbig said, I think that in lieu of good beef I will make do with lamb shanks, and let there be no stinting with the garlic. For me the same, declared Dussel. And shall we not also crack a bottle of good but inexpensive red wine? Exactly in order, declared Harbig. Dussel, you are a man of exquisite discrimination. Alas, sighed Dildal, at noon 6 druids arrived, and each ate lamb shanks with both cheeks, so that tonight the kitchen boy ate the remaining scraps for his supper. But no matter, I can offer a succulent pie of crayfish tails, or a brace of fine brown trout, at their prime, sizzling in butter and vinegar. Harbig scanned the board. They are not written on the menu. How are the prices? Fair, or so I expect, with the whole lake at your doorstep. When it comes to fish, we are at our best. What of 2 dozen pilchard, with lemons and sorrel? Toothsome, no doubt, but price, man, what of the price? Oh, ha, I am not certain, it varies with the catch. Harbig dubiously eyed the menu. Lentil soup might be tasty. Soup is off, said Dildal. What of a plate of splendid salmon roe with capers and butters, with a salad of cress and parsley? And the price? Dildal gave his hand a deprecating wave. It might be more, or it might be less. I rather fancy the salmon roe, said Dussel. Tonight that shall be my meal. I shall dine on trout, said Harbig. Let there be an adequacy of side dishes. Dildal bowed and rubbed his hands. So it shall be. The two were served their fish, which they consumed with gusto, along with 2 bottles of wine. Soon thereafter they sought their beds. In the morning Dildal provided a breakfast of porridge with curds. Harbig and Dussel ate briskly, and then called out for their scores. With a grim smile Dildal brought each man his tally. Harbig cried out aghast, Am I reading correctly, or are the figures upside down? My score comes to 19 silver florins 4pence. Dussel was likewise dumbfounded. For a platter of roe I am accustomed to paying no more than a few groats, or maybe a good red penny. I seem to see here a demand for 21 silver florins. Harbig, are we awake, or still asleep and roaming some never-never land? You are awake, and my prices are real, said Dildal shortly. At Kernuan's Antler, fish is very dear, since it is prepared by secret recipes. So be it, said Harbig. If pay we must, then pay we will. The 2 travelers glumly opened their wallets and paid over silver coins to the sum required. Harbig said, Now, if you please, bring us our horses, as we are in a hurry to be off and on our way. Immediately. Dildal called an order to the kitchen boy, who ran out to the barn. A moment later he returned, faster than he had gone. Sir, the barn is broken open. The door hangs loose, and the horses are gone. What? Cried Harbig. Do I hear aright? My great champion Nebo, which I valued at 100 pieces of gold, or even 200? In shock, Dussel cried, And my prize steed from Morocco, which cost me 100 golden crowns, but which I would not sell for 300? Harbig said sternly, Dildal, your joke has gone far enough. Produce our horses upon this instant, or else pay us over their value, and precious horses indeed they were. For Nebo I demand 200 crowns of gold. Dussel declared his loss to be even greater. For Ponzanti I need 250 gold crowns, even to approach a settlement. Dildal finally found his tongue. These cited prices are absolutely outrageous. For a single gold crown I can buy the finest of steeds. Ah, ha, ha! Our horses are like your fish. Pay on this instant 450 gold crowns. You cannot enforce this insane demand, declared Dildal. Be off with you, or the stablemen will beat you well and cast you into the lake. Trouble yourself only to look along the road, said Harbig. You will notice an encampment of 20 soldiers from the army of Aelus, king of Ulfland. Reimburse us our stolen horses, or prepare to kick from the royal gibbet. Dildal ran to the door, and with pendulous lower lip sagging, took note of the encampment. Slowly he turned back to Harbig. Why have these soldiers come to Lake Quivern? First, to attack Ska and drive them from the region. Second, to burn the Wicker Crow and to liberate Druid captives. Third, to investigate rumors of villainy at Kernuan's Antler and to hang the landlord if the charges seem well grounded. Dussel said sternly, Once more, pay us for our horses, or we will call for the king's protection. But I own no such sum, Dildal grimaced. I will return your florins, that must suffice. Bah, not enough. We now take title to the inn, as you take title to your guests' horses, in full and even exchange. Dussel, at last you fulfill your dreams. You are the landlord in residence at a fine country inn. As a first step, impound all the coins in yonder drawer and the gold in Dildal's strong-box. No, 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 cried Dildal, not my precious gold. Dussel ignored the outcry. Dildal, show me the strong-box. Then you must go, and promptly. We will allow you the clothes on your back. Dildal still could not accept his fate. This is an unthinkable turn of events. Harbig raised his eyebrows dubiously. "Surely you did not believe that you could continue robbing your guests forever?" "It is a mistake. Somewhere there must be recourse." Harbig said, "Be grateful that you deal with us, not the sergeant of yonder platoon, who already has selected a tree and measured a rope." Dildal growled, "I detect strange coincidences. How do you know so much about yonder troop?" "I am their captain. Dussel, if you must know, has been chief cook at Jehondel, but with King Gax gone, his services are no longer required, and he has always hoped to keep a country inn. Dussel, am I correct in this?" "In every respect. Now, Dildal, show me the strong box, then be on your way." Dildal set up a great moaning. "Have mercy! My spouse is afflicted in the lower limbs and cannot walk. The veins circle her legs like purple snakes. Must we crawl on our hands and knees in the dust?" Harbig spoke to Dussel. "Dildal seems to manage well enough at the stove, and deals especially kindly with fish. Why not keep him at work as potboy and undercook, while his spouse makes herself useful, milking the cows, making cheese and butter, digging turnips, carrots, and leeks, and working the soil, all from a kneeling position to spare her sore legs. Entirely by the mercy of King Aelus, of course." "Dildal, what do you say?" demanded Dussel. "Will you serve me faithfully, without complaint or shiftlessness, at my direction?" Dildal rolled his eyes high and clenched his fists. "If I must, I must." "Very good. First, point out the location of your, or better to say, my, strong-box." "It is under the flagstone of my private parlor." "Now, my parlor. You must move at once out to one of the cottages. Then scour this floor until each plank glows the color of new straw. I wish to see neither soil nor stain on the floor of the Lakeshore Inn, which is certain to become a rustic resort for the gentility of Zoungies." 2. Twitten's Corners, in the forest of Tantravallis, was the site each year of 3 fairs, to which came traders and buyers from all across the Elder Isles, human and halfling alike, each hoping to discover some wonderful charm or trinket or elixir to bring advantage to his life or gold to his wallet. The first and the last of these so-called Goblin Fairs marked, respectively, the spring and autumn equinoxes. The second, or middle, fair started on that evening known to the Druids as Pignal an Hag, to the fairies of Forest Tantravallis as Summer's Thon, to the Ska archivists as Soltranure, in the language of primeval Norway, a time marking the start of the lunar year, defined as the night of the first new moon after the summer solstice. For reasons unknown, this night had come to be a time of unusual influences and oblique pressures from entities aroused to sentience. Wanderers of high places often thought to hear the echo of windy voices and the drumming of far galloping hoofs. At the inn known as the Laughing Sun and the Crying Moon, hard by Twitten's Corners, the night was known as Phremus, and meant a spate of incessant toil for Hockshank the innkeeper. Even before Phremus, the inn was crowded with folk of many sort, who had come to mingle in unconventional camaraderie, to sell, to buy, to trade, or only to watch and listen, or perhaps to seek out some long-lost friend or some defaulted enemy, or to recover an item of which they had been deprived. The yearnings were as disparate as the folk themselves. Among these folk was Melanthe, who had arrived early to take up the apartment reserved for her use. For Melanthe the fair was surcease from introspection, an occasion where her presence aroused little attention and less curiosity. Hockshank, the landlord, was casual in regard to his clientele, so long as they paid in good silver and gold, caused no nuisance, and exuded no vile, foul, nor arresting odors, and his common room knew a wide variety of halflings and hybrids, oddities and nonsuches, as well as persons like Melanthe, apparently ordinary in their qualities. Arriving early on the day before Phremus, Melanthe went to watch construction of the booths around the periphery of the meadow. Many merchants already displayed their wares, hoping to engage the visitor of limited means before he spent all his coin elsewhere. Melanthe went slowly from booth to booth, listening without comment to the excited calls of the hucksters, showing a faint smile when she saw something which pleased her. Along the eastern edge of the meadow she came upon a sign painted in green, yellow, and white. "Here are the premises of the notable and singular Zuck, dealer in objects unique under the firmament. My prices are fair, my goods are often remarkable. No guarantees, no returns, no refunds." Zuck himself stood behind the counter of his booth, a person short, plump, round-faced, near bald, with an innocent inquiring expression. A button of a nose and round plum-colored eyes, pointed at the corners, hinted of halfling blood in his heritage, as did a sallow green cast to his complexion. Zuck regularly sold at the fair and specialized in materia magica, the substances from which potions and elixirs were generally compounded. Today his wares included a novelty. Between a tray of small bronze bottles and cubes of clear gum, a single flower stood displayed in a black vase. Melanchthi's attention was instantly attracted. The flower was notable both for its odd conformation and its colors, so vivid and intense as to be almost palpable, brilliant black, purple, frosty blue, and carmine red. Melanchthi could not remove her gaze from the flower. She asked, "Zuck, good Zuck, what flower is that?" "Lovely lady, that I cannot say. A fellow of the forest brought me this single bloom that I might gauge the mood of the market." "Who might be this wonderful gardener?" Zuck laid his finger beside his nose and showed Melanchthi a knowing grin. "The person is a Falloy, and of a distant nature. He insists upon anonymity, so that he will not be subjected to lengthy theoretical discussions or stealthy attempts to learn his secret." "The flowers, then, must grow somewhere in the forest nearby?" "Quite so. The flowers are sparse, and each is more magnificent than the next." "Then you have seen others?" Zuck blinked. "As a matter of fact, no. The Falloy is a great one for hyperbole, and avaricious to boot. However, I have insisted upon moderate prices for the sake of my reputation." "I must buy the flower. What, in fact, is your price?" Zuck looked blandly up toward the sky. "The day is almost done, and I like to end with an easy sale to serve as an omen for tomorrow. For you, lovely lady, I will quote an almost trifling sum, 5 crowns of gold." Melanchthi looked at Zuck in innocent surprise. "So much gold for a single flower?" "Ah, bah, does the price seem high? In that case take it for 3 crowns, as I am in a hurry to shutter my booth." "Zuck, dear Zuck, I seldom carry coins of gold." Zuck's voice became somewhat flat. "What coins, then, do you carry?" "Look, a pretty silver florin. For you, good Zuck, for your very own, and I will take the flower." Melanchthi reached across the counter and lifted the flower from the vase. Zuck looked dubiously at the coin. "If this is for me, what remains for the Falloy?" Melanchthi held the flower to her nose and kissed the petals. "We will pay him when next he brings us flowers. I want them all, every one." "It is a poor way to do business," grumbled Zuck, "but I suppose that you must prevail." "Thank you, dear Zuck. The flower is superb, and its perfume likewise. It exhales a draught from the very shores of paradise." "Ah, well," said Zuck, "tastes differ, and I sense only a rather disreputable chife." "It is rich," said Melanchthi. "It opens doors into rooms where I have never looked before." Zuck mused. "A bloom of such evocation is definitely undervalued at a single silver bit." "Then here is another to guarantee my interests. Remember, all the flowers must be sold to me and me alone." Zuck bowed. "So it shall be, though you must be prepared to pay the fair price." "You shall not find me wanting. When does the gardener come again?" "As to that I cannot be sure, since he is a Falloy." 3. When dusk fell over the meadow, Melanchthi returned to the inn, and presently appeared in the common room. She went to a table in the shadows. For her supper she was served a tureen bubbling with a stew of hare, mushrooms, ramp, parsley, and wine, with a crust of new bread, a conserve of wild currants, and a flask of currant wine. A mote of dust drifted down from above to settle into the wine, where it formed a bubble. Melanchthi, observing the event, instantly became still. From the bubble issued a small voice, so faint and soft that she bent forward to hear it. The message was brief. Melanchthi sat back, her mouth drooping in annoyance. With a touch of the forefinger she broke the bubble. "Once again," she muttered to herself, "once again I must use my purple fire to warm this icy sea-green monument to decorum. But I need not mix one with the other, unless the caprice comes on me." She contemplated her flower and inhaled its perfume, while far away at Trilda, Shimrod, studying an ancient portfolio in his workroom, was visited with a shudder of uneasiness. Shimrod set the portfolio aside and slowly stood erect. He closed his eyes, and into his mind drifted the image of Melanchthi, as if she floated in dark water, nude and relaxed, hair drifting loose beside her face. Shimrod frowned off across the room. At a basic and elementary level the image was stimulating. On another level it aroused only skepticism. Shimrod pondered a moment or two in the silence of his workroom, then reached out and tapped a small silver bell. "Speak," said a voice. "Melanchthi has come floating along a dark stream and into my mind," said Shimrod. "She wore a minimum of garments, which is to say none at all. She broke into my studies and started my blood to moving. Then she departed, smiling in a manner of cool insolence. She would not have troubled herself without a purpose. "In that case, discover her purpose. Then we will know better how to respond." "Tonight is Freymas," said Shimrod. "She will be at Twitten's Corners." "Go then to Twitten's Corners." "Very well, I will do so." Shimrod brought other books and portfolios to his work-table, and by the light of a single fat candle turned the heavy parchment pages until he came upon the text he sought. He read in all concentration, storing the acrid syllables in his mind, while a moth circled the candle flame and finally died in a puff of dust. Shimrod packed a wallet with articles of convenience and necessity. His preparations were complete. He went out to the road before Trilda, spoke a few words, closed his eyes, and stepped 3 paces backward. When he opened his eyes, he stood beside the tall iron post which marked Twitten's Corners, at the very heart of Forest Tantravalis. Twilight had given way to night. Soft white stars shone down through gaps in the foliage. 50 yards to the east, cheerful yellow light poured from the windows of the laughing sun and the crying moon into the road, and Shimrod bent his steps in this direction. The iron-bound door had been propped open to admit the airs of the night. At one side Hawkshank stood behind his counter, carving a haunch of venison. Elsewhere were tables, benches, and chairs, tonight occupied to capacity. In a far shadowed corner Shimrod noted the quiet shape of Melanchthie, where she apparently sat absorbed in the reflections on the surface of her wine, seemingly oblivious to Shimrod's presence. Shimrod approached the counter. Hawkshank glanced at him from the side of his golden eyes. Halfling blood ran in Hawkshank's veins. His hair was like fur, the color of decaying straw. He stood with a slight forward stoop. His feet were covered with gray-yellow fur, and instead of toenails he had small black claws. Hawkshank said, "I seem to recognize you from past custom, but I have no head for names, and in any case, should you be seeking accommodation, there is none to be had." "I am Shimrod, from Trilda. In the past, by dint of careful thought, or again by housing certain of your guests in the stable, we have discovered a chamber for my use and your own profit, and both of us have been the happier men for the effort." Hawkshank never paused in his work. "Shimrod, I recall you of old, but tonight the stable is already full. If you put down a purse of gold, I still could not find you a room." "A small purse or a large purse?" "Tonight either will buy you a bench in the common room, but nothing better. Custom presses in on all sides. Already I have made some difficult compromises." Hawkshank pointed his knife. "Notice at the table yonder the 3 sturdy matrons of imposing mien?" Shimrod turned to look. "Their dignity is impressive." "Just so. They are sacred virgins at the temple of Dis in Dahot. I have assigned them to a dormitory of 6 beds, along with the 3 gentlemen yonder with the grape leaves in their hair. I hope that they may reconcile their philosophical differences without disturbing others in the inn." "What of the lady sitting alone in the corner?" Hawkshank glanced across the room. "She is Melanchthie, the demi-witch, and occupies the apartments behind the door of the 2 green lizards. Perhaps you might induce her to share her apartments with me." Hawkshank paused in his carving. "If only all were so deftly done, I would be there myself, and you could share the top of the oven with Dame Hawkshank." Shimrod turned away and went to a table at the side of the room, where he dined on venison with currants and barley. Melanchthie at last chose to notice his presence. Crossing the room, she slipped into the chair opposite him. In a light voice she asked, "I have always considered you a very paragon of gallantry. Am I so wrong in my judgment?" "In most respects, yes. How is my gallantry at fault?" "Since it was I who called you here, surely you might have joined me at my table." Shimrod nodded. "What you say is valid in the abstract. Still, in the past I have found you unpredictable, and sometimes pungent in your recriminations. It is one of your little quirks. I hesitated to make a public demonstration of our acquaintance, and perhaps cause you embarrassment. I therefore waited upon your signal." "Good, modest, self-effacing Shimrod. I was right after all. Your chivalry is irreproachable." "Thank you," said Shimrod. "Furthermore, I wanted to dine before you told me something to destroy my appetite." "Now are you replete?" "I have dined well, though the venison was somewhat tough, and meanwhile you decided what you wished to tell me." Melanchthie smiled down at the flower she held in her fingers. "Perhaps I have nothing whatever to tell you." "Why, then, was I summoned by so explicit a signal? Unless at this moment thieves are ransacking Trilda." Melanchthie's smile, as she twirled the flower in her fingers, became vague. "It might be that I merely wanted to be seen in company with the famous Shimrod, to enhance my reputation." "Bah! Not a person here knows me except Hawkshank." Melanchthie looked around the room.
For a fact, no one seems to be noticing. The reason is simple. Your modesty. Tamarello's dramatic guises are for the most part self-defeating. You are more clever. You conceal yourself in a form which allows you great advantage. Shimrod looked blankly across the table. Indeed, how so? Melanchthon inspected Shimrod through half-closed eyes with her head tilted sidewise. You simulate the universal man with total conviction. Your hair is hacked short across your face, peasant style, and is even the color of well-used stable straw. The features of your face are bony and gaunt, but you relieve their coarseness by a simpleton's drollery, which reassures everyone. You wear what appears to be a peasant's smock, and as you dine elbows high, you display the appetite of one who has toiled long hours among the turnips. All these aspects make for a great advantage, as well you realize. No adversary would ever associate what purports to be a gaunt, blinking loon for the dangerous and debonair Shimrod. It is a cunning disguise. Thank you, said Shimrod. Your compliments are hard to come by. I accept them all with pleasure. Boy, bring more wine. Melanchthon smiled down at her flower. Has Hawkshank found you a chamber for the night? He has offered me a bench here in the common room. Something better may still come to light. Who knows, murmured Melanchthon. The boy brought wine in a grey faience decanter decorated with blue and green birds, and a pair of squat faience goblets. Shimrod poured both goblets full. Now then, you have called me here. You have characterized me as a boor and a loon. You have distracted me from my work. Was there any other purpose in your signal? Melanchthon shrugged. Tonight she wore a dark brown robe in which she seemed childishly slight. I might have called you because I was lonely. Shimrod raised high his eyebrows. Among all these quaint folk, they are your familiars and the songsters who join you out on the rocks. Truly, Shimrod, I wanted to see you that I might ask your opinion of my flower. She displayed the blossom. The petals, black, purple, ice blue, and carmine red, seemed as fresh now as if the flower had just been plucked. Smell! The odor is unique. Shimrod sniffed and looked askance at the flower. Certainly it is vivid, and its petals are nicely shaped. I have never seen another like it. And the perfume? I find it a trifle too heady. I am reminded of— Shimrod paused and rubbed his chin. Of what? A strange picture came into my mind. A scene of flowers at war and a great carnage. Flowers with green arms and legs lay dead or mortally wounded. Others, tall in pride and cruelty, cut down at those who were doomed, and so smelled the battlefield. That is a complex and subtle way to describe a scent. Perhaps so. Where did you come by the flower? At the booth of the trader Zuck, who will tell me nothing as to its source. Shimrod drank from the goblet. We have discussed my disguise and your flower. What other topics interest you? Melanchthon gave her head a rueful shake. When first we met, you lacked all suspicion. Now you dart cynical glances over your wine-cup. I am older, said Shimrod. Is that not the ordinary course of life? When I first knew myself as Shimrod, I felt an exuberance I cannot describe. Murgen despaired of me, and would not so much as hear my voice. I cared nothing. I frolicked like a young goat, and travelled the land with a new adventure at every turning. Aha! Tonight your secrets are emerging. Do they include a spouse from this time of rashness, along with a bevy of sons and daughters? Shimrod laughed. There is definitely no spouse. As for children, who knows the truth if all was sorted out? I enjoyed a vagabond's life. I was as careless as a bird, and only too susceptible to the charms of winsome maidens, be they fairy, falloy, or human. If I fathered children, how many or how they fare today is unknown to me. Sometimes I wonder, but in those days I never gave thought to such things. All is past. Tonight, here sits Shimrod, sedate and crafty, in his peasant disguise. Meanwhile, how goes your life? Melanchthon sighed. Tamarello is back from Mount Cambaste, and the air is immediately rife with intrigue and rumour, which might or might not interest you. I am willing to listen. Melanchthon studied the flower as if seeing it for the first time. I pay little heed. Occasionally I hear a name I recognize, then I turn my head to listen. For instance, are you acquainted with the magician Visbium? Not by such a name. What of this Visbium? Why is he notable? For nothing in particular. Apparently he was at one time apprenticed to a certain Hippolito, now dead. I have heard of Hippolito. He lived in the north of Dohot. Visbium approached Tamarello with some mad scheme, and Tamarello sent him packing. And Melanchthon added primly, Visbium lacks all principle. How so? "Oh, this way and that. Lacking Tamarello's support, he declared himself ready to serve King Casimir of Lyonesse. They think to attack King Aelus of Troysonet."
Shimrod tried to feign disinterest. "And so, what are his intentions?"
"There was talk of using the Princess Glyneth in their plans. You appear to be stunned by this little rumor."
"Truly, I admit to affection for the Princess Glyneth. I would do my best to ward her from harm."
Melanchthon leaned back in her chair and thoughtfully sipped wine from her goblet. Presently she spoke in a soft, even voice, though a subtle ear might have detected nuances of mockery and annoyance. "Amazing how chaste little virgins like Glyneth can excite such wild extravagances of gallantry, while other persons of equal worth, perhaps blemished by a goiter or a pock-mark or two, can lie suffering in the ditch, eliciting little, if any, notice."
Shimrod uttered a melancholy laugh. "The fact is real. The explanation derives from daydreams and ideal concepts far more powerful than justice, truth, and mercy all combined. But not in the case of Glyneth. She spills over with kindness, and she would never ignore those lying in the ditch. She is always merry. She is clean and fresh as the sunlight. She brings pleasure to the world by her sheer existence."
Melanchthon seemed taken aback by the fervor of Shimrod's remarks. "In Shimrod she has a dedicated champion. I was unaware of your devotion."
"I know her well, and I love her as I would my own daughter."
Melanchthon rose to her feet, mouth drooping. "I had forgotten. The subject bores me."
Shimrod also rose to his feet. "Melanchthon, are you retiring for the night?"
"Yes, the common room grows noisy. You may join me if you like."
"Lacking all better alternative, I accept." Shimrod took Melanchthon's arm, and the two retired to the apartment behind the door of the Two Green Lizards. Shimrod put light to the candles in the candelabra on the table. Melanchthon, standing in the center of the room, fixed the flower into her hair, watching Shimrod all the while. She let fall her brown robe and stood nude in the candlelight.
"Shimrod, am I not beautiful?"
"Beyond all doubt, beyond all question. But put aside the flower, it detracts from you."
Melanchthon pouted. "But I like it. Shimrod, come kiss me."
"Put aside the flower. I find it repellent."
"As you like." Melanchthon tossed the flower to the table. "Now will you kiss me?"
"I will do better than that," said Shimrod, and so passed the first hours of the night. At midnight, as the two lay pressed close together, Shimrod said, "I have an uneasy feeling that you were about to tell me something more of the wizard Visbium."
"Yes, that is so."
"Then why will you not tell me?"
"Because I feared that you would become agitated and perform some instant and unnecessary act."
"What sort of act might that be?"
"There is nothing you can do now. Visbium has already gone to Watershade and departed for one of his private bolt-holes, a place known as Tanjectorly."
A cold chill came over Shimrod. "And he took Glyneth with him?"
"That is the rumor. But you can do nothing to prevent it. The deed is done."
"Why did Visbium do this?"
"He worked at Casimir's behest. Also, if Tamarello is to be believed, such projects are dear to Visbium's heart."
"He must know that he has just put a short term to his life," said Shimrod.
Melanchthon held him close. "I like you best when you are like this."
Shimrod thrust her away. "You should have told me at once if you meant to tell me at all."
"Ah, Shimrod, you must remember my mixed feelings for you. I am at ease and even happy with you, but soon I find that I want to hurt you and cause you every conceivable pain."
"You are lucky that I lack similar yearnings, even though you provoke them." Shimrod dressed himself.
"It is exactly as I feared," said Melanchthon. "The impractical Shimrod hurries off to Tanjectorly, and there rescues his dainty Glyneth."
"Where is Tanjectorly? How does one get there?"
"The route is detailed in the rarest of all books, one which Visbium stole from Hippolito."
"And the name of the book?"
"Twitten's Almanac, or some such thing." "Shimrod, are you truly going?"
The only response was the sound of the door closing behind Shimrod. Melanchthon shrugged and presently fell asleep. In the morning Melanchthon went in great anticipation to the booth of Zuck the trader, where she was disappointed anew. "I have spoken to the Falloy," said Zuck. "There will be no more flowers at this fair. The plants yielded only the single blossom. There will be more in the fall, as the buds are already forming, and the Falloy says that you must bring gold, as silver is not enough for wares so heady." Melanchthon spoke a soft sound under her breath.
"Zuck, I will come in the autumn, and you must reserve the blooms for me alone. Is it agreed?"
"So long as you pay in gold."
"There will be no difficulty here."
4. Returning to Trilda, Shimrod went at once to the workroom. In the Pantological Index he discovered a reference to Tanjectorly.
The source of information in regard to Tangectuli is derived from the exceedingly rare and somewhat suspect Twitten's Almanac. Tangectuli is described as one of a set or cycle of 10 superimposed worlds, which includes our own. Interconnections are difficult to find and evanescent in nature. According to Twitten, Tangectuli, similar in certain ordinary respects to our world, is notably different in others. The inhabitants are said to be various, and include even tribes of human-seeming folk, and others in which the similarity is at best cursory. The environment of Tangectuli is described as noxious, and indeed lethal, to those persons who would travel here without making adaptations. Again, Tangectuli may be no more than one of Twitten's idle fables. His caprices and pranks are well documented elsewhere. On the other hand, the almanac is said to be a work of great complexity and inner coherence, which would seem to lend the volume credence. Shimrod tapped the silver bell. A voice said, "Shimrod, you work late." "I was summoned to a rendezvous by Melanchthie the witch. I met her at the Laughing Sun and Crying Moon Inn, and I thought surely that she had called to give me news, and so it was, though she took her own time in the telling. She mentioned a low sorcerer by the name of Visbium, formerly apprenticed to Hippolito. Visbium conferred with Tamarello, who sent him to King Casimir of Lyonesse. Thereafter, according to Melanchthie, Visbium went to Watershade, and for reasons not entirely clear, kidnapped Glyneth and took her to the place Tangectuli. The index lists Tangectuli as a possibly imaginary place mentioned by Twitten in his almanac. So then, what are your plans? I can only do as Melanchthie and perhaps Tamarello expect. I will go to Watershade. There I hope either to find this is all a mare's nest, or is a situation where I can interfere with Visbium's plans. Failing this, I must go wherever Visbium has taken Glyneth, which may mean Tangectuli itself. The cool voice said, "This seems a complicated intrigue. Several motivations are suggested. Like you, I suspect that Tamarello has instructed Melanchthie. She had very good success urging you to leap like a fool into interworld chaos before. She and Tamarello no doubt have theorized that if the scheme worked so well before, why should it not work again? Clearly they want you to plunge with full bravado into Tangectuli, whence you will never return. For them, a fine feat. They destroy you and cripple me. Under no circumstances are you to venture into Tangectuli. It is a palpable trap. Second, if Visbium is working at the behest of Casimir, then the object might also be to confuse, distract, and harm King Aelus. I have recently sensed, and this confirms, that Tamarello at last has discovered the insolence to ignore my edicts, and I must punish him."
"All very well," said Shimrod, "but what of Glyneth?"
"I know nothing about Tangectuli. It seems that I must make inquiries. In the morning I will tell you my findings. Then you must counsel King Aelus. But neither he nor you nor the Prince Drune may venture the way into Tangectuli."
"Then how shall Glyneth be rescued?"
"We will send our agent. Now I must go to study." 5. At sunset, Aelus and Drune, on horses sweaty and spent, crossed the moat by the old timber drawbridge, and so arrived at Watershade. Shimrod came out to meet them. Aelus and Drune searched his face, hoping to read some trace of cheer. Shimrod gave his head a shake. "I know a few sparse facts, and their indications are worse than ever. I cannot even speculate on what is happening to Glyneth. Come, let us go inside, and I will tell you what I know. At this moment hysterical haste will avail us nothing. Tonight, at least, we will sit quietly and rest and form plans as best we can."
Aelus said, "You do not infect me with optimism."
"There is none to be had. Come, Weir has laid out our supper, and I will tell you of Tangectuli."
Drune asked, "Where is Tangectuli?"
"You shall hear." Aelus and Drune ate cold beef and bread while Shimrod spoke. "I will start at the starting," said Shimrod. "Some hundreds of years ago, Twitten the wizard either himself compiled or obtained from another source a volume which became known as Twitten's Almanac. This same Twitten, for purposes unknown, placed the iron post at a crossroads in the forest of Tantravallis, despite legends which state otherwise. The almanac, so I learn, describes a cycle of worlds, one of which is Tangectuli. Hippolito the magician owned the almanac, and apparently instructed his apprentice Visbium in its use. When Hippolito disappeared, presumably to his death, Visbium made off with the almanac."
Aelus said, "I know something of this Visbium. By all reports he is a strange and unpleasant person, and works in the service of Casimir. He came before to Troysonet. and put assiduous inquiries regarding Droon to Dame Ahermy and her family, who seem to have given him hints as to the circumstances of Droon's birth, of which Casimir still knows nothing. "Here may be the basis of Visbum's acts," said Shimrod. "He has taken Glyneth that he may learn all there is to be known in this regard." Droon groaned. "Let him give us back Glyneth. I will tell him all he wants to know, and more." Aillis spoke between clenched teeth. "Show me the gate into Tanjectorly. If he has laid a rude finger on her, I will break all his bones." "Just so," said Shimrod with a sad smile. "Mergin feels that Tamarello is responsible, and Tamarello hopes that all who love Glyneth most will recklessly hurl themselves into Tanjectorly and there be lost forever. Mergin has forbidden any such acts." "Then what can we do?" demanded Droon. "Nothing, until we receive word from Mergin." 6. In the morning Droon led the way to the woodcutter's hut deep in the wild woods, to which his dogs had followed Glyneth's trail. As before, the hut stood alone in a little glade, and appeared to be deserted. Aillis approached and started to step through the doorway. He was stayed by a sharp cry. "Hold, Aillis! Stand back! As you value your life, do not enter the hut." Mergin came forward. Today he seemed a tall, erect woodsman with close-cropped white hair. He spoke to Droon. "When you traced Glyneth to this place, did you enter the hut?" "No, sir. The dogs stopped at the doorway and acted in a peculiar manner. I looked through the doorway and saw that the hut was empty. The place gave me an eerie feeling, and I came away." "That was well considered. See this golden shine around the doorway? It is barely visible in the light. It marks the way into Tanjectorly, and the way is still open. If you wish to bring great rejoicing to the heart of King Casimir, step through the doorway." Aillis asked, "May I call out through the doorway?" "Call away. Your voice can do no harm." Aillis stepped close to the doorway and called through the opening, "Glyneth, it is Aillis. Can you hear me?" Silence was profound. Aillis reluctantly turned away and watched as Mergin scratched an outline in the turf before the hut, in the shape of a square 20 feet on the side. With the most meticulous care he scratched a number of other marks inside the perimeter, and then stood back. From his wallet he brought a small box carved from a single block of red cinnabar, and tossed the contents toward the delineated square. Dense white vapor filled the interior of the square, to dissipate with a sudden soft explosion, leaving behind a structure of gray stone. The single means of ingress was a tall black iron door adorned with a panel displaying the tree of life. Mergin went to the door, swung it wide, beckoned to the company. "Come." Aillis, passing through the portal, felt a puzzling sense of familiarity, as if he had come this way before. Shimrod knew their location precisely, the entry to the great hall at Swersmod. "Come," said Mergin. "There is reason for haste. The 10 places slide and move past each other. Visbum's passage seems firm, but who knows when it will break? Since we cannot pass through, we need an agent of suitable sort. I have done the needful study. Now the synthesis. Come, to my workroom." Mergin took the company to a chamber furnished with shelves, cabinets, and tables burdened with unfamiliar machinery. Windows to the east overlooked the foothills of the Tich Tak Tich, and beyond the dark expanse of Forest Tantravalis. Mergin pointed to a bench. "Sit, if you will. Notice this cabinet. It has cost me large toil and a dozen obligations in unseemly places. Still, what must be, is. The cabinet glows with a green-yellow light. It is in fact the stuff of Tanjectorly. The creature within is a young Syaspic feroce from the Dyad Mountains of Tanjectorly. Now he is a mere schematic. When activated, he will also manifest the stuff of Tanjectorly and will form the armature of our construction. It has other virtues as well. It is strong, alert, agile, and cunning. It is immune to fear, and is loyal to the death. Its flaws are the other side of the same coin. It is savage, and becomes a monster of destructive fury when provoked, or sometimes even in the absence of provocation. It is also prone to unpredictable frivolities, which propel its kind on expeditions of 10,000 miles that they may dine on a particular fruit. This is the basis of our agent." Aillis eyed the creature dubiously. It stood a few inches over 6 feet tall, and displayed a rudely man-like form, with a heavy head resting on massive shoulders, long arms with taloned hands and prongs growing from the knuckles. A black pelt covered its scalp, a strip down its back and about the pelvic region. Its features were heavy and crude, with a low forehead, a short nose, and ropey mouth. Tawny gold eyes looked through slits between ridges of cartilage. Mergin spoke again. This is not the beast itself, which would be of no use to us, but its constructive principles which define its nature. Last night I sought across 100 worlds and 1,000,000 years of time. I still am not content, but in so short a time I can discover none better." He closed the cabinet on the Sciaspic Feroce and opened another to reveal the simulacrum of a strong young man wearing leather trousers buckled at the belt. "This creature appears to our eyes as a man because our brains make such an interpretation. It is unnecessary to think differently. He lives among the far moons of Achernar, and he is accustomed to the most extreme outrages of terror and the hourly proximity of death. He survives because he is ruthless and intelligent. His name is Kull the Killer. To our eyes and our brains he seems a handsome, clean-limbed young man of fine physique, and we will make use of this matrix when we join him to the Feroce, as we do now." Mergen joined the cabinets, then, at a table, took what appeared to be a sheet of paper cut into patterns and laid it on another similar set of patterns. He worked for a moment with patterns, cabinets, and machinery. "Now," said Mergen, "the synthesis is done. We shall call the product Kull. Let us observe him." Mergen opened the cabinet door to reveal a new being with attributes of both its constituent beings. The head rode on a short, heavy neck, the face was less brutally modeled, the arms, hands, legs, and feet were more distinctly human. Kull wore his short leather trousers, while the pelt of black hair now covered only the scalp, the neck, and part of the back. Mergen said, "Kull is not yet alive, and needs still another component. Direction, full intelligence, and sympathetic juncture with our own humanity. Any of you three can supply these qualities. Each of you, in his own way, loves Glyneth. Shimrod, I deem you the least suitable. Droon, you would gladly give your life for Glyneth, but the quality I seek I find in Ailess." "Whatever you need, I will give it." Mergen looked at Ailess. "It will mean discomfort and weakness, for you must invest the strength of your spirit and a goodly quantity of your red human blood in this creature. Kull will have no knowledge of you, but his human virtues, if such words apply, will be yours." Mergen nodded. "Shimrod, Droon, wait in the hall." Droon and Shimrod departed the workroom. An hour passed. Mergen appeared. "I have sent Ailess to Watershade. He gave more of himself than I expected, and he is weak. Let him rest. In a week or so he will be himself." "And what of the creature Kull?" "I have instructed him, and already he has fared through the hole into Tanjectoli. Come, let us learn what news he sends back." The three returned through a foyer to the glade in the wild woods. Mergen dissolved the grey stone structure. The three approached the woodcutter's hut. A black glass bottle flew through the doorway and landed at their feet. Mergen extracted a message. "I find neither Glyneth nor Visbium close at hand. I have questioned one who watched all that happened. Glyneth took flight from Visbium, who went in pursuit. The trail is plain. I will follow." Chapter 15. 1. On a bright summer's morning, Glyneth rose with the sun. She washed her face and combed out her hair, which had grown to hang in loose, dark, golden curls somewhat past her ears. It was beautiful hair, so she had been told, full of glints and gleams, but perhaps a trifle longer than truly convenient, since now the wind could blow it into a tousle, so that it needed attention to keep it neat. To cut or not to cut? Glyneth pondered carefully. Gallants of the court had assured her how nicely her hair set off the contours of her face. Still, the one person whose opinion truly mattered to her never seemed to notice whether her hair was long or short. "Aha," said Glyneth to herself, "we will soon put a stop to that kind of nonsense, since now I think I know what to do." On this bright morning she made a breakfast of porridge with a boiled egg and a glass of fresh milk, and the whole day lay ahead of her. On the morrow Droon would be arriving for the summer. Today was her last day of solitude. Glyneth considered riding her horse into the village, but only yesterday, when she rode to visit her friend Lady Alicia at Black Oak Manor, a peculiar man in a pony cart had signalled her to a halt, and had put the most surprising questions. Glyneth had politely acknowledged her identity. Yes, she knew Prince Droon very well. No one knew him better. Was it true, then, that Droon had lived for a period in a fairy she? At this point Glyneth had excused herself from further conversation. "I cannot assert this of my own personal knowledge, sir. Why not put your questions to King Ailess at the court, if you are truly interested? There you would learn which facts are real and which are idle speculation." "That is good advice. Today is a fine day for riding to horse. How far do you go?" "I ride to visit my friends," said Glyneth. "Good day to you, sir." On this morning Glyneth decided that she did care to risk another encounter with the odd gentleman. It was almost as if he had been waiting for her to ride past, and so she decided to wander in the woods. She took up her berry basket, kissed Dame Flora, and promised to be home in time to eat the berries she planned to pick for her lunch. So saying, she set off into the wild woods. Today the forest was at its best. The foliage glowed 1,000 shades of green in the sunlight, and a breeze from the lake made a pleasant murmur as it passed. Glyneth knew a place where wild strawberries grew in abundance and never seemed to fail, but as she walked along the trail her attention was attracted by the most beautiful butterfly she had ever seen. It floated before her on wings of orange, black, and red, fully 6 inches across, and of a most unusual shape. Glyneth increased her pace, hoping that it would settle, that she might examine it at her leisure, but it flew even faster, and eventually entering a glade it flew into a woodcutter's hut. Most odd, thought Glyneth. What a foolish butterfly. She looked through the door and seemed to notice an odd greenish-yellow glow, but paid it no heed. She stepped into the hut and looked all around, but the butterfly was gone. On an old table across the room lay a scrap of parchment. Glyneth read, "You may be surprised, but all is well, and all will be well. Your good friend Sir Visbium will help you, and is about to bring you a great happiness. Once again, feel no fear. Put all trust in noble Sir Visbium, and do his bidding." Most strange, thought Glyneth. Why should she be surprised? And put her trust in Visbium and do his bidding? Not likely. Still, undeniably, something strange was in the air. First the butterfly, then the peculiar light which now pervaded the room. Magic hung in the air. Glyneth had known a surfeit of magic and wanted no more of it. She turned to the door. Never mind the butterfly and the berries. She wanted only to be safe home at Watershade as quickly as possible. She stepped from the hut, but where was the forest? She looked out on a strange landscape. Where could she be? 2 suns hung at the zenith of a heather-gray sky, lazily circling each other, one green, the other lemon-yellow. Short blue grass grew along a hillside, sloping down to a slow, gentle river, which flowed from right to left and out on a wide, flat plain. Where the river met the horizon, an object like a black moon hung in the sky, and the very look of the object caused Glyneth a spasm of unreasonable fear, even horror. Feeling ever more frightened, Glyneth turned away to look elsewhere. Across the river, low hills and dales rolled in a majestic, rhythmic succession, finally blending together. A range of mountains, black and yellow-brown, slanted down from the far left to disappear over the horizon. Closer at hand, along the banks of the river, grew trees with nearly spherical crowns, dark red or blue-green. At the riverside a short man hunched over to dig in the mud with a spade. He wore a dark brown smock, and a wide-brimmed brown hat concealed his features. 100 yards along the shore a boat swung at a rude dock. Scanning the countryside, Glyneth could not help but marvel at the brightness and clarity of the colors. They were not the colors of earth. Where had she wandered? From behind her came the sound of a small, polite cough. Glyneth whirled around. On a bench beside the hut sat the strange man who had spoken to her on the previous day. She stared at him in mingled wonder and consternation. Visbium rose to his feet and bowed. He wore neither cloak nor cape, only a voluminous shirt of black silk with loose overlong sleeves almost to his fingertips. The collar was tied with a flowing cravat of patterned black and red silk. His trousers were also voluminous black silk, hanging to the ground and barely showing long, narrow black slippers. "Have we not met before?" asked Visbium in the most refined of accents. "We spoke on the road yesterday," said Glyneth. Then, her voice trembling in hope, she asked, "Can you please tell me the way back to the forest? I am wanted home for my lunch." "Aha, ha, ha," said Visbium. "It must be somewhere about." "So I should think, but I see it nowhere. Why are you here?" "At the moment I stand admiring the splendid scenery of Tanjek-Tule. You are Glyneth, I believe. If I may say so, your person in no small measure enhances the beauty of these already charming vistas." Glyneth frowned and pursed her lips, but could think of nothing to say which did not seem ungracious. Visbium went on, as before, using a voice of refinement and gentility. "You may know me as Sir Visbium. I am a knight of excellent degree, versed in all the phases of chivalry and in all the courtly arts now the rage of Aquitania. You will derive enormous benefit from my protection and instruction." "That is kind of you, sir," said Glyneth. "I hope that you will indeed instruct me how to return to the forest. I must be home to Watershade within the hour. Otherwise Dame Flora will worry greatly." "That is a vain hope," said Visbium grandly. "Dame Flora must find a means to assuage her concern. The gate functions in only one direction, and we must discover the corresponding crevice of return."
Glyneth searched dubiously all around. "How is that crevice found? If you tell me, I will search it out."
"There is no hurry," said Visbium, with a trace of asperity in his voice. "I regard this as a delightful occasion, with none to trouble us or say us nay, as is so often the case. We shall relax at ease, and each take pleasure in the other's capabilities. I am accomplished in a dozen ways. You will clap your hands in happiness for your luck." Glyneth, darting one quick side glance at Visbium, remained thoughtfully silent. Visbium was possibly unworldly. Cautiously she suggested, "You do not seem alarmed by this strange place. Would you not prefer to be at home with your family?" "Ah, but I have no family. I am a wandering minstrel. I know music of palpable energies, music to cause your blood to pump and your feet to tap." Visbium pulled a small fiddle from his wallet, and using an inordinately long bow, played a fine jig, and danced as well, kicking and jerking, raising high his elbows, producing all the while his strident, if sprightly, music. At last, with eyes glowing, he came to a halt. "Why are you not dancing?"
"In truth, Sir Visbium, I worry about finding my way home. Please, can you help me?"
We shall see," said Visbium airily. "Come, sit beside me and tell me an item or two of information."
"Sir, let me conduct you to Watershade, where we may talk at leisure." Visbium held up his hand.
No, I know all there is to be known of clever young ladies who say yes when they mean no, and no when they mean Visbium, please, and by all means. I wish to talk here, where candor will make you my absolute favorite, and will not that be a pleasant treat? Come now, sit. I enjoy the sense of your delectable presence."
"Sir Visbium, I prefer to stand. Tell me what you wish to know."
"I am curious as to Prince Droon and his early youth. It would seem that he is quite old in years for so young a father."
"Sir, the folk concerned might not wish me to gossip at wholesale with strangers."
"But I am not a stranger. I am Visbium, and much attracted by your fresh young beauty. Here on Tanjectoli there are none to cavil, and none to glare, and none to cry out impudicity. We can indulge ourselves in the most daring of intimacies. But I have perhaps hinted at too much. Think only of my search for truth. I need but a few facts to ease my curiosity. Tell me, my dear, tell me, do."
Glyneth tried to seem casual. "Better that we return to Watershade, you and I. There you may put questions to Droon himself, and he will surely give you a gracious response. You will gain my good opinion, and I will know no guilt."
Visbium chuckled. "Guilt, my dear? Never. Come closer to me. I would caress your glossy hair with perhaps a kiss for your reward." Glyneth drew back a step. Visbium's evident intent was bad news indeed, since if he misused her, he would not dare liberate her for fear that she would carry tales. In such a case her only protection lay in denying him the information he sought. Visbium watched her sidelong, smiling like a fox, as if he were able to read the flow of her thoughts. He said, "Glyneth, I am a person who dances to a merry tune. Still, sometimes I must by necessity and rightness tread to a more portentous strain. I dislike excesses where events go wildly awry and affectionate trust is forever shattered. Do you apprehend my meaning?"
"You want me to obey you, and you promise me harm if I will not."
Visbium chuckled. "That is blunt and direct. The music to these words is not pretty. Still—"
"Sir Visbium, I care not a twig for your music. I must also tell you that unless you, in all courtesy, allow me to leave this place, you will answer to King Ailus, and this is as sure as the sun rises and sets."
"King Ailus? Oh, la! The suns of Tanjectoli neither rise nor set. They curvet in graceful rounds about the sky. Now then, the fabric of our love is not yet rent. Tell me what I wish to know. After all, it is no great thing, or I must compel you to a sweet obedience. I will show you so that you will know my power. Watch."
Visbium went to a nearby hedge and plucked a flower of 20 pink and white petals.
"See this bloom? Is it not dainty and innocent? See how I do."
Visbium pushed his long, thin white fingers from the black sleeves, and petal by petal pulled the flower apart, with each petal smiling up at Glyneth, who watched with dread growing large in her mind. Visbium tossed away the dead flower.
"By this means I have taken a richness into my soul. But it is only a taste, when I would dine full. Watch."
Visbium rummaged through his wallet and found a little silver whistle. Going once more to the hedge, he blew on the pipe. Glyneth stared to where a sheath sewed to the side of the wallet showed the haft of a little stiletto. She moved a step toward the wallet, but Visbium had turned so that her movements were under his gaze. A bird with a blue-crested head flew to the hedge to hear Visbium's piping. With nimble white fingers Visbium played flourishes, trills, and wild little arpeggios, and the bird cocked its head askance to hear such mad and wonderful notes. Glyneth, through fairy magic, had been gifted with the language of all things, and she cried out to the bird, "Fly! He means you harm!" The bird chirped uneasily, but Visbium had seized it and carried it back to the bench. "Now, my dear, watch, and remember everything I do has its reason." While Glyneth watched, aghast, Visbium performed atrocious deeds upon the bird, and finally let the tattered thing drop to the ground. He wiped his fingers fastidiously upon a tuft of grass, and smiled at Glyneth. "Such are the ways in which my blood is stirred, and a sweet savour is added to our knowledge of one another. So come closer, sweet Glyneth. I am ready to caress your warm person." Glyneth took a deep breath and twisted her face into the caricature of a smile. Slowly she came toward Visbium, who crowed in delight. "Ah, sweet, 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 you come like a dear maiden should." He reached out his arms. Glyneth shoved him smartly on the narrow chest and sent him stumbling backward, mouth pursed in a purple O of astonishment. Glyneth seized the wallet and drew the stiletto. As Visbium staggered back toward her, she struck out. Her arm was deflected. The stiletto plunged through Visbium's left cheek, across his mouth, and out his right cheek. The stiletto, of magic properties, could not be withdrawn save by the hand which had thrust it. Visbium gave a crazy, chortling cry of pain and whirled in a circle. Glyneth seized his wallet and ran at full speed down the slope to the river. 100 yards downstream she spied the dock. Visbium came bounding after her, the stiletto yet protruding from his cheek. Glyneth ran to the dock and jumped into the boat. The fisherman, who dug in the mud along the shore, cried out in anger, "Halt! Do not molest my boat! Away with you and your tricks!" The language was strange, but her sleight of tongues allowed Glyneth complete understanding. Nevertheless, she cast off the line and pushed out into the river, just as Visbium came running out on the dock. He stood waving his arms and trying to call, but the stiletto impeded his tongue, and his words were barely comprehensible. "My wallet! Glyneth! Come back! You do not know what you do! The holes to our world! We will never return!" Glyneth looked for oars, but found none. The boat was caught in the current and swept off downstream, with Visbium bounding along the bank, uttering strangled orders and pleas until he was halted by the influx of a second river, so that he was obliged to stop and watch Glyneth in her boat float beyond his reach of vision, along with his wallet. Presently Visbium came upon a ferry operated by a pair of lumpish men who demanded coin before they would convey him across the river. Visbium, lacking coin, was compelled to surrender the silver buckle from his shoe for the passage. At the ferry terminus Visbium discovered a blacksmith shop. Upon payment of the remaining buckle, the smith sawed the handle from the shaft. Then, while Visbium shrieked in pain, he seized the tip with the pincers and pulled the blade out through Visbium's right cheek. From a pocket in his voluminous sleeve Visbium brought a round white box. He removed the top and shook out a tablet of waxy yellow balm. With sighs and exclamations of gratification he rubbed the balm on his wounds, easing his pain and healing the cuts. He returned balm into box and box into the pocket in his sleeve. The pieces of stiletto he dropped into a pocket in the side of his trousers, and once more set off in pursuit of Glyneth. At length Visbium reached the shore of the main river. The surface of the water lay blank. The boat had drifted far out of sight. 2. The boat floated along the river, with the banks sliding by at either side. Glyneth sat rigidly fearful that somehow the boat might rock and pitch her into the dark, deep water, and Glyneth thought that she would not like to explore the depths of this river. She looked sadly over her shoulder. With every instant she floated farther from the hut and passage back the way she had come. She told herself, "My friends will help me." No matter what the circumstances, she must cling to this conviction, because she knew it was true. Another dismal idea. What if she became hungry and thirsty? Dare she eat and drink the substances of Tangectorly? More than likely they would poison her. In her mind's eye she saw herself eating a morsel of fruit and instantly choking, then turning black and swelling into a disgusting parody of herself. "I must stop thinking such things," she told herself resolutely. "Ailus will help me as soon as he finds that I am lost, and Shimrod as well, and of course my dear Droon. The sooner the better, for this is a dreadful place." Spherical trees with foliage of red and blue-black lined the banks. On several occasions Glyneth saw beasts at the river's edge, a white bull with the head of an insect and spikes along his back, a spindly stilt man 15 feet tall with a narrow neck and a sharp face adapted to looking into foliage for nuts and fruit. Glyneth explored the contents of the wallet. She found a book bound in leather entitled Twitten's Almanac, evidently newly copied from an older work. She found a small bottle of wine and a little box containing a hunch of bread and a slab of cheese. Those were Visbium's rations, and Glyneth surmised that both bottle and case were magically refilled after use. She noticed other articles whose utility was not so clear, including a half-dozen small glass bulbs swarming inside with insects. Glyneth, in the absence of Visbium, began to feel less desperate. Sooner or later her friends would find her and bring her home. Of this she felt sure. Why should Visbium so insistently inquire upon the circumstances of Droon's birth? He could only be acting in the interests of King Casimir, and hence disclosure of the knowledge most probably would not be to the advantage of Droon. The boat drifted into marshy shallows. Glyneth reached into the water and secured a floating branch, which she used to pole herself to the shore. She climbed the bank and searched upriver, but discovered no sign of Visbium. She turned to look downriver and discovered a line of stony crags descending from a high ridge, at last to thrust into the water. Glyneth eyed these crags with distrust, speculating that they might be the haunt of ferocious beasts. The boat and the squat person in the wide brown hat, digging in the mud, indicated the existence of a human population. But where, and what sort of human beings? Glyneth stood on the shore, dubiously considering the landscape, a woeful figure in a pretty blue frock. Conceivably all the best magic of Shimrod might not be able to find her, and she would spend all the days of her life under the green and yellow suns of Tanjectorly, unless Visbium came upon her and hypnotized her with his silver pipe. She blinked away her tears. As her first urgency, she must find a refuge secure from Visbium. The crags which came down to the river intrigued her. If she climbed to the near ridge, she could overlook a great sweep of country and perhaps discover a human settlement. The idea was not without its dreary possibilities. Strangers were not everywhere accorded kind hospitality, not even among the lands of earth. So Glyneth hesitated and wondered how best to survive. The boat offered a measure of security, and she was reluctant to leave it behind. Her indecision was suddenly vacated. From the water rose a sinewy member as wide as her own waist, ending with a wedge-shaped head, a single green eye, and a great fanged mouth. The eye fixed upon her, the mouth gaped wide, showing a dark red interior. The head lunged forward, but Glyneth had already jumped back. The head and neck slowly subsided into the river. Shuddering, Glyneth backed away from the boat, which no longer seemed a source of security. Well, then, up to the ridge. She broke away twigs from her branch, so that it might be used as a club or a staff or a makeshift lance. Throwing the strap to Visbium's wallet over her shoulder, she set out as bravely as possible downstream along the river bank toward the crags. Without incident she arrived at the base of the crags and climbed the first rise of ground. Here she paused to catch her breath, and looking back the way she had come, with dismay thought to see a far bounding black form. Almost certainly Visbium. The rocks were close at hand, where she could possibly find a hiding place. She climbed up a slope among hummocks of curiously convoluted stones. As she passed among them, they abruptly uncoiled and jerked erect. Glyneth gasped in terror. She was surrounded by tall, thin creatures, gray as stone, with tall, pointed heads. Eyes like discs of black glass and long, leathery nasal flaps produced an effect of droll dejection, by no means reassuring, especially when one of the group dropped a cord over Glyneth's neck and led her away at a scuttling trot along a trail through the rocks. 10 minutes later the group came out upon a flat area with crags rising steep at the back. The goblin eels thrust Glyneth into a pen also occupied by a rotund six-legged creature with a dull pink body surmounted by an object like an enormous orange polyp, fringed by 100 eyes growing on stalks. The eyes veered around to peer at Glyneth, who was now in a state beyond terror, with her emotions anesthetized, unreal. She closed her eyes and opened them again. Nothing had changed. The walls of the pen were woven of branches in a rude and untidy style. Glyneth stealthily tested the tightness of the weave and decided that without too much effort she could open a hole large enough to permit her passage. She watched the goblin eels for a moment, wondering what might be the best time to attempt an escape. At the moment the group stood assembled around a pit in the stone, with an opening about 4 feet in diameter, from which exuded wisps of vapor or steam. Several of the goblin eels stirred the substance in the pit with long-handled paddles. Occasionally one or another touched the stuff on the paddles and tasted it with the nice judgment of connoisseurs. Conversing in whispers, they arrived at a consensus. Several entered the pen and deftly chopped 2 legs from the pink beast. Ignoring its squeals of pain as it hobbled to the side of the pen, the goblin eels dropped the legs into the pit. Others tossed a bale of vegetation into the steaming vent. A black shrimp-like creature, which roared and bellowed and strove mightily against its bonds, was also dragged to the opening and thrown in. Its cries reached a crescendo of roaring, then subsided into plaintive gurgling, dwindled, and went silent. Eyes doleful and droll were now turned toward Glyneth, and tears at last coursed down her cheeks. "How dreadful and dreary that I must die in this vile pit when I do not want to do so, not in the least." A shrill, wild sound came from the trail, the fluting and warbling of Visbum's silver whistle. The goblin eels became still, then turned and gave signals of perturbation. Visbum appeared, marching smartly to the meter of his music, with an occasional caper of sheer extravagance when he struck some phrase he considered particularly felicitous. The goblin eels began shaking and jerking as if impelled despite all inclination, and began to hop up and down in place, while Visbum played fiery jigs and fare-thee-wells. At last he halted, and cried out in a reedy voice, a language Glyneth knew to be that of the goblin eels, "Who is master here, lord of the irresistible tap-tap-a-tapping?" All whispered, "It is you, it is you. The progressive eels are your minions. Put down your fearful weapon. Must we hop and jump to exhaustion?" "I will show you my mercy, but first one last little quick step for your health's sake, and so that you remember me the better." "Spare us!" cried those who had termed themselves the progressive eels. "Come, taste the good slime of our pit!" And "Put away your magic! Eat slime!" Glyneth had been thrusting at the weave of the pen. She created a hole and squeezed through. "Now! Away, be away! Run, run, run!" Visbum pointed. "I will desist, and I will take away with me that creature who even now thinks to escape the pen. Seize her, and bring her to me." The progressive eels leapt to surround Glyneth, and one seized her hair. A heavy stone, larger than a pair of clenched fists, hissed down to strike the progressive eel's face and crush it to instant pulp. Stones rattled down the mountainside. Glyneth jerked around in a state close to hysteria. She was not soothed by the silhouette of what appeared to be a monstrous half-human beast, black against the lavender sky. The creature stood a moment, appraising the scene below, then lunged down the rocks with what seemed a total contempt for gravity, bounding, running, sliding, and at last leaping into the midst of the progressive eels. It snatched a sword from the scabbard at its leather belt, and with furious zeal set about hacking and chopping. Glyneth shrank back, appalled by the frightful sounds which rose from the combat. Heads with eyes wide in blank surprise rolled along the ground. Torsos half severed fell down to crawl about with foolish kicks, usually to tumble into the pit. Hissing and sighing, the progressive eels ran off into the rocks, despite Visbum's raging commands. At last he blew a great blast on his pipe, which brought the eels to a sudden halt. Visbum screamed, "Stand fast! Attack this footling beast with full force from all directions! It will cringe before your onslaught!" The progressive eels considered the scene of carnage with large blank eyes. Visbum exhorted them again, "Strike great blows! Hurl stones and hurtful objects, or even nauseous refuse! Take up spears! Stab the thing through and through!" Certain of the eels heeded the instructions and picked up rocks to throw, but Visbum's wrath was not yet appeased. He cried, "Attack! Capture! Marshal the battle-worms! To action, all!" The man-beast wiped its sword on a corpse and showed Glyneth a grimace of drawn lips and white teeth somewhat difficult to interpret. Shrinking back, she stumbled and started to slide into the pit, but the creature seized her arm and pulled her to safety. Glyneth stared wildly around the landscape, seeking an easy route away from this dreadful place. From the corner of her eye she glimpsed the downward trajectory of a great stone. She lurched aside, and the stone crashed to the surface where she had stood. Another stone slanted down to strike the man-beast's shoulder. He spun around, roaring in rage, but chose not to attack. He slung Glyneth over his shoulder and bounded away up the mountainside. Visbum set up an instant scream of indignation. "You are taking my wallet, my personal property! Drop it at once! Theft is a crime! The wallet is mine alone, with my valuable things!" Glyneth only clutched the wallet more closely and was whisked up the slope at a speed which made her dizzy. The creature at last halted and swung Glyneth to the ground. Glyneth prepared to be devoured or used in some unthinkable fashion, but the creature went to look back the way they had come. It turned around, almost casual in its conduct, showing no signal of menace, and Glyneth drew a deep breath. She ordered her clothes, which had become disarranged, then stood hugging Vispume's wallet in her arms, wondering woefully how the creature meant to deal with her. The man-beast made sounds, straining as if it found its larynx a new and unfamiliar tool. Glyneth listened intently. If it meant to harm her, why should it labor to make her understand? Suddenly Glyneth saw that it intended reassurance. Fear left her, and despite all efforts at self-control, she began to cry. The creature continued to make sounds and began to approach intelligibility. Glyneth, trying to listen, forgot her tears. She prompted him. "Speak slowly. Say it once again." Using a voice thick and slurred, he began to form understandable words. "I will help you. Do not be afraid." Glyneth asked tremulously, "Did someone send you to help me?" "A man with white hair sent me. His name is Mergen. I am Kull. Mergen instructed me in what I must do." With dawning hope, Glyneth asked, "And what is that?" "I must take you to where you came into this place as fast as I can. There is little time, since I had to come so far to find you. We are already here too long." Glyneth asked with new foreboding, "And what if we are too late?" "I will tell you then." Kull went to look down the slope. "We must go. The rockworms are coming with long-point spears to draw my blood. A man in black gives them orders." "That is Vispume. He is a magician, and I took his wallet, which has made him angry." "I will kill him presently. Can you walk, or shall I carry you?" "I can walk very nicely, thank you," said Glyneth. "It is not dignified to ride over your shoulder with my bottom in the air." "Let us see how fast you can run with dignity." They climbed the slope until Glyneth began to pant, whereupon Kull threw her over his shoulder once again and bounded up the rocks. Looking backwards, Glyneth could see only space and far downward perspectives. Kull seemed to ignore gravity and equilibrium, and Glyneth finally closed her eyes. Arriving at the ridge, he set her down. "Now, if we go yonder, behind that forest, we will come down upon the little house. I believe that an hour or two still remain to us before the gate closes. If all is proper, you will soon be home." Glyneth looked at Kull sidelong. "And what of you?" Kull seemed puzzled. "I have not been told." "Do you have a home here, or friends?" "No." "That seems strange." "Come," said Kull. "Time is short." The two ran along the ridge, with Kull ever more urgent for speed, and when Glyneth could run no further, he again lifted her and carried her, bounding at a slant down the slope. Finally, at a place behind the forest, he set her down. "Come now, let us see how the land lays." They went under the balls of dark blue and plum-red foliage and looked across the sward. The hut stood at a distance of 100 yards. Along the river bank came Vispume, riding a great black eight-legged beast, flat as a plank across its dorsal surface, with a complicated tangle of horn, flexible eye stalks, feeding tubes for a head, and a wide, flat back 20 feet long, where Vispume rode in fine style on the cushioned top bench of a white howdah. Behind came a band of 20 progressive eels carrying spears, along with a dozen other creatures, wearing armor of a black metallic substance and tall conical helmets which connected directly to their epaulets. These goblin knights carried maces and lances and marched on heavy, short legs. Kull said, "Listen carefully, because time is short. I will go to the far end of the forest and show myself. If they march to attack me, you run to the hut. At the door you will notice a rim of golden light. Stop and listen. If you hear nothing, the way is safe. You may pass through. If you hear harsh sounds, or any sounds whatever, do not venture yourself. The hole is closing, and you will be chopped into 1,000 motes. Is this all clear?" "Yes, but what of you?
Have no fears for me. Quickly now, be ready."
Glyneth cried out, "Kull, should I wait for you?" Kull made an urgent gesture.
"No!"
He lunged off through the forest. A few moments later Glyneth heard Visbum's shrill outcry. "There stands the beast! To the attack! Pierce both with long points and lances! Break him with your maces! Strike with all force and accurate direction! Cut the horrid creature into minute parcels! Let his red blood spurt and run! But attention all! Do not strike or pierce the maiden!" The black goblin knights ran heavily forward, with the progressive eels skipping to the side, while Visbum rode well to the rear. Glyneth waited as long as she dared, then, choosing her time, darted out of the forest. Visbum saw her instantly, and swinging about his long steed, sent it cantering across the sward to intercept her. Behind ran the progressive eels, hissing and whispering. Glyneth stopped short. She could never reach the hut in time. She retreated to the forest. Visbum called out, "Halt! Would you return to Watershade? Stand then and hear me." Glyneth paused uncertainly. Visbum brought his steed lumbering about in a grand curve, and halted directly between Glyneth and the hut. "Glyneth, make response! What will you say to me?" Glyneth called out, "I want to go back to Watershade." "Just so. Then you must tell me what I want to know." Glyneth screwed up her face in sick indecision. Both Droon and Ailess would wish her to tell all she knew, if thereby she could save herself, but would Visbum stand by his terms? She knew very well that he would not do so. Certain of the progressives were crouching and slinking toward her, thinking to make a sudden leap so as to catch her. She backed toward the forest. On sudden inspiration she halted. Reaching into Visbum's wallet, she brought out one of the glass eggs full of insects. This she hurled into the midst of the progressive eels. For a moment they stood immobile, staring with disc eyes glazed over with consternation. Then, letting fall their long-point spears, they lurched hissing and singing across the sward, dropping from time to roll and flail arms and legs in the air. Some plunged into the river and were seen no more. Others wallowed in the mud along the shore and crawled at best speed downstream. Visbum cried out, "Glyneth, the minutes fly! I will be safe, since my way is mysterious, but you will be lost forever." Glyneth called out in her most cajoling voice, "Visbum, let me go back to Watershade, do, and I will thank you, even though you brought me here, and King Ailess himself will answer your questions."
"Ha ha! Do I seem such a fool? King Ailess will have me quickly hanged. Do you quibble with me while the precious minutes flow by? I see the portal. It is still open, but already the golden rim is starting to fade. Tell me now."
"Let me go first," Visbum screamed in rage.
"I make the conditions, not you. Tell me now, or I go through the portal and leave you to the vile progressives."
Kull suddenly burst from the forest and bounded toward Visbum, who cried out in alarm and put his steed into a posture of defense, with a pair of coiled tentacles snapping out toward Kull. Kull picked up one of the long-pointed spears and came forward, circling and feinting with spear poised to throw, but always Visbum protected himself behind the high-reared neck, and now from the forest came the goblin knights. Visbum began to make a wailing outcry.
"The time is short! Leave me be, that I may return to earth! How dare you molest me? Knights, kill me this beast, and quickly! The rim is fading. Must I bide on Tangectorly?"
Kull shouted,
"Glyneth, through the gate!"
Glyneth sidled around Kull and the eight-legged carpet beast, and made a new dash for the hut. She stopped short. The knights had come to attack Kull with maces on high. They chopped, but he slid away and plunged into their midst. Glyneth could see only a welter of movement, and then the knights submerged Kull under sheer weight of numbers. Glyneth, crying out in anguish, seized up a lance. Running forward, she stabbed one of the knights. A heavy mailed leg kicked her in the stomach and sent her toppling backwards. Then, as she watched, knights seemed to explode up and out as Kull thrust up from among them. With a mace in each hand, he smashed heads and sent knights reeling. Taking note of Glyneth, he shouted, "Go to the hut! Escape while you can!" Glyneth cried out desperately, "I cannot leave you to fight alone." Kull groaned in frustration.
"Must I be killed for nothing? Save yourself. At least do this for me."
To Glyneth's horror, a black knight reared high. It swung up its mace and with full power brought it down upon Kull, who slid to the side to avoid the blow, but fell once again to the sward. Sobbing in despair, Glyneth turned and ran for the hut, to find Visbum in front of her, running on long, prancing, pointed-toe strides, his anxiety now only to extricate himself from Tangectorly. Visbum arrived at the hut with Glyneth close behind. Visbum gave a croak of despair and stopped short.
Ah, what sorrow and grief piled on sorrow! The gold is gone, the gate is closed. Glyneth likewise came to a shocked standstill. The gold rim around the door-opening had faded completely, leaving only weathered wood. Slowly Visbium turned upon Glyneth, his eyes yellow. Glyneth shrank back. Visbium spoke in a voice glottal with passion. "Now I must pronounce justice. By your deed I am locked here on Tanjectorly to bide a long and uncertain time. The blame is yours, and so shall be the punishment. Prepare yourself for events both bitter and sweet, and of long duration." With face contorted he lurched forward. Glyneth dodged aside, but Visbium held his arms wide, with thin fingers outspread. Glyneth threw a despairing glance over her shoulder, but discovered only a field of corpses. In that case she would throw herself in the river. Above Visbium loomed a shadow. Kull, with blood streaming from a dozen wounds, seized Visbium by the neck, lifted him high, and threw him to the ground, where Visbium lay whimpering and writhing. Kull stepped forward with his sword, but Glyneth cried out, "No! We need to learn from him!" Kull slumped to sit upon the steps of the hut. Glyneth went to him. "You are wounded. You drip blood. I have no way to care for you." Kull gave his head a dreary shake. "Do not concern yourself." Glyneth spoke to Visbium. "What medicines and balms are in this wallet?" "None." Glyneth looked at him closely. "How did you cure the wounds where I stabbed you?" Visbium said thinly, "I carry only stuffs for my personal use. Give me now my wallet, as I will need it." "Visbium, how did you heal your cheek?" "No matter," said Visbium angrily. "That is my private affair." With an effort Glyneth took up Kull's sword. "Visbium, tell me now, or I will cut off your hand and watch to see you deal with your hurt." She raised the sword in the air. Visbium, looking up startled into the pale clenched face, reached into a pocket sewn to the inner side of his sleeve. He brought out first his silver pipe, then his fiddle and bow, in magically diminished form, then the 2 pieces of the broken stiletto, then a round white box, which he gave disdainfully to Glyneth. "Rub this wax to the wound. Do not waste it. It is most valuable." Glyneth warily put down the sword and rubbed the wax upon Kull's cuts, slashes, bruises, and stab wounds, despite Visbium's protests against her lavish employment of his personal commodities. With wonder Glyneth saw the cuts seal and the flesh become whole, to the magic of the balm. Kull sighed. Glyneth, working as gently as she could, spoke in alarm. "Why do you sigh? Do I hurt you?" "No. Odd ideas enter my mind. Scenes of places I have never known." Visbium rose to his feet and arranged the set of his garments. He spoke with frigid dignity. "I will now take my wallet and mount my carpet roll and be away from this unhappy sight. You have done me incalculable harms, hurting my body and restraining my rightful exit from Tanjectorly. Still, in the circumstances, I will control my bitterness and make the best of affairs. Glyneth, my wallet on this instant. Then on my running carpet roll I will take my leave of you." Kull said shortly, "Sit down on the ground. If you run, I am too tired to chase you. Glyneth, go to the carcasses yonder and find some straps and cords from their harness." Visbium cried out in a brassy voice, "What now? Have you not dealt me trouble enough?" Kull grinned. "Not nearly enough." Glyneth brought straps, from which Kull fashioned a collar for Visbium's neck with a leash 20 feet long. Meanwhile Glyneth gingerly explored Visbium's garments for secret pockets and removed all his magical adjuncts, which she tucked into the wallet. Visbium at last stifled his protests and sat crouched in surly silence. The 8-legged roll on which he had arrived had strayed no great distance and placidly cropped the sward with its feeding tubes. Kull climbed to its long flat back and threw down a pair of anchors to prevent it from coursing away. Glyneth addressed Visbium. "Now, will you answer questions and tell us all we should know?" "Ask away," snapped Visbium. "I must now serve you, or risk damage to my poor body, where I already feel the pain of purple bruises. A person of my status is much demeaned." "If we are hungry, what shall we eat?" Visbium considered a moment, then licked his lips. "Since I, too, hunger, I will tell you how to find bounty. In the wallet you will find a box. Take therefrom a scrap of cloth, and spread it smooth. Let fall upon it a drop of wine, a crumb of bread, and a sliver of cheese."
Glyneth followed instructions, and the trifle of cloth instantly expanded to become a fine damask cover laden with all manner of viands, and the three ate to their satiation, whereupon the cloth once more became small. Glyneth said, "Vispume, you have been forming quiet plots. If they help you, then we have only ourselves to blame, and we will therefore be vigilant, and show you little mercy if you anger us."
"Bah!" muttered Vispume. "I could form a dozen plots a minute, or wear them like yonder tree wears its leaves, but to what avail?"
"If I knew, you would never learn from me."
"Ah, Glyneth, your words are hurtful. At one time tender feelings existed between us. Have you forgotten so soon?"
Glyneth grimaced, but made no comment. "How can we send a message to Mergin?" Vispume seemed genuinely puzzled.
"To what purpose? He knows you are here."
"So that he can open a new gate and rescue us."
"Mergin, no matter what his power, cannot break a new gate when the pendulum is swinging."
"Explain, if you will."
"I spoke in parable. There is no pendulum. At a certain pulse, time is static, both here and on earth, and the gate can be opened at one node or another. See the black moon which moves around the northern sky. It strikes a radius with a central pole, and somewhere along the radius a node can be opened if pulses are in synchrony. It is a matter of exacting calculation, since time moves at different rates here and on earth. Sometimes here time goes fast, and on earth slow, and sometimes the opposite. Only when time runs at the same rate, as determined by the pulses, can the gates be opened. Otherwise, gates could be opened anywhere, at any time."
"How can the gate be opened again, and when, and where?"
Vispume rose to his feet, and, as if in boredom or perhaps abstraction of thought, started to remove the collar from his neck. Kull gave the leash a tug, which sent Vispume jumping in a ridiculous caper to keep his balance. "Do that no more," said Kull. "Be happy the strap is only around your neck, and not through holes in your ears. Answer the question, and do not try to confuse us with verbiage."
Vispume growled.
"You would take all my valuable knowledge and give me nothing, and still tie me by the neck, as if I were a cur dog or a progressive. But for your doing we would not be here. Have you forgotten?"
Vispume blew out his thin cheeks.
"No good cause is served in dredging up ancient history. That which is done, whether we rejoice or grieve. That is my slogan. At that twist in the prism known as now, we are to concern ourselves only with immediate cases." "Just so. As of now, answer the question."
Vispume said loftily,
"Let us work practically. I must take the lead, since the knowledge is mine, and you must trust me to consider our mutual interests. Otherwise I must in intricate detail school you in all the—"
Vispume stopped short as Kull began to draw taut the leash. Kull said,
"Answer."
Vispume said plaintively,
"I was preparing my careful response. Your conduct lacks all gentility." He cleared his throat. "The matter is complex, and so I fear beyond your understanding. Time moves by one phase on Earth and by another here. Each phase consists of 9 quavers or pulses, or even better, constrictions in and out from the central node of what we call synchronicity. Is this clear? No? As I supposed. There is no point in going farther. You must trust my best judgment."
Glyneth said, "You still have not answered me. How do we return to Earth?"
"I am so doing. Between Earth and Tanjectally the synchrony lasts 6 to 9 days, and as we have seen has just ended. Then it sweeps away along the radius of the black moon with the center node. At the next pulse the gate will open into another place, but none so easy as Tanjectally. Hidmarth and Skur are demon worlds. Underwood is empty save for a moaning sound. Pthopus is a single torpid soul. These were discovered and explored by Twitten the Archmage, and he compiled an almanac which is of great value."
Glyneth brought a long narrow book with black metal covers from the wallet. The spine was like a sheath housing a black 9-sided metal rod with a golden knob at the end. Glyneth, withdrawing the rod, saw that each of the 9 sides was engraved in crabbed golden characters. Vispume casually held out his hand.
"Let me instruct myself. I have forgotten my calculations."
Glyneth drew the book away. "What is the purpose of the rod?"
"That is a subsidiary instrument. Replace it in the sheath and hand me the book."
Glyneth replaced the rod and opened the book. The first page, indited in queer, crawling marks, with straggling tails and looping risers, was illegible. But someone Perhaps Visbium had attached a sheet which would seem to be a translation of the original text. Glyneth read aloud. These 9 places, along with Gean Earth, form the 10 worlds of Kronos, and he has skewered them all on his axis. By cunning effort I have constrained the axis and held it fixed. Such is the magnitude of my achievement. Of the 9 worlds I warn against Pador, Nith, and Woon. Hidmarth and Skur are purulent places infested with demons. Cheng may well be home to the Sandestins, but this is uncertain, while Pthopus is truly insipid. Only Tanjectorly will tolerate human men. In each section the almanac details the cycle of quavers and indicates the standard by which ingress and exit may be obtained. With the almanac is the key, and only this key will strike through the weft and allow passage. Lose not the key. The almanac is thereby useless. The calculations must be worked with precision. At the periphery of the quaver the key opens a gate where it is struck. The central node is immutable. On earth it stands where I have fixed it. On Tanjectorly it resides at the center of the parley place, at the town Asphrodiski, where dwell many sad souls. Such is the domain of Kronos. Some say he is dead, but if one would discover the wraith, he need only tweak the axis, and he shall learn his own truth. So say I, Twitten of Gean Earth. Glyneth looked up from the almanac. Where is Asphrodiski? Visbium made a petulant gesture. Somewhere off across the plains, a journey of far distance. And there we can return to Earth? At the low pulse. When will that be? Let me see the almanac. Glyneth extracted the key and gave the almanac to Kull. Let him look, but keep your fingers at his throat. Visbium cried out in a tragic voice, Replace the key! Will you not heed Twitten's warning? I will not lose it. Read what you wish to read. Visbium studied the indexes and those calculations which he had already made. The time will be measured by the black moon on its way to opposition with now. How long is that? A week, 3 weeks, a month. There is no measure but the black moon. On earth there will be a time much different, short or long, I do not know. And if we use the key at Asphrodiski, where will we come out on earth? Visbium chuckled. At Twitten's Corners, where else? Do we have time to reach Asphrodiski? It is exactly as far as is Watershade from Twitten's Corners. Glyneth mused. The distance is far, but not too far. She held out her hand. Give me the almanac. And I took you for a pretty flirtatious little softling, growled Visbium. You are as hard as steel. With poor grace, Visbium obeyed the order. Yonder is Visbium's carpet wool, or whatever it is called. It stands placid and ready. Should we not ride to Asphrodiski in comfort and style? Kull jerked the leash. On your feet! Go command your beast to our use. Visbium ungraciously obeyed the order. The anchors were drawn aboard, with Glyneth and Kull riding in the pergola, and Visbium sitting disconsolately with legs dangling over the stern quarters, the wool set off across the plains of Tanjectorly. Chapter 16 1. The woodcutter's hut stood desolate in the forest, with all its magic gone. A shaft of sunlight slanted through the doorway and laid a skewed rectangle along the width of the floor, leaving the old table and bench in gloom. The silence was disturbed only by the sigh of wind among leaves. Everything which had happened at the hut, or which might have happened, was part of the sad and arid past, and gone forever. At Watershade, Ailess, Droon, and Shimrod passed a forlorn 7 days. Shimrod, for once sombre, could report only that Mergin had not abandoned his interest in the matter. The dear familiar chambers, with the merry presence of Glyneth only a memory, were too melancholy to be borne. Shimrod took himself to Trilda, while Ailess and Droon returned to Domrace. Castle Miraldra was dreary and dull. Ailess occupied himself with routine business of the kingdom, while Droon made a desultory effort to resume his studies. Dispatches from South Ulfland caught Ailess' attention. The Ska had carefully assembled and fitted out a powerful army in the foreshore, with the clear purpose of striking into South Ulfland, to destroy the Elf armies and occupy Swarak, Owaldis, and perhaps even Ys itself. Ailess and Droon took ship for South Ulfland, with new troops from Dacinet and Skola. They landed at Owaldis and rode at once to Doondarek. In conference Ailess learned that of late no major engagements had occurred, which suited him well. His strategy dictated the infliction of maximum enemy losses while incurring a minimum of his own, a kind of war for which he had shaped his army and which put the Ska at disadvantage. Effectively, the Ska had lost control of North Ulfland's southern half, save where Castle Sank still served as a strong point. Aelus drafted a letter to Sarquin, Elector King of the Ska. To the attention of the noble Sarquin, Elector King, I am the legal and ordained King of Ulfland. I find that your armies still tread upon my soil and hold my people in thrall. I ask that you withdraw your armies to the foreshore, that you liberate all Ulfish thralls still in servitude, and that you renounce your aggressive attempts against my land. If you act at once, I will demand no reparations. If you fail to heed my request, your people will be killed and Ska blood will flow deep. My armies now exceed yours in number. They are trained to strike and strike again, but to take no blows in return. My ships control the narrow sea. You can burn your coastal towns at will. Shortly you will see black smoke rising along the shores of Skagain, and your folk will know the same woe you have visited upon my people. I call upon you to end your futile dream of conquest. You cannot harm us. We can destroy you and bring you great grief. These are the words of Aelus, King of Troysenet, Dasenet, Skola, and Ulfland. Aelus sealed the letter and sent the parcel to be delivered by a captive Ska knight. A week went by, and the only response was a sudden movement of Ska troops. East from the foreshore came the great black army, moving with ominous deliberation. Aelus had no slightest intention of attacking so massive a force. Immediately, however, he sent skirmishers out to lure the Ska light cavalry within range of his archers. Small parties circled to attack the baggage trains and to harass generally the lines of communication. The Ska army split into 2 units of about equal strength, the first proceeding to the town Kirkwar on the west, and the second moving east to Blackthorn Heath at the center of North Ulfland. Ulf patrols became ever bolder, riding to within shouting distance of the Ska to call insults, in the hope of enticing a group away from the main body where they could be ambushed and cut to pieces. At night Ska sentries went in fear of their lives and were as often murdered as not, and finally the Ska themselves began sending out night patrols and setting up their own ambushes, which to some extent diminished Ulf pressures, though the Ska still lost more than they gained. Small signs indicated an erosion of Ska morale. Previously they had attacked with flair and impunity, and had regarded themselves as invincible. Now that they had become quarry and victim, the mantle of invincibility quickly proved to be a thing of no substance, and they long and well had mulled over the recollection of their recent defeat, which could not be explained away. Aelus wondered if they could be provoked into new errors of strategy which the Ulfish forces could exploit. He and his commanders, poring over maps, drew up a variety of battle plans, each with notes to deal with contingencies. So began an intricate and carefully timed set of operations, attacks, withdrawals, and ever more daring feints against the towns of the foreshore, until these feints became actual raids, combined with assaults from the sea. At last, as Aelus hoped, the army based at Kirkwar shifted to the northwest, with the effect of isolating the army on Blackthorn Heath from reinforcement in the case of sudden massive attack. Now any plans for a Ska invasion of South Ulfland seemed to have been postponed. Aelus instantly sent a force of light cavalry to harass and engage the attention of this army, without actually coming to grips with the highly disciplined corps of heavy cavalry. At the same time he sent a special siege army equipped with 24 massive arbalests, catapults, and other siege engines against Castle Sank, the fortress guarding the southeast. He envisioned a quick and brutally powerful assault, and so it was, despite the rebuilding and reinforcement of the garrison. In 6 hours the outer walls had fallen, and the citadel was under attack, with archers stationed upon high wooden towers keeping the parapets under fire. The machines sent great stones high to break open the roofs, then sent in fireballs to ignite the wrecked timbers. The defenders fought with desperate courage, and twice sallies of armored knights were broken. On the second night, during the final stages of the operation, with flames roaring high, Aelus thought to glimpse Tatzel on the parapets. She wore an archer's helmet and carried a bow, with which she discharged arrow after arrow at the attacking forces. Words rose in Aelus' throat, but he held them back and watched in fascination. She looked down and saw him. Knocking an arrow to the string of her bow, she drew far back with all her power, but before she could release, an arrow arched across space and plunged into her chest. She looked down in dismay and let the arrow fly against the merlon beside which she stood, and it glanced away. She seemed to sink to her knees and fell backward out of sight. Aelus was still not certain of her identity in the flickering red light, but later she was not found among the survivors, and Aelus lacked all inclination to sort through the charred corpses in search of gallant young Tatzel. The Ska army on Blackthorn Heath, learning of the assault on Castle Sank, broke camp and made a desperate effort to arrive at Sank in time to lift the siege. In their haste they departed from their usually tight formation of march and raced north in a column. And here was the mistake for which Aelus had not only prepared but had prompted the Ska to commit. At a place called Tollerby Scrub, the Ska met an ambush of Ulf main forces, with 60 choice knights leading the charge into the very heart of the Ska army, then wheeling and withdrawing, while from the other side came a similar charge of the Ulf barons. The battle was far from easy, and only when troops coming down from the victory at Sank collapsed the Ska flank was the battle won. There were few Ska survivors, and many casualties among both Ulf and Troyes. Aelus, observing so much carnage, turned away in revulsion. Still he was now master of all North Elfland, save only the areas near the foreshore itself, and the approaches to the great fort Poelitets. 2 weeks later, Aelus, riding with 50 knights, approached the remaining Ska army near the town Twock. He sent a herald out under a flag of truce, with a message: "Aelus, King of Troysenet, Dasenet, Skola, and Ulfland, requests a parley with the chief commander of the Ska army." A pair of heralds set a table out upon the fell, spread it with a white cloth, set down chairs, and on poles hung a gonfalon with the black and silver Ska emblem, and a gonfalon quartered displaying the arms of Troysenet, Dasenet, Ulfland, and Skola. With 2 knights by his side and a pair of heralds, Aelus went out to wait 10 yards back of the table. 10 minutes passed, then from the Ska army came a similar group. Aelus advanced to the table, as did his counterpart, a tall, spare man, keen-featured, with black eyes and black-grey hair. Aelus bowed. "I am Aelus, King of Troysenet, Dasenet, and Ulfland." The Ska said, "I am Sarquin, King-elect of Skagane and all the Ska." "I am happy to meet a person of ultimate authority," said Aelus. "My work is thereby eased. I am here to arrange peace. We have reconquered our territory. The war is effectively won. Our hatred of you remains, but it is not worth the spilling of any more blood. You might still fight, but now you are outnumbered, by warriors at least equal to your own. If you choose to fight on, there will be only boys, women, and old men left on Skagane. At this moment I could land a force of 3,000 men upon Skagane, and no one could halt me. I wish to wound or kill no more brave men, either yours or mine. These are the terms of my peace. You shall withdraw all your forces from Ulfland, including Poelitets. You shall not carry with you wealth or treasures accumulated in Ulfland, nor may you herd horses, cattle, sheep, nor swine. Knights may ride their mounts. All other horses must be surrendered. You shall maintain sovereignty over the foreshore for the use and welfare of your people. You shall release all slaves, serfs, thralls, and captives now in your custody, on Skagane, along the foreshore, and elsewhere, and deliver them with all kind and clement treatment to the town Swarak. You will agree not to conspire, nor ally yourself with, nor give counsel, comfort, nor assistance to the enemies of my rule, specifically King Casimir of Lyonesse, nor to anyone else. Otherwise I make no demands upon you for reparations or indemnities, or punitive damages for the lives of my people, whom you have ravaged in your acquisitive lust. These terms are generous. If you accept them, you may return to Skagane with honor, since your warriors have fought bravely, and surely these are conditions which will allow you comfort, prosperity, and in due course fellowship among the nations of the Elder Isles. If you reject them, you not only gain nothing, but you bring disaster to your subjects and to your country. We cannot be friends, but at least we need not be enemies. Those are my proposals. Do you accept or reject them?" Sarquin, Elector King of the Ska, spoke 3 words. "I accept them." Aelus rose to his feet. "In the name of all the men who otherwise would die, I thank you for your wise decision." Sarquin rose, bowed, turned, and rejoined his army. Half an hour later the army broke camp and marched west into the foreshore. 2. The war was won. Ska troops departed Poelitets and were instantly replaced by a garrison of Ulf warriors. Audrey, King of Dahot, in due course protested this act to Aelus, claiming that Poelitets was situated on the soil of Dahot. Ailus replied that while King Audrey cited several points of technical interest and used the resources of abstract logic in an adroit manner, he had actually made no connection with reality. Ailus pointed out that historically Poelitets guarded Elfland from Dahot, but served no useful purpose whatever when controlled by the Dots. The line of the Great Scarp more realistically defined the boundary than did the Teach-Tak-Teach watershed. King Audrey, in a rage, threw Ailus' letter to the floor and never bothered to reply. Ailus and Droon returned to Troysonet, leaving Sir Tristano and Sir Maluf to oversee the details of the Ska withdrawal, which in any event went with scrupulous exactitude. A few days after the return of Droon and Ailus to Domrase, Shimrod appeared at Castle Miraldra. After supper, Ailus, Droon, and Shimrod went to sit by a blazing fire in a small side parlour. After an awkward moment, Ailus forced himself to ask, "I suppose that you have nothing new to tell us." "There have been certain strange circumstances, but they change essentially nothing." "What strange circumstances are these?" "Order in more wine," said Shimrod. "They make long and dry telling." Ailus summoned the footman. "Three more flasks of wine, since we must keep Shimrod in good voice." Shimrod said, "Good voice or not, much is still unknown to us." Ailus, noting an indefinable hesitancy in Shimrod's manner, seized upon the word. "Still?" "Still, yet, then and now. But I will tell you what I have come to learn. You will see that it is little enough. First I will say that Tanjectorly is only one of 10 worlds, including our good Gean earth, which old Father Kronos swings on a noose. Some are the realms of demons, others are not even so useful as this. Visbium opened a hole into Tanjectorly with his key, but it seems that sometimes holes open of themselves to let men fall through willy-nilly, to their vast surprise, and so to disappear forever. But this is all to the side. A certain indomitable sorcerer by the name of Ticely Twitten made a study of these worlds, and his almanac measures what he calls pulses and quavers. Time does not go in Tanjectorly, for instance, in consonance with time here. A minute here may be an hour there, or the opposite may be true. "Interesting," said Ailus. "So then?" "My tale begins with Twitten. Hippolito of Maul acquired his almanac, and it was purloined by Visbium. For reasons unknown, Casimir sent Visbium to ask questions of Glyneth, and he took her to Tanjectorly for various reasons, one of these being Tamarello's hope that I or Mergen would foolishly trap ourselves forever. Instead, as you know, we sent Kull that he might rescue Glyneth. In the absence of facts, it is hard to judge his success." 3. The carpet wall coursed off in a direction which Glyneth decided to call east, opposite to the point in the sky where she had first noted the black moon. This odd celestial object had already shifted perceptibly, veering toward the north while remaining the same distance above the horizon. For 10 miles the wool ran along the river bank, with open plains to the south. In the distance a band of long-legged beings took interested note of their passage, and even began to make a rather menacing approach, but the wool increased its pace, and the creatures lost interest in pursuit. The river swung away to the north, and the wool set off across a seemingly limitless steppe, with short blue grass below and spherical trees scattered at far intervals. Kull rode forward on the first shoulders of the beast, standing flat-footed with legs somewhat apart. Glyneth, perched high on the cushioned bench of the pergola, sat where she could see in all directions. Had she chosen to do so, she might have stepped down to the rug which covered the wool's back, and walked aft to where Visbium sat, hunched over the wool's hindquarters, his eyes liquid with resentment for the indignity of the leash around his neck. For a period Glyneth ignored Visbium, save for an occasional glance to ensure that he might not be about his crafty tricks. Finally she descended to the rug and went aft. She asked Visbium, "Is there no night here?" "None." "Then how do we keep time and know when to sleep?" "Sleep when you are tired," snapped Visbium. "That is the rule. As for keeping time, the black moon must serve as the clock." "And how far is Aphrodisky?" "That is hard to say. Several hundred leagues, perhaps." "Twitten has not drawn maps for our ease and delectation." An idea came into Visbium's mind. He blinked and licked his lips. "Still, his surveys are exact. Bring the almanac, and I will make the calculations." Glyneth ignored the request. She looked to the side, gauging the passing landscape. "At this pace we are surely traveling 4 or 5 leagues each hour. Will the wool tire?" "It wants to rest and eat grass for the same time that it runs." "Then in 50 hours it will take us 100 leagues. That is my reckoning. The reckoning is fair and equable, but accounts neither for dangers nor delays. Glyneth looked up at the circling suns. I am so tired now that I could sleep standing on my feet. I too am tired, said Visbium. Let us stop, so that we may refresh ourselves. Tired as I am, I will keep the first watch, so that you and the beast may sleep. Beast? Kull? Just so. Glyneth went forward to Kull. Are you tired? Kull considered the state of his being. Yes, I am tired. Should we stop to sleep? Kull surveyed the landscape. I see no urgent threat. Visbium has kindly offered to take the first watch, so that you and I might sleep in comfort. Ah, Visbium shows a rare magnanimity. He also knows some dreadful tricks. Just so. Our sleep might be sound and deep, and long. Still, in the harness box I have discovered a fine length of rope, and Visbium perhaps will oblige us after all. Arriving at a spot where 2 trees grew 50 feet apart, Kull brought the wool to a halt and dropped its anchor. With eager interest, Visbium inquired, What now? Do we rest? Shall I keep the first watch? If so, remove this leash, so that I may look right and left with all possible facility. In good time, said Kull. From the harness box at the back of the pergola he brought a coil of strong rope. He tied one end to one of the trees, then signaled to Visbium. Stand exactly here, halfway between the trees. With a wincing scowl, Visbium obeyed. Kull removed the leash, knotted the rope around Visbium's neck, then, going to the other tree, drew the rope tight so that Visbium was fixed between the 2 trees, unable to move in either direction far enough to free himself, even though his arms and legs were free. Glyneth watched with approval. Now you must search him well. There are pockets in his sleeves and his trousers, and perhaps even his shoes. Visbium cried out in fury, Am I to be allowed no privacy of person? This sort of search is contrary to every known rule of gentility. Kull carefully searched Visbium's garments, and it became clear that Glyneth, through diffidence, had failed to search Visbium with sufficient care. Kull discovered a short tube of unknown employment, a brown box containing what seemed to be a miniature cottage, and in the seams of Visbium's pantaloons 2 lengths of stiff, if resilient, steel wire. The inside of Visbium's belt yielded a dagger. The boots, the cravat, and the gathering of the pantaloons at Visbium's bony ankles seemed innocent of contraband. Glyneth examined the miniature cottage. This would seem a magic cottage. How is it made large? That is a most valuable property, said Visbium. I do not allow its general use. Kull said, Visbium, so far your skin is largely whole. You have eaten well, and you have ridden on the wool. If these conditions agree with you, answer each question directly and with truth. Otherwise you shall come upon a great sadness. Visbium blurted angrily, Put the miniature on the ground and cry out, House, grow big. When you wish it to reduce, cry out, House, grow small. Glyneth put the miniature house on the ground and cried out, House, grow big. Immediately she was yielded a cottage of comfortable aspect, with smoke already rising from the chimney. Kull said, Visbium, you shall keep first watch, as you so kindly offered. If any tricks are left to you, which I do not doubt, try none of them, since I will be alert. Entering the house, Glyneth found a comfortable couch, and throwing herself down, fell instantly asleep. She awakened after an unknown period to find Visbium sleeping on the ground beside the cottage, while Kull sat dozing in the doorway. Glyneth went across the room and stroked the black fur covering his scalp. Kull looked up. You are awake. I will keep watch. Now you sleep. Kull rose from the chair and looked around the room. For a moment Glyneth thought that he might stretch out on the floor, but he lay down on the couch and was at once asleep. Visbium presently awoke. Glyneth pretended not to notice. Visbium studied the situation through eyelids barely slitted open, through which his eyes glinted like the yellow eyes of a fox. Visbium studied Glyneth a moment or two. He whispered, Glyneth! Glyneth looked toward him. Visbium asked, Is the creature asleep? Glyneth nodded. Visbium spoke in the most cajoling of voices. You know truly that your interests lie with me, the powerful and mighty Visbium. So then, will you join with me in sacred and absolute cabal? We will defeat the monster beast with his slavering threats and objectionable attitudes. Indeed, and then? You know the love I bear for you. Can you feel the quiver of a like feeling for me? What then? Then away to Aphrodisky and back to earth at the coming of the Quaver. And that will be when? A short time, shorter than you might think. Visbium, you alarm me. Have we enough time? If all goes well and I am in command. But how do we know how long or short is our time? By the black moon, when the radius swings to the diameter exactly opposite the gate by which we entered, that is the time. Now, will you join me in deep and unassailable cabal? Kull is terrible and strong. So am I. Does he think all my power is gone? I hope so. Then you are with me? Of course not. What? You prefer the beast to me? Visbium, who lives and dances to the thrilling musics? Visbium, sleep while you have the chance. Your foolishness is keeping Kull awake. Visbium spoke in a low and almost sibilant tone. For the last time you have flouted me, and how you shall regret it. Glyneth made no response. Kull awoke. The three made breakfast upon milk, bread, butter, cheese, onions, and ham from the pantry. Then Glyneth called, "House, grow small!" The cottage shrank quickly to miniature size, and Glyneth carefully returned it to its box. They climbed aboard the wall and once again set off across the plain. Today Visbium wished to share the comforts of the pergola with Glyneth. From this vantage I command a wide view. In a flash I can apprehend danger at a great distance. You are the rear guard, said Kull. You must spy out dangers overtaking us from behind. That is your duty, and your best vantage is over the hind quarters, exactly as yesterday. Quick now, the black moon rolls around the sky, and we must arrive at Aphrodisky in good time. Across the plain of blue grass ran the wool, the splayed legs coursing forward and back so that the tassels of the rug jerked to the motion. Kull knelt at the base of the pergola, leaning forward so that his massive shoulders almost filled the space between the wool's ocular horns. Glyneth reclined at her ease across the pergola's cushioned bench, one slim leg idly dangling, while Visbium hunched at the far end of the rug, glumly looking back the way they had come. To the north appeared a deep forest of dark blue and purple trees. Drawing near, they saw a tall manse of dark timber, built to a style elegant and stately, with many narrow glass windows, turrets, and cupolas, as well as a dozen elaborate follies and crotchets, included apparently for the sheer relief of boredom. To Glyneth's taste, the style verged upon the eccentric, though out here, overlooking this changeless plain, anyone's taste would seem as sound as anyone else's, and Glyneth straightened in her seat so as not to present a careless or untidy image to possible observation through the tall, narrow windows. As they passed by, a portal opened, and out rode a knight in full armor of glossy black and brown metal. From his helm rose a high crest, beautifully wrought, of rods, discs, and barbed prongs. The knight rode a creature somewhat like a black splay-legged tiger, with a row of sharp horns down its forehead, and carried a tall lance from which fluttered a purple banner, engaged with an emblem of dark red, silver, and blue. The knight halted at a distance of 100 feet, and Kull politely brought the wool to a halt. The knight called out, "Who are you that crosses the breadth of my domain with neither let nor leave?" Glyneth called out, "We are strangers to this place, Sir Knight, and no one informed us of your rule. This being the case, will you kindly grant us leave to pass on our way?" "That is well and softly spoken," declared the knight. "I would be tempted to clemency did I not fear that others less courteous than yourself might be emboldened to take liberties." Glyneth declared, "Sir, our lips are sealed, as if with bars of iron. Never will your forbearance be bruited abroad, and our reports will extol only the splendor of your carriage and the gallantry of your conduct. With our best regards to you and your dear ones, we will now hastily withdraw from your presence." "Not so fast. Have I not spoken? You are in detention. Dismount, and proceed to Lorne House." Kull rose to his feet and shouted, "Fool, return to your manse while life remains to you." The knight lowered his lance. Kull jumped down from the wall, to Glyneth's distress. She cried out, "Kull, get back up here! We will run away, and he may chase us if he wishes." "His steed is too fast," said Visbium. "Give me the tube you took from me, and I will blow a firemite at him. No, better, in my wallet is a trifle of mirror. Give that to me." Glyneth found the mirror and gave it to Visbium. The knight aimed his lance at Kull. The triple-horned black tiger sprang forward. Visbium made a sweeping motion with his hand. The mirror expanded to reflect the knight and his steed. Visbium snapped away the mirror. The knight and his reflected image clashed together. Both lances shivered, and both knights were pitched to the ground, where they drew swords and hacked at each other, while the tiger mounts rolled and tumbled in a snarling, screaming ball. Kull jumped aboard the wool. It lumbered away to the east, with the combat still raging behind. Glyneth went to Visbium. "That was good work, and it will earn you consideration when the final accounting is made. Give me back the mirror." "Better, far better, that it remains with me," said Visbium smoothly. "In emergencies I will therefore be swift to act." Glyneth asked pointedly, Do you recall Kull's admonition? He was anxious to fight the knight. You denied him his exercise, and now he may be short-tempered."
"Ah, the monstrous brute!" growled Visbium under his breath, and with unwilling fingers relinquished the mirror.
Time passed. Leagues were thrust astern. Glyneth tried to puzzle through the computations in Twitten's almanac, but met no success. Visbium refused to teach her, declaring that first she must learn 2 arcane languages and an exotic system of mathematics, each with its particular mode of graphic representation. Glyneth also found a chart, which Visbium gracelessly interpreted for her.
"Here is the Lackady Hills, the river Meese, and the hut. This is the great Tang-Tang steppe, inhabited only by a few rogue knights and bands of nomad beasts. This is where we now travel."
"And this town here by the river, is it Asphodisky?"
Visbium squinted at the chart. "That seems to be the town Pewed by the river Haru. Asphodisky is here beyond these woods and the steppe of sore beggars."
Glyneth looked dubiously at the black moon, which had moved a considerable distance around the horizon. "Is it yet a long way? Have we time?"
"Much depends upon the flow of circumstances," said Visbium. "If an experienced captain of far travel, such as myself, were in charge of the voyage, events might well go with facility."
"We will give your advice every consideration," said Glyneth. "You may also keep a sharp lookout for robber knights and nomad beasts."
The travellers proceeded across Tang-Tang steppe, but encountered no molestation either by robber knights or by nomad beasts, though occasionally in the distance they saw heavy, long-necked beasts grazing upon the fruit of the trees, and a few sparse packs of 2-legged wolves hopping and loping across the middle distance. From time to time the creatures paused to stand high, the better to appraise the wold, with Glyneth lolling on the bench of the pergola, Kull below, and Visbium crouched at the rear. Visbium became drowsy and lay back on the rug to doze in the warmth of the sun's light. Glyneth, at the sudden sound, looked away to find that one of the wolves had trotted furtively up behind the wool, then jumped to the rug, where now, sitting on Visbium's face, it sucked blood from his chest through the rasping orifices in the palms of its forepaws. Kull jumped aft, seized the wolf, wrung its neck, and threw it astern. Visbium, with a lambent glare first at Kull, then back toward the corpse of the wolf, now being torn apart by 4 of its fellows, at last regained his composure. "Had I not been deprived of my things, this outrage could not have occurred." Glyneth gave him a scornful glance. "You should not have brought me here in the first place." "You must not blame me. I was so commissioned by a highly placed person."
"Who? Casimir? That is no excuse. Why does he want to know about Droon?"
"A portent or something of the sort has caused him alarm," said Visbium sourly, candid only through the discomfiture of the wolf's attack, for which it was convenient to blame Casimir. Glyneth pressed for further details, but Visbium would say no more until she first responded to his questions with equal frankness, a suggestion which prompted from Glyneth only a laugh of contemptuous amusement, and Visbium said darkly, "I will never forget such insults." The journey proceeded as before. The wolves ran behind for a period, hopping and bounding on long legs, but at last uttered howls of rebuke after the wool and turned away to the south. Leagues were vanquished by the wolves' running feet, while the black moon drifted around the sky. The group halted to rest a second and then a third time. On each occasion Glyneth raised the magic cottage and caused a fine banquet to appear on the table, at which all dined to repletion. Visbium, however, was not allowed to drink overmuch wine, lest he become large and annoy the others with his boasting. He then went into a fit of tearful complaints for the plight in which he found himself. Glyneth refused to listen to him. "Again I will point out that these troubles are of your own making." Visbium started to refute her statement, but Glyneth stopped him short. "Neither Kull nor I care to waste our time with foolishness. Instead," she brought the wallet to the table, "tell me, and I remind you of Kull's views in regard to evasiveness, how I may blow fire mites from this tube." "You cannot do so," said Visbium, smiling and tapping his hands on the table in time to some internal tune. "And how would you do so?" "First I would need the fire mites. Are there any in the wallet?" Glyneth looked blank. "I do not know." She brought out a flask. "What is in this little flagon?" "That is Hippolyto's mental sensitizer. 1 drop stimulates the mind and helps one achieve an enviable reputation for hilarity and wit. 2 drops enhances the aesthetic propensities to an exquisite degree, so that the person so stimulated can translate the patterns of spider-webs into song cycles and epic sagas." 3 drops?
It has never been attempted by human man. Cull might wish to experience a sublime and aesthetic experience. For such as Cull, I recommend 4 or even 5 drops. Cull is not an aesthete, said Glynn. These are your healing salves and balms, and this is your hair tonic. What is in this green bottle? Visbium said delicately, That, my dear Glyneth, is a tincture of erotic sublimations. It melts chaste maidens previously proof to both season and reason, and induces a wonderful emotion. When ingested by a gentleman, even of stately years, it lends a surge to the flagging zest, and invigorates that person who, for whatever reason, finds himself growing, let us say, absent-minded. I doubt if we will need this disgusting tonic, said Glyneth coldly. She drew further objects from the wallet. Here are your insect bulbs, here is the tube, and here the mirror. Cloth, bread, cheese, wine, fiddle and bow, also pipes. Wires, what is their purpose? They are useful when one wishes to cross a chasm, or to batter open stone walls. The peremptory spells are difficult to use. And the fire mites? Visbium made a negligent gesture. The question is nuncupatory. Glyneth screeched, Cull, do not kill him! Cull slowly subsided to his chair. Visbium huddled mournfully in the corner. In sudden inspiration, Glyneth pointed to a line of what seemed decorative buttons running along the length of Visbium's sleeves. The buttons! Visbium, are these the fire mites? Cull, be patient. Pull off the buttons. Better yet, Visbium shall eat several of them. Visbium looked up in startlement. Never! Then give them here. I dare not, cried Visbium. As soon as they are detached, they must be blown through the tube. Cull cut from Visbium's loose sleeves long strips of black cloth to which the fire mites were affixed, and thenceforth, as Visbium walked or moved his arms, his bony white elbows protruded from the rents. Glyneth rolled the strips of cloth around the tube, and so made a bundle. Now then, explain, if you will, how these are to be used. Pull the button from the fabric and put it in the tube so that the head looks away, then blow at the person you wish to discommode. What other trickeries are you concealing from us? None, no more. You have scoured me bare. I am helpless. Glyneth repacked the wallet. I hope that you are telling the truth for your own sake, since truly your misery only makes me ill. As before, the 3 slept in sequence. Visbium protested loudly about sleeping outside for fear of the running wolves. He was at last allowed to sleep in the pantry, with the door secured against his escape. In due course the wool once more set off across the steppe, a rolling savanna dotted with spherical trees of somewhat different color than before, with occasional trees of mustard ochre or black and maroon, rather than the carmine red of the trees along the Meese River. Ahead stood a gigantic tree 600 feet tall. The first boughs left the trunk in a cluster of 6, spaced symmetrically around the trunk, each terminating in a great ball of dark yellow-brown foliage, with other layers of branches similarly spaced all the way to the top. In the distance could be seen several other such giant trees, some even taller. As the wall passed by the first, the passengers noted to their fascination that in the bark of the trunk, 200 feet above the ground, arboreal 2-legged creatures had cut out apartments interconnected by rickety balconies. The tree-dwellers showed great excitement as the wall passed by, and came out to crowd the balconies, pointing, signaling, and performing gesticulations of defiance. Visbium's obscene gestures only stirred them to a new pitch of indignation. Inexorably the black moon veered around the sky. Glyneth tried to estimate how long and how far they had travelled, but only succeeded in confusing herself. Visbium pretended a like uncertainty, and was ordered to the ground to run behind the wall until his comprehensions sharpened, and almost at once he was able to render a precise report. "Observe the pink star yonder. When the black moon passes under the star, the way is open to Twitten's Corners. That is my estimate. The reckoning is not certain to the minute," he added virtuously. "I was reluctant to make a loose statement." "And how far is Asphodisky?" "Allow me to examine the map in the almanac." Glyneth, perhaps overly cautious, removed the key from its socket, then extended it to Visbium. Visbium pointed a crooked, knob-knuckled forefinger. "We would seem to be at this point, near this depicted river, which is the Haru, and I believe I observe the flow ahead on the left hand. The town Pewd marks the beginning of settled territory. Here is the road of round stones. It runs past the dark woods and across the plain of lilies, and so to Asphodisky, here at this symbol. After Pewd the distance still is 30 or 40 leagues, and the time draws short. I fear that our sleep has been too sound and our travel too meagre." "And what if we missed the time?" "A wait at the axis would seem to be in order. But if we returned to the hut where we started, we could go through there the sooner. Is that not correct?"
"So it is. You are a particularly clever girl, almost as clever as you are appealing to the eye."
Glyneth compressed her lips. "Please keep your compliments to yourself. The implications make me sick to my stomach. When would the pulse again be favorable at the hut, if so it became necessary?"
"When the moon reached the same place in the sky. Notice these notations. They refer to the azimuth of the black moon."
Glyneth went forward and reported to Kull what she had learned.
"Very well," said Kull. "We will sleep less soundly and travel more briskly."
2 or 3 leagues further along the way, a road slanted down from the north, where a small village of grey houses could be seen. It came around a forested knoll and led off into the east. Kull urged the wool upon the road, but the creature preferred to run on the blue turf, which provided a kinder footing. This road, according to Visbium, might well lead all the way to Asphodisky. He pointed at the map. "First we cross the river Haru, here by the town Pewd. Then Asphodisky lies onward across the plain of lilies." Down from the slopes of neatly tiered mountains flowed the river Haru to pass across the way to Asphodisky. The road led to a stone bridge of 5 arches and away to the east beside the village which Visbium had named Pewd. Glyneth asked Visbium, "Who are the people of the village? Did they come into being here?"
"They are folk from Earth, who across the ages have inadvertently dropped through sinkholes into Tanjectali. A certain number have been placed here for one reason or another by magicians like Twitten, and they too must bide on Tanjectali."
"That would seem a bitter fate," said Glyneth. "How cruel to be torn away from those who love you. Do you not agree, Visbium?" Visbium put on a lofty smile.
"Sometimes stern little reprimands become necessary, especially when one deals with wilful maidens who refuse to share the bounty of their treasure."
Kull turned his head and stared at Visbium, whose smile instantly faded. Along the road came a wagon carrying a dozen peasants. They turned to stare in wonder and awe as the wool went by. Their attention seemed primarily fixed upon Kull, and several jumped down from the wagon to take up staves, as if to defend themselves from attack. "That is an odd attitude," said Glyneth. "We offered them no threat. Are they timid or merely hostile to strangers?"
Visbium gave a fluting chuckle. "They are fearful for good reason. Feroses live in the mountains, and no doubt have earned themselves a dubious reputation. I foresee problems. It might be wise to dismiss Kull from our company."
Glyneth called to Kull, "Come into the pergola, on the low bench, and draw the curtain, so that the village folk will not be alarmed." Kull somewhat reluctantly slid into the lower bench of the pergola and drew the curtains. Visbium, watching carefully, came forward and stood in Kull's previous place. He looked back at Glyneth. "In case questions are asked, I will say that we are pilgrims visiting the monuments of Asphodisky."
"Be sure that is all you say," came Kull's voice from behind the curtains.
Glyneth, now uneasy, looked in the wallet and brought out a tormentor bulb, which she placed in her own pouch. The wool ran smartly across the bridge and down the principal street of the village. Visbium seemed extraordinarily alert and looked back and forth from side to side. He touched a pad on the wool's crest, and the creature sensibly slowed its pace. Kull rasped, "What are you doing? Keep moving at speed." "I do not wish to arouse adverse comment," said Visbium. "It is best to pass through settled areas at a seemly and sober pace, so that they will not think us irresponsible hoodlums." From a tall structure of dressed stone stepped 3 men wearing tight black trousers, voluminous tunics of green leather, and elaborate wide-brimmed hats. The foremost held up his hand. "Halt!" Visbium brought the wool to a standstill. "Whom is it our privilege to address?" "I am the Honourable Fulgis, constable and magistrate for the village Pewd. And you?" "Innocent pilgrims, bound for Asphodisky, that we may see the sights." "All very well, but have you paid toll for the use of the bridge?" "Not yet, sir. What is the fee?" "For such a medley as I see before me, 10 good dibbits of sound toke." "Very good. I was afraid that you might ask for a tassel from the rug, each of which is worth 20 dibbits." "I meant to include in the toll such a tassel." "What?" Visbium jumped to the ground. "Is not this slightly excessive?" "Would you prefer to return over the bridge and swim your way across the river?" "No. Glyneth, pass me down my wallet, that I may pay Sir Fulgis his due." Glyneth wordlessly passed down the wallet. Visbium now took Fulgis aside and spoke earnestly into his ear. Kull spoke to Glyneth in a husky whisper. "He is betraying us. Start the wool to running." "I do not know how." Visbium returned, and taking the wool, led it into a walled courtyard. Glyneth called sharply, "What are you doing?" There are certain formalities which I fear we must endure. Kull may be discovered. If he becomes violent, he will be dealt with harshly. You, my dear, may step down from the pergola." Kull jumped from the pergola, seized the wool's horns, and caused it to canter from the courtyard. Warriors ran forward and hurled nooses. Kull was pulled from the wool and lay dazed for an instant. During this time he was bound hand and foot with many turns of rope, then dragged off to a barred cell in the side of the courtyard. The constable spoke to Visbium. "Well done. Such a feroce might well have done damage." "It is a clever beast," said Visbium. "I suggest that you kill it instantly and make an end to its threat." "We must wait for the Lord Mayor, who may well call in Zaxa and provide us some sport." "And who is Zaxa?" asked Visbium indulgently. "He is defender of the law and executioner. He hunts feroce in the Glone Mountains, and it is his delight to derogate their prideful savagery." "Zaxa will do famously with Kull. Now we must be on our way, since time is short for us. From my esteem I give you personally 2 rich tassels worth many divots. Glyneth, we will proceed. It is a pleasure to be rid of that cantankerous beast." 4. The wool paced smartly eastward beside the road of round stones, with Visbium riding in state high on the top bench of the pergola, and Glyneth huddled miserably below. Visbium, with the wallet once more under his command, made a suspicious inspection to ensure that Glyneth had sequestered none of his properties to her own use. Satisfied that all was as it should be, he brought out the almanac, and discovering a mistake in his computations, made a flurry of new measurements, but discovered nothing to alarm him. At last reassured, he brought out his fiddle, extended the bow to its almost excessive length, tuned to a call of twiddle-dee-doodle-dee-diddle-dee-dee, then played a rousing selection of ear-tickling tunes, tantivits and merry-downs, fine bucking jigs and cracking quick-steps, rollicks, lilts, and fare-thee-wills. His elbows swung first high, then low, while his feet pounded the floor of the pergola in full justice to the metre. Peasants standing by the side of the road looked in wonder to see the great 8-legged wool running at speed, with Visbium playing fine music and Glyneth sitting glumly below. And when the peasants returned to their farmsteads, they had much to tell of the strange sights they had seen and the excellent music they had heard. Visbium suddenly remembered a new aspect to the calculations, which he had not heretofore considered. He put aside fiddle and bow and made his corrections, to such good effect that halfway along the road to Asphodisky he decided that the black moon afforded him somewhat more than adequate time for all his purposes, which brought him a great exhilaration of spirit. The road now had entered the fringes of the dark woods. Visbium steered the wool to the side, and off across a little meadow of blue grass to the shade of 3 dark blue trees, where he halted and threw down the anchor. With stately demeanour he descended to the sward, set out the miniature cottage, and caused it to expand. Finally he turned to Glyneth, still on the low bench of the pergola. "My dear, you may alight." "I prefer to stay here." Visbium spoke crisply, with an overtone of menace in his tone. "Glyneth, step down from the wool, if you please. We have important matters to discuss." Glyneth jumped down from the wool, ignoring Visbium's hand. With a cool smile, Visbium signalled Glyneth to the doorway of the cottage. She entered and seated herself, while Visbium closed the door and shut the bolt. "Are you hungry?" asked Visbium. "No." As soon as she had spoken, Glyneth realized that she had made a mistake. Any procedure which used time was to her advantage. "Do you thirst?" Glyneth gave a noncommittal shrug, and Visbium brought wine from the cupboard and poured full 2 goblets. "My dear, we are at last genuinely and intimately alone. Is that not a thrilling thought? I have yearned long for this moment, meanwhile ignoring insults and indignities as befits a knight of chivalry. Such matters, pah! They are the twitchings and squealings of small minds. Noblesse allows me to put them aside, as a gallant ship rides over the spatter and spray of the envious waves. Drink now! Let this good vintage bring warmth to your veins. Drink, Glyneth, drink!" "What? You shun the wine? You push aside the goblet? Truly I am not pleased. Rather than sparkling eyes and excited mouth, I find a squint, a hunching, a dyspeptic pinch of nostril, a grim behaviour. This is a time for gaiety. I am somewhat puzzled by your posture. You crouch and watch me sidelong, as if I were a rat eating the breakfast cheese. On your feet, then. Let us act in the manner of dainty lovers. Be so kind as to loose your garments and let them slide, and so to display your lovely supple limbs." Glyneth shook her head. "I will do nothing like this." Visbium smiled. Really, what a pity that I lack a full measure of time, so that I might match you at every turn. But time is of the essence. The affair must be effected in a makeshift manner, and first, for reasons which will become clear to you, I must know what I brought you here to learn. Quickly now, that we devote the greater time to our pleasure." Temporizing, Glyneth asked, "What did you wish to know?" "Ha! Can you not guess?" "Not really. I am puzzled." "Then I will tell you exactly. After all, why should you not be told? Surely you will never use the knowledge to my disadvantage. Am I correct in this?" "Yes." "Of course I am correct. Listen, then. King Casimir heard a prediction regarding the firstborn son of Princess Soldrun. There is mystery in connection with Soldrun's child. Princess Madook is a changeling, but what of the boy the fairies took? There was a boy who left Thripsy and who became your companion. His name is Droon, but he would seem much too old to be Soldrun's child. Who, then, is Droon's mother? Where is that boy whom the fairies took and gave back Madook in return? This boy would now be 5 or 6 years old. By the prediction he will sit on Evandig before Casimir, or some such affair, and Casimir is anxious to locate him." "So that he may put the child to death?" Visbium smiled and shrugged. "Such is the way of kings. And now you can understand the import of my curiosity. Do you so understand?" "Yes." "Excellent. Then in all kindness I ask that you tell me what you know of the matter, and I therefore put this easy and harmless question to you. Who is Droon's mother?" "Droon never knew his mother," said Glyneth. "He was nurtured by fairies and spent a most curious childhood. Once he told me the name of Madook's mother. She had consorted with men, and her name was Twisk." "Words, words, words!" cried Visbium fretfully. "They are not responsive to my question. Once more, who is or was Droon's mother?" Glyneth shook her head. "Even if I knew, I would tell you nothing, since it might aid King Casimir, our enemy." Visbium spoke sharply. "You try my patience, but I have a remedy." He brought a little green glass bottle from his wallet. "This, as you will recall, is the true and veritable essence of amour. One drop brings yearnings to every nook of the female soul, and encourages prodigies of sexual valor in the male. Suppose that I forced you to ingest not just a single drop, but 2 or even 3. In your urgent zeal you would tell me what I wanted to know in a trice, nor would you be at all loath to step from your garments." Tears rolled down Glyneth's cheeks. What a sorry end for her life! Visbium clearly intended either to kill her outright, or at best to abandon her on Tangectuli. Visbium came up to her with his bottle. "Come then, vixen, open the pretty little mouth. 1 drop shall I give you. 1 drop will suffice, and if not, then we shall try another." 5. In his cell at the town pewd, Kull rubbed the ropes binding his arms against a sharp edge of the door-frame, and rasped them through. He untied the ropes from his legs, broke open the door to the cell with a single lurch, and burst out into the courtyard. A pair of guards jumped up to intercept him, and were sent sprawling. Kull took his sword from the gatehouse. He ran out into the street and eastward along the road. Fulgus, the constable, organized a party of pursuit, including the redoubtable Zaxa, a hybrid creature, half man and half hespid batrachie, with arms like balks of timber, a heavy grey hide proof against spear, arrow, claw, or fang. Zaxa rode a small pacing wool and carried his fabulous sword, Zil, while the others of the party rode steeds of other descriptions. The posse set off in hot pursuit, and presently overtook Kull, who ran into the deep woods. The pursuers coursed behind, shouting and hallooing and exchanging repartee. Kull dropped from a tree into their midst, destroyed 8 warriors, and ran off. The pursuers came after, more cautiously, consulting among themselves, and exchanging terse instructions, with Zaxa in the lead. Kull slid around to their rear, and attacking once more wrought further carnage. By the time Zaxa arrived on the scene, Kull was gone once more, only to leap from the shadows, seize the constable Fulgus, and break his head against a tree-trunk, but Zaxa at last confronted him. Zaxa bellowed, "Feroce, you are clever, you are fierce, but now you must pay for your murders, and the cost shall be high." Kull responded, "Zaxa, allow me to make a suggestion. You go your way, and I will go mine. In this case neither shall take harm from the other. It is a plan which redounds to the profit of both. Can you perceive the wisdom of my proposal?" Zaxa stood back, blinking as he pondered the concept. At last he spoke.
No doubt there is something in what you say, but I rode this far distance with the express and stated purpose of lopping away your head with my fine sword Zil, and it seems somehow bootless to turn about now and ride empty-handed back to Pewd. The townsfolk would ask, Zaxa, did you not ride from town pell-mell that you might destroy the murderous Feroz? And I could but answer, true, that was my purpose. Then they would say, the clever brute evaded your search. To this I would be forced to answer, quite to the contrary. We met and spoke a few civil words to each other. Then I came home. The townsfolk might say nothing aloud, but I feel that I would lose esteem around the neighborhood. Therefore, even at the risk of discomfort, I find myself obliged to kill you. What if you die first? Zaxa bellowed and beat his great chest. Once I lay hands on you, the issue is closed. Prepare to learn the full extent of the infinite hereafter. The two joined battle. In the end, panting, bloody, and with one arm mangled, Kull stood above the corpse of Zaxa. He gazed around the forest glade, but the surviving villagers, seeing how the battle went, had departed. Kull looked down at the great grey carcass and almost could feel a pang of pity. Kull took up Zaxa's magnificent sword Zil, staggered to Zaxa's mount, climbed to the seat, and set off in search of Visbium and Glyneth. Only a mile down the road Kull spied the anchored wool and the house. Keeping to cover, he approached, dismounted, and went to the door. From within he heard a sudden crash of broken glass. Kull burst the door wide and stood in the doorway. Visbium, engaged in tearing Glyneth's clothes from her body, looked up in a panic. A bottle of green glass lay broken in the fireplace where Glyneth had seized and thrown it. Kull hurled Visbium against the wall with such force that Visbium fell senseless to the floor. Glyneth ran sobbing to Kull. "What have they done to you? Oh, your poor arm! My dear, poor, wonderful Kull, you are hurt!" "But not too badly," said Kull. "I am alive, and Zaxa is learning the length and breadth of the infinities." "Sit in the chair and let us see what can be done for you." 6. Once again the wool ran eastward toward Asphodisky, beside the road of round stones. In a clothes-press at the back of the cottage Glyneth had found garments to replace those which Visbium had torn, peasant trousers of striped grey, black and white bast, and a blouse of coarse blue linen. She had done her best to ease Kull's wounds, mending his cuts and slashes, and contriving a sling to support his arm until the fractured bone might mend. Zaxa had sunk his fangs into Kull's shoulder, injecting a poisonous saliva, and the wound had mortified. "Take the knife," said Kull. "Cut, let the blood flow, then dust on the powder." Glyneth, grey-faced, took a deep breath, and holding her hand steady, slashed deep into the wound, releasing a gush of noxious matter and then a flow of healthy red blood. Kull groaned in relief and stroked Glyneth's hair, then sighed once again and looked away. "At times I see strange visions," said Kull, "but it was not intended that I should dream, especially impossible dreams." "Impossible dreams come into my head, too, sometimes," said Glyneth. "They confuse me and even frighten me. Still, how can I help but love you, who are so brave and kind and gentle?" Kull gave a mirthless laugh. "So I was intended to be." He turned away and gave his attention to Visbium. "I would kill you at this moment, except that we still need your guidance. How goes the direction of the moon?" Visbium painfully rose to his feet. "What if I guide you correctly? You will be allowed to live." Visbium showed the caricature of an airy and confident smile. "I will accept that condition. The black moon is close on the quaver. You have loitered over long. Then let us be away." Visbium made as if to take up his wallet, but Glyneth ordered him to stand back. She reduced the cottage, packed it away. The three climbed aboard the wool and once again rode toward the pink star, now almost in contact with the black moon. As before, Glyneth rode the high seat in the pergola, Kull crouched by the wool's horns, and Visbium sat at the hind quarters, looking to the side with eyes as liquid and large as those of a lemur. Glyneth rode in a welter of a dozen emotions, and any one of them, so she felt, might bring her heartbreak. Despite the salves and powders, Kull was not the Kull of old. Perhaps, thought Glyneth, he had lost too much blood, for now his skin had taken on a pallor, and the crispness had gone from his movements. She sighed, thinking of her return to earth. Already Tanjectuli had become the reality, and earth the fanciful land behind the clouds.
League after league fell astern to the thrust of the wool's running legs, and now the road led across the plain of lilies. In the distance appeared a line of low hills, a town of grey houses, and somewhat to the north a low flat dome of gleaming grey-silver metal. Visbium came to stand by the pergola. He spoke to Glyneth. "My dear, I will need the almanac that I may find the great axis." Glyneth removed the key from its socket and handed the almanac to Visbium, who read the text with attention, then studied a small detail map. "Aha," said Visbium. "Fair to the side of the dome we should see a platform, and thereon an iron post." Glyneth pointed. "I see the platform, I see the post." "Then forward in haste. The black moon has sounded the pulse, and here the time is short, without pause or rest." At best speed the wool coursed across the countryside and arrived at the side of the dome. "This is an old temple, which may well be deserted now," said Visbium. "On to the platform. Glyneth, the key." "Not yet," said Glyneth, "and in any event I will use the key." Visbium made an annoyed chattering sound. "That is not as I planned. It is impractical." "Nevertheless, you shall not pass until both Kull and I are safely through the portal." "Bah!" whispered Visbium. "Then up to the platform and halt. Glyneth, alight. Kull, down from your perch. To the post." Glyneth went to the steps leading up to the platform. Kull wearily stepped down to the ground and followed. Visbium pulled the pipes from his pocket and played a shrill, discordant arpeggio. The wool bellowed in rage and, lowering its head, charged down upon Kull. Visbium came dancing with knees high, blowing tones at angry discord. Kull tried to jerk aside, but the spring was gone from his legs. The wool hooked him with its horns and tossed him high. Glyneth ran crying back down to the limp form. She looked up at Visbium in horror and hatred. "You have betrayed us once again." "No more than you. Look at me. I am Visbium. You call endearments to this creature who is half a beast and only partly a man. It is unnatural. Yet you scorn me, the proud and noble Visbium." Glyneth ignored him. "Kull lives! Help me with him." "Never! Are you mad? Now quickly! He lives! Shall I call the wool to trample him?" Glyneth looked up in horror. "No!" "Tell me, who is Droon's mother? Tell me!" Kull whispered, "Tell him nothing." "No," said Glyneth. "I will tell him. It can make no great difference. Suldrun was Droon's mother, and Aelus his father." "How is that possible, with Droon now 12 years old?" "A year in the fairy she is like 10 years of life elsewhere." Visbium gave a crow of exultation. "That is the knowledge I have been seeking!" He snatched the key from Glyneth's hands and jumped back as if dancing to some surging music heard by himself alone. He made a flamboyant flourish. "Truly, Glyneth, what a little fool you are! If you had spoken long ago, we would have been saved both toil and pain, from which I profit not at all. Little does Casimir care. He will only commend me for the results and call me efficient. Now then, will you come to earth in a submissive manner and there do my bidding?" Glyneth fought to keep her voice under control. "I cannot leave Kull." She turned her head so as not to look at Visbium. "Take us both safely to earth, and I will do your bidding." Visbium judiciously held high his finger. "No! Kull must stay. He has treated me with contumacy. He must be punished. Come, Glyneth." "I will not leave without him." "So be it. Remain here and cherish this beast you love with so peculiar a passion. Give me now my wallet." "I will not give over the wallet." "Then I will blow a blast on my pipes." "And I will throw a tormentor bulb at you. I should have done so before." Visbium uttered a curse, but dared delay no longer. "I am away for earth, where I will enjoy honours and wealth. Goodbye." Visbium leapt up to the platform, struck with his key, and disappeared from view. Glyneth knelt beside Kull, who lay with eyes closed. Glyneth stroked his forehead. "Kull, can you hear me?" "I can hear you." "I am here with you. Can you manage to climb upon the wool? We will take you to a quiet place in the forest, and you shall rest until you are well." Kull opened his eyes. "The wool is an uncertain creature. It has done me a great harm." "Only at the bidding of Visbium's pipes. Otherwise it seems an orderly creature, and it runs well." "That is true. Well then, let me see if I can climb on its back." "I will help you." Attracted by the activity, folk from the town had started to gather, and some of them began to jeer Glyneth's attempts to help Cull. Glyneth paid the crowd no heed, and finally Cull half climbed, half fell aboard the wool. Now the crowd moved in close and surrounded the wool and started to pluck tassels from the rug. Glyneth brought a tormentor bulb from the wallet and tossed it into the crowd, which immediately dispersed amid cries of pain, and the wool was free to go its way. An hour later Glyneth took the wool veering across a meadow and behind a copse, where she dropped anchor and set up the house. Cull for a period lay in a daze, and Glyneth watched him anxiously. Was her imagination playing her tricks, or were odd changes occurring within Cull, causing his expression to move and change, and at times even blur? Cull opened his eyes to find Glyneth watching him. He spoke in a soft, drained voice. "I have had strange dreams. When I try to remember, my head swims." He made a fretful movement and started to raise himself, but Glyneth pushed him back. "Lie quietly, Cull. Rest, and never mind the dreams." Cull closed his eyes and spoke in his vague, soft voice. "Mergin spoke to me. He said that I must guard you and bring you back safe to the hut. It is proper that I love you, because that is my reason for being alive. But you must not waste your emotion on me. I am half-beast, and one of the voices I hear is the voice of the feroz. Another voice is reckless and cruel, and it urges me to unspeakable deeds. The third voice is the strongest, and when it speaks the others are still." Glyneth said, "I too have thought long and deeply. All you say is true. I am awed by your strength and grateful for your protection. But I love another part of you, your kindness and bravery, and these were not taught you by Mergin. They come from somewhere else." "Mergin's orders ring in my mind. I am to guard you and bring you safe to the hut, and since we have no better place to go, that shall be our destination." "Back the way we came?"
"Back the way we came."
"Whenever you are strong enough to travel, then we will go." Chapter 17 1. 2 days before the final goblin fair of the season, Melanchthon arrived at that inn near Twitten's Corners known as the Laughing Sun and the Crying Moon. She engaged her customary apartments, then at once went off to the meadow, where she hoped to find Zuck and remind him of their contract in connection with the flowers. Zuck had only just arrived, and with the aid of a nondescript boy unloaded his goods and appurtenances from a pony cart. At the sight of Melanchthon he politely nodded and touched the brim of his cap with his first 2 fingers and proceeded with his work. Apparently the provision of flowers for Melanchthon had not yet occupied his attention. Melanchthon made a sibilant sound of annoyance and confronted Zuck where he worked at his shelves. "Have you forgotten our agreement?" Zuck paused in his work and gave her a blank side glance. His face cleared. "Ah, yes, of course. You are the lady who so anxiously wanted flowers." "Quite so, Zuck. Have you forgotten so soon?"
"Of course not. But many small details throng my mind and detract from my attention. Just a moment."
Zuck gave the boy instructions, then took Melanchthon to a nearby bench. "You must understand that in our business we often deal with persons who talk largely but put little gold upon the counter. As I recall, you wished another flower or 2 to grace your lovely hair."
"I want all the flowers, be they 1, 2, 10, or 100.
Zuck nodded slowly and looked off across the meadow. "At last we understand each other. Such flowers command large prices. I already have a list of customers as impatient as you, and I have yet to consult my supplier in regard to the produce of his secret garden."
"Your other customers must look elsewhere, and you will be adequately paid, never fear."
"In that case, you must apply to my booth tomorrow at this time, when I hope to have definite news from the gardener." Melanchthon could extract no further information from Zuck, and most especially he refused to identify the mysterious gardener who nurtured such remarkable blooms, and at last Melanchthon returned to the inn, fretful and dissatisfied, but unable to implement her wishes. As soon as she was out of sight, Zuck thoughtfully returned to his work. After a bit he called to the boy, who on closer inspection seemed to be either full Falloy or Falloy with traces of goblin and humankind. His stature was that of human youth, with a supple, easy quality to his movements. Otherwise he showed a silver skin, pale green-gold hair, and enormous eyes with dark silver pupils in the shape of 7-pointed stars. He was a pretty lad, calm, slow, and even somewhat naive. Zuck had found him a willing worker, and paid him well, so that in general affairs went well between the two. Zuck now called the boy's name. "Josip, where are you?"
"Here, sir, resting under the cart."
"Come here, if you please. I have an errand for you."
Josip came around to the front of the booth.
"What is this errand?"
No great matter. This summer you came to work one day with a fine black flower, which, as I recall, you left on the counter, and which I later gave away to one of my customers."
"Ah, yes," said Josip, "a flower from my secret garden."
Zuck ignored the remark. "I am of a mind to put out some trifling decoration to distinguish our booth and mark it from the ruck. To this end a few flowers might be just the thing. Where did you obtain the black blossom?"
"Out in the forest along Gilliam's Lane, at a place I like to consider my secret bower. This summer I found only a single bloom, though I noticed several buds."
"A few flowers may be enough. After all, we are not flower merchants or herbalists. How far is the garden? Direct me, and I will cut exactly to my needs."
Josip hesitated. "I remember neither landmarks nor exact distances. I myself will find the place with difficulty. Still, if you want the flowers, instruct me, and I will bring them here."
"A good idea," said Zuck. "Take the pony cart so that you may make haste. Ride out Gilliam's Lane this very moment. Cut neither buds nor seed pods, only those flowers which have come into full bloom. In this manner we will not injure the growth."
"Just so," said Josip. "I will need a sharp knife to cut the stems, and a bite of bread and cheese to stay me along the way, which, as I recall, is 2 or 3 or even 4 miles down the lane."
"Go then, and do not loiter."
As soon as Josip had departed, Zuck closed the booth. He borrowed a mount from an acquaintance at a nearby booth and set off after Josip. He rode with stealth and caution, pacing himself by the squeak and clatter of the pony cart. When the lane turned, Zuck hastened forward to peer along its way ahead, and then ride swiftly to the next turning, so remaining close behind Josip, but always out of sight. The sound of the cart suddenly ceased. Zuck dismounted, tied the horse, and advanced on foot. The cart had halted in the middle of the lane, and Josip was nowhere to be seen. "Well done," said Zuck to himself. "Here is the site of the mysterious garden. It is all I need to know. Now to return to the booth in haste, and Josip would never know that his secret had been broached." Zuck's curiosity prompted him to steal forward for a better indication as to the location and size of the flower bed. Step by wary step he came down the road, running at last on tiptoe, darting glances to right and left. Josip stepped from the shadows, carrying a small bouquet of 4 flowers. He seemed not at all surprised to find Zuck on hand.
"I came in haste," said Zuck. "I decided to use bunting and multicolored streamers for my decoration, rather than despoil the flower bed. Therefore I thought to inform you at once of my new plans."
"That was kind of you," said Josip. He seemed to have difficulty speaking. He warbled and lisped. "But what of these flowers I have already cut?"
"Bring them along. Better yet, give them into my care. Are there others in bud?"
"Very few." Zuck looked frowningly slantwise at Josip.
"Why are you speaking with so odd a voice?"
Josip grinned, showing silver teeth. "As I worked, I disturbed the soil and discovered this wonderful gem." He took a lambent green sphere from his mouth. "For convenience, I carry it thus."
"Amazing," said Zuck. "Allow me to examine it."
"No, Zuck, by stealth you learned the secret of my garden. By nature I am easy, even ingenuous, but on this occasion I must pass a judgment, and your deceit must be punished by death." So saying, Josip stabbed Zuck first in the neck with the knife he had used to cut flowers, then in the heart. Then, to halt Zuck's twitching, he thrust the knife hard into Zuck's right ear, all the way to the hilt. "Now then, Zuck, we have properly put an end to your skulkishness. I will say no more of the matter." Josip rolled the corpse into the ditch and returned to the meadow, leading the horse Zuck had ridden behind the cart. Josip returned the horse to its owner, who asked in wonder,
"And where is good Zuck, who rode off so briskly?"
"He has gone to examine a new line of merchandise," said Josip. "I must meanwhile take care of the booth."
"That is a great responsibility for an inexperienced stripling like yourself. If you find any difficulties, or if you suspect that you are being cheated, call me, and I will set matters right."
"Thank you, sir. I am much relieved." The time was still 2 hours short of sundown. Josip opened the booth, arranged the flowers in vases, and after some hesitation placed the green pearl on display in a dish on one of the back shelves. "It is a wondrous gem," he told himself. "Still, what use is it to me? I am not one for earrings nor other adornments. Well, we shall see. The gem must bring a good price, or I will not sell." In the morning Melanchthon appeared early and looked here and there. She noticed the flowers and gave a glad cry. "Where is the good Zuck?" "He is searching out new merchandise," said Josip. "The booth is in my care." "At least he has found flowers for me. Bring them forward. They are mine alone and must never be sold elsewhere." "As you wish, lady." Melanchthon took possession of the flowers. They were indeed of startling distinction, with colors that seemed to shudder with the force of their nature. Each was different, each projected a unique personality. The first, pungent orange, mingled with vermilion, plum red, and black. The second, sea green with purple glowing under a luster of beetle-black blue. The third, black, glossy harsh, with spikes of strident ochre yellow, and a scarlet tuft at the center. The fourth, a dozen concentric rings of small petals, in turn white, red, and blue. Melanchthon asked no price. She tossed down 4 golden crowns. "When will you have more of these blooms?" Josip at once saw how the wind blew. Zuck had been deceitful by an order of magnitude larger than Josip had imagined. Still, whether for good or for bad, he could not be punished a second time. Josip reflected. "Tomorrow, lady, I may have more flowers." "Remember, they must be reserved for me alone. I am fascinated by their bizarre complication." Josip said smoothly, "To ensure yourself full ownership, I advise that you pay over at this moment a sufficiency of gold coins. Otherwise someone may be quicker than you tomorrow morning." Melanchthon contemptuously flung down 5 more crowns of yellow gold, and the transaction was thereby validated. Dusk fell over the meadow. Lamps hung in the trees, and a variety of folk who preferred night to day came to stroll among the booths and to chaffer for articles which aroused their interest. At the inn, Melanchthon dined modestly upon a chicken wing and a turnip cooked with honey and butter. She sat with her flowers set out in 4 vases, that she might admire each in turn, or all together, as she chose. A saturnine, dark-haired gentleman in splendid garments, distinguished by a neat moustache, a small beard, and keen features, approached her table. He bowed, doffed his hat, and without further ceremony seated himself. Melanchthon, recognizing Tamarello, made no comment. He inspected the flowers with curiosity. "Most fascinating, and I would think unique. Where do such extraordinary blossoms grow?" "As to that I cannot be sure," said Melanchthon. "I buy them from a booth at the fair. Smell them one after the other. Each is different. Each purports with its odor an entire cascade of meaning and meanings of meanings. Each is a whole pageant of subtle and nameless aromas." Tamarello smelled each bloom in turn, and then each once again. He looked at them with lips pursed. "The odors are exquisite. I am reminded of something to which I cannot now put a name. The thought hangs in a far corner of my mind and refuses to stir. A maddening sensation." "You will recognize it presently," said Melanchthon. "Why are you here, where you come so rarely?" "I am here by curiosity," said Tamarello. "Only a few moments ago there was a tremble at Twitten's post. It might mean much or it might mean little, but such a tremble is always worth the investigation. Aha! Look then, who has just entered the inn. It is Visbium, and I must confer with him at once." Visbium stood by the counter, looking this way and that for Hockshank, who at this moment was busy elsewhere. Tamarello went to stand beside him. "Visbium, what do you do here?" Visbium peered at the black-bearded grandee who addressed him so familiarly. "Sir, you have the advantage of me." "I am Tamarello, in a guise I often use while going abroad." "Of course. Now I recognize you by the clarity of your gaze. Tamarello, it is a pleasure to see you." "Thank you. What brings you here at this season?" Visbium puffed out his cheeks and gave his forefinger a wag. "Now then, who can explain the foibles of a vagabond? One day here, the next day there. Sometimes the way is rude, sometimes it is rough, and sometimes one must tramp onward, through the rain and the dark, compelled only by the gleam of one's own far star. But for now I wish only for Hockshank, that he may find me a comfortable chamber for the night." "Your wants will not be satisfied, or so I fear. The inn is full." Visbium's face fell. "In that case I must find a tuft of hay in the barn." "Unnecessary. Step outside a moment." Somewhat reluctantly, Visbium followed Tamarello out the door and into the road. Tamarello looked up into the sky. He pointed aloft to where the moonlight shone on a floating manse of 3 towers, a terrace, and a surrounding balustrade. "That is where I shall take my rest this night," said Tamarello. "But before I say more, I am curious as to why you are here when you were on last accounts hard at work in the service of King Casimir upon my recommendation." "True, true. With your usual acuity you understand the exact state of affairs. I believe that I will now take a bite of supper, if you will excuse me." "In a moment," said Tamarello. "Tell me, how went your business with Casimir?" "Tolerably well." "He is pleased with your information?" "In truth, I have not yet reported to him. The knowledge I have gained is so footling that I may not even trouble to do so." "What, in fact, did you learn?" "Sir, I feel that I should best retain these few trivialities for Casimir's ears." "Forsooth, Visbume, surely you have no secrets from me?" "All of us have our little areas of privacy," said Visbume primly. "In some areas, and at some times, and with certain persons," stated Tamarello. "Not at Twitten's Corners by moonlight in converse with Tamarello." Visbume made nervous flourishes of the hand. "Well, then, if you insist, you shall know." And Visbume added heartily, "After all, who referred me to Casimir but my good friend Tamarello?" "Exactly so." "I learned this much. Casimir is troubled by a prediction in regard to Soldrun's firstborn son. I know of this prediction by Persilian the mirror. I know of Casimir's concern. The fact is simple, yet most poignant. Soldrun's firstborn son was sired by Aelus, king of Troysinet. The son's name is Droon, and in 1 year at the fairy She he attained the age of 9 earthly years." "Interesting," said Tamarello. "And how did you come by this information?" "I worked with vast toil and cunning. I took Glyneth to the world tanjectorly, and there I would easily have had the knowledge, had not Shimrod sent down a great monster to harass me. But I am nothing if not indomitable. I gained my information, I killed the beast, and I came up from tanjectorly with my information." "And the Princess Glyneth?" "She remains in tanjectorly, where she cannot tell tales." "A wise precaution there. You are right. Knowledge of this sort is best kept secret, and reserved to the fewest possible number of minds. Indeed, Visbume, 1 mind is enough for knowledge of this sort." Visbume drew back a step. 2 minds are quite as secure." "I fear not." "Visbume." "Hold!" cried Visbume. "Have you forgotten my loyalty, my relentless efficiency, my aptitude for performing impossible services?" Tamarello considered. "These arguments carry genuine weight. You are both loquacious and cogent, and so you have earned your life. Henceforth, however—" Tamarello made a gesture and uttered a phrase. Visbume's garments slumped to the ground. From the dark tumble crawled a black and green snake. It hissed once at Tamarello and darted away into the forest. Tamarello stood quiet in the road, listening to the sounds from within the inn, the mutter of voices, the clink of glass and earthenware, Hawkshank's occasional call to his serving boy. Tamarello's thoughts went for a moment to Melanchthie. Her flowers, for a fact, were intriguing. He would explore them further in the morning. As for the attractions of Melanchthie's person, his moods were ambiguous and to a certain degree defensive. He had been the lover of her brother. Now she showed him a cool, half-smiling detachment, in which Tamarello often thought to sense the flavor of contempt. Tamarello listened a final moment to the sounds from the inn, glanced toward the forest, where he knew a black and green snake watched him with passionate eyes. Tamarello chuckled for the sheer logic of the situation, then held his arms wide, fluttered his fingers, and was wafted high through the moonlight to his floating manse. 5 minutes later Shimrod appeared in the road. Like Tamarello, he paused a moment to listen. Then, hearing nothing but sounds from within, he entered the inn. 2. Shimrod went to the counter, and Hawkshank leaned forward to attend his wants. "Again, Sir Shimrod, I am filled to capacity. Still, I noticed that the beautiful Dame Melanchthie again visits the fair, and already has bought a fine bouquet which is the envy of everyone. Perhaps she might again share her accommodations with a dear and trusted friend. Or even with a total stranger, should the mood be on her. Well, we shall see. Tonight I came prepared, and in fact I have no need for her hospitality. Still, who knows how the evening will go? In the name of gallantry I will at least pay my respects, and possibly take a cup of wine with her." "Have you dined?" asked Hawkshank. "Tonight the civet of hare is tasty, and my woodcocks are beyond reproach. Hear how they sizzle on the spit." "You have tempted me," said Shimrod. "I will test one of the woodcocks, along with half a crusty loaf." Shimrod joined Melanchthie at her table. She said, "Only minutes ago Tamarello sat in that very chair and admired these same flowers. Is this the reason for your presence?" "The flowers, no. Tamarello, perhaps. Mergin sent me to investigate a tremble of Twitten's post." "Twitten's post is all the rage," said Melanchthie. "Tamarello came at the same tremble." Shimrod looked around the room. "His guise must be unusual. I see no one here who might be Tamarello, unless it is yonder youth with the copper ringlets and the green jade eardrops." "Tonight Tamarello is an austere grandee, but he is not here. He noticed his crony Visbume and took him outside, and neither has returned." Shimrod strove to keep his voice casual. "How long ago was this?" Minutes only. Melanchthon held up one of her flowers. Is this not glorious? It quivers with the very essence of its being. It tells a provocation for something I cannot even surmise. See how the colors glow against each other. The odor is intoxicating. Yes, perhaps so. Shimrod jumped to his feet. I will be back in a few moments. Shimrod left the inn and went out into the road. He looked right and left. No one was in sight. He cocked his head to listen, but only sounds from within the inn came to his ear. He walked quietly to Twitten's Corners. He looked north, east, south, and west. The four roads stretched away from the crossing, empty and pale in the moonlight, with trees standing sombre to the side. Shimrod returned toward the inn. To the side of the road, half in the ditch, he noticed a tumble of clothes. Shimrod approached slowly. He knelt, and so discovered a tall grey book with a golden rod engaged in the web. Shimrod took the book to the light streaming from the windows of the inn, and read the title. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small silver bell, which he tapped with his fingernail. A voice spoke. I am here. I am standing beside the inn at Twitten's Corners. Just before I arrived, Visbium came into the inn. If the post trembled, he was the cause. Tamarello met him and took him outside. I fear that Visbium is gone, either dead or dissipated. He left behind his garments and his Twitten's almanac, which now I hold in my possession. And Tamarello? Shimrod, raising his eyes, saw Tamarello's man silhouetted across the moon. He has brought a floating castle. I see it now in the sky. I will come, but early in the morning. Meanwhile, take full precautions. Do nothing at Melanchthon's behest, no matter how innocent. Tamarello's mood is reckless. He suffered at Cambaste, and now he learns that he has gained nothing. He is ready to perform any act, be it desperate or irrevocable, or merely tragic. Be wary. Shimrod returned inside the inn. Melanchthon, for whatever reason, had departed. Shimrod consumed his supper, and for a period sat watching the folk of the forest at their revels. At last he went outside, and going to a nearby clearing, put down a miniature cottage, much like the one Visbium had carried in his wallet. House, grow large, said Shimrod. He went to stand on the porch. House, stand tall. The house grew cabriolet legs at the corners, each terminating in claws grasping a ball, so that the house stood at a secure height of 60 feet above the clearing. The night passed, and dawn came to the forest of Tantravalis. As the sun raised above the trees, Shimrod came out on his porch. Down, house, called Shimrod, and then, house, grow small. Tamarello's manse still floated in the sky. Shimrod went into the inn and made his breakfast. Melanchthon came quietly into the room, demure as a young shepherdess of Arcady in her knee-length white frock and sandals. She paid Shimrod no heed, and went to sit in an inconspicuous corner which suited Shimrod very well. Melanchthon wasted little time at her breakfast. Departing the inn, she went to the meadow, where the fair was already in full progress. Shimrod followed casually behind her. As she entered the meadow, he joined her side. What do you look for today? I have a whole bouquet of flowers on order, Melanchthon told him. These blooms are now my fascination. I dote upon them. Shimrod laughed. Is it not strange that they work so strong an influence upon you? Do you not fear falling under an enchantment? Melanchthon gave him a startled side glance. What enchantment could it be, save the force of sheer beauty? They are my dearest loves. Their colors sing to me. Their perfumes bring me dreams. Pleasant dreams, I hope. Some of the odors are remarkably rank. Melanchthon showed him one of her rare smiles. The dreams are various. Some are most surprising. Some, I suspect, might exceed the limits of your imagination. No doubt whatever. I am denied such ecstasies by my mean and paltry soul. Shimrod looked around the meadow. Where is this merchant of dreams? Melanchthon pointed. Just there. I see Josip, but where are my lovely flowers? No doubt he has put them aside for me. Melanchthon ran to the booth. Josip, good morning to you, and where is my bouquet? Josip shook his head mournfully. Lady, in this case the truth is more simple, more elemental, and more convincing than any lie. I will tell you the full and exact truth. This morning, when I went to cut flowers, I came upon a grievous sight. Each plant had fallen and died, as if ravaged by the blight. There are no more plants. There are no more flowers. Melanchthon stood rigid. How is it possible? She whispered. Must it always be thus, that when I have found something sweet and dear, it is taken from me? Josip, how can you be so cruel? All night long I have pined for these flowers. Josip gave a shrug. Truly, lady, the fault is not mine, and therefore the coins you paid over to me should not be returned. Shimrod said, "Josip, allow me to cite the first principle of business ethics. If you give nothing of value, then you may not expect payment, regardless of all else. I speak only as a disinterested spectator." Josip cried out, "I cannot give up so much good gold. My plans have been destroyed. I deserve pity, not new strokes of misfortune. Let the lady select elsewhere from among my treasures. I hold nothing back. Here is an absolute prize, a black pebble dredged from the bottom of the river Styx. And observe this touching scene of a child caressing his mother, done in a mosaic of birds' eyes in gum. I stock a good selection of amulets, all of great power, and this magic bronze comb invigorates the hair, repels infestations, and cures scabies. These are all valuable articles." "I want none of them," said Melanchthon crossly. "Still, let me look at that green gem you have on display." Josip hissed between his teeth and reluctantly brought down the shallow box in which reposed the green pearl. "I am not so sure that I wish to part with this exquisite object." "Come, then, you yourself declare that nothing was held back. These gentlemen will testify to your word." She indicated Shimrod and 2 or 3 others who had paused to watch the altercation. "Again, as a disinterested spectator, I must corroborate Melanchthon's statement," said Shimrod. He spoke in an abstracted voice, in search of a memory which for the moment evaded him. Somewhere he had encountered news of a green pearl, but the context evaded him. The green pearl, so he recalled, had been some sort of evil token. "I as well," declared a florid young peasant with yellow hair caught under the dark green cap of a woodcutter. "I know nothing of the case, but I will avouch the hearing of my 2 good ears." "So then," said Melanchthon in triumph, "bring the box closer, so that I may see the pearl." Josip angrily brought down the box and held it so that Melanchthon was afforded barely a glimpse at the pearl. In a surly voice Josip told her, "This gem is worth 10 times the gold you paid me. I cannot let it go on the cheap." Melanchthon leaned and craned her neck, that she might see more readily into the box. "It is extraordinary," she breathed, her flowers now forgotten. She reached to take up the gem, but Josip jerked back the box. "Come now," demanded Melanchthon, "is this proper conduct for a huckster? To proffer, to allow a glimpse, then to snatch away the merchandise as if the customer were a robber? Where is your master, Zuck? He will not be pleased with such conduct." Josip winced and grimaced in confusion. "Never mind about Zuck. He has given me full discretion." "Then show me the pearl, or I will call for the steward, and these 2 gentlemen shall be my witnesses." "Bah!" grumbled Josip. "Such intimidation is only a step removed from robbery itself. Can you blame me for not trusting you with the gem?" "Either the gem or my gold coins." "The gem is worth far more. First let us agree to that." "Perhaps a trifle more." Reluctantly Josip allowed Melanchthon the box. She stared down, entranced. "The color envelops me with its fervor. How much do you ask?" Josip had still not recovered his equanimity. "Truth to tell, I have not yet determined its value. This jewel might readily grace the King of Araby's crown." Melanchthon turned to Shimrod with arch mischief in her face. "Shimrod, what is your opinion of the jewel?" "It is handsome, if somewhat baleful," said Shimrod. "Somewhere I have heard rumors of a similar jewel, perhaps in a fabulous legend. I cannot remember the occasion. I recall nothing good to be said for the pearl. It was worn by a bloodthirsty pirate." "Shimrod, dear, cautious, good, mild-mannered Shimrod, does the legend so perturb you when you have hardly glanced at the pearl itself?" She extended him the box. "At least give me your estimate of its value." "I am hardly an expert." "In such matters everyone is an expert, since he knows what he would pay for it." "I would give nothing." "For once behave like an ordinary man. Take it up and feel its heft. Study the surface for flaws. Gauge the subtlety of its sea-green fire." Shimrod took the box and looked down sidelong. "It shows no obvious flaws. The color has an envious, malignant overtone." Melanchthon was still dissatisfied. "Why are you so diffident? Look at it from all sides. I want only your best and truest judgment." Shimrod reluctantly reached to take the pearl, but his elbow was seized by the florid young peasant with yellow hair. "Shimrod, a word with you aside about this pearl." Shimrod placed the box back on the counter. The 2 went a little apart, and the young peasant spoke in an edged voice. "Did I not warn you against Melanchthon's behests? Do not touch the pearl. It is a node of pure depravity, nothing more." "Of course. Now I remember. Tristano told us a tale of such a pearl. But Melanchthon can know nothing of this." "Perhaps a voice talks into her inner ear. Tamarello is coming into the meadow. I do not want to be recognized. Tax him strongly for news of Visbium. Under no circumstances touch the pearl." The peasant mingled with the crowd. Subdued and crestfallen, Shimrod went back to Melanchthon. He muttered into her ear, "The fellow has some knowledge of pearls, and tells me that this object is not a true pearl, since true pearls are never green. I now remember the rumor. Do not touch this false pearl, as you value your soul. It is worse than worthless. It is a whorl of depravity." Melanchthon cried out in a low voice, "I have never been so affected before. It seems to sing to me in a haunting music. Still, if you have never believed me before, believe me now. Despite all your treacheries, I would not have you come to harm." From his post behind the booth, Josip stated grandly, "I have calculated the worth of this glorious jewel. 100 gold crowns exactly." Shimrod spoke harshly. "The Lady Melanchthon does not want the thing at any price. Return her coins at once." Melanchthon stood limp and silent, with mouth drooping. When Josip, glaring sidelong at Shimrod, paid out the 5 gold coins, she dropped them into her wallet without giving them a glance. Tamarello, in the same guise as of the night before, halted and gave Shimrod a polite salute. "I am surprised to find you so far from Trilda. Have you lost all interest in my affairs?" "Other matters occasionally intrude upon my attention," said Shimrod. "At the moment I want a few words with Visbium. You saw him last night. Where is he now?" Tamarello smilingly shook his head. "He went his way. I went mine. I know nothing of his present locality." "Why not alter the habits of a lifetime and speak with candor?" asked Shimrod. "Truth, after all, need not be only the tactic of last resort." "Ah, Shimrod, I am concerned by your negative opinion. In regard to Visbium, I have nothing to hide. I spoke to him last night, then we parted company. I can offer no insights as to his plans." "What did he tell you?" Ha! I fear that we verge close upon the question of confidentiality. Still, I will tell what I know. He reported that he had only just arrived from Tangectuli, which is one of Twitten's Decadiad, as perhaps you know." "Something to this effect has reached me. Did he mention the Princess Glyneth? What were his reports of her?" "In this regard he was somewhat evasive, and I infer that she came to an unhappy end. Tangectuli is a cruel domain." "He was not specific in this regard?" "Not altogether. In fact, his intent was to tell me as little as possible." "While in your presence, did he discard all his clothing for reasons totally beyond my conjecture?" "What a startling idea!" declared Tamarello in mild reproach. "The images which you place before my mind's eye are deplorable." "Most odd. Last night I came upon his garments in a heap at the side of the road." Tamarello gave his head a bland shake. "Often, in cases of this sort, the simple explanation is ignored or overlooked. Perhaps he merely exchanged his soiled and travel-worn garments for others more presentable." "Would he discard his valuable copy of Twitten's Almanac along with the soiled clothes?" Tamarello, caught off guard, arched his sardonic eyebrows high and stroked his neat black beard. "One can only suspect him of absent-mindedness or vagary, but of course I cannot presume knowledge of Visbium's quirks. Now, please excuse me." Tamarello turned to Melanchthon. "And what have you found of interest?" "Here is where I found my flowers, but now the plants are dead, and I will never know their charm again." "A pity." Glancing into the booth, Tamarello caught sight of the green pearl. He became instantly rigid, then advanced step by slow step to bend his head down over the box. "It is a green glory, a nonpareil," declared Josip in excitement. "The price? A trifling 100 gold coins." Tamarello paid no heed. He reached out his hand. His fingers fluttered down upon the pearl. From the shadows at the end of the counter a green and black snake lunged forth. It seized the pearl in its mouth and gulped it down in a trice, then slid back across the counter, down to the ground, and away into the forest. Tamarello gave a choked cry and ran around the booth in time to see the snake slide into a hole between the roots of a gnarled old oak. Tamarello clenched his hands, cried out a spell of 6 syllables, and transformed himself into a long gray weasel which darted into the hole after the snake. From below ground came faint squeaks and hisses, then silence. A minute passed. Up from the hole came the weasel, carrying the green pearl in its mouth. For an instant it glared red-eyed across the meadow, then jerked into motion and started to bound away. A florid young peasant with flaxen hair moved even more quickly. He clapped a glass jar over the weasel and fixed tight the lid, compressing the weasel down upon its haunches, where it sat, the green pearl firmly in its mouth, the long nose pushed down on its belly, and its hind legs thrust up past its ears. The peasant put the jar on the counter of Josip's booth, and as the group watched, the weasel dissolved into a green transparency, like a skeleton in aspic, with the pearl glowing green at its center. 3. The grey crumble of the Asphodisky skyline became lost in the haze astern as the wool ran to the west, away from the black moon, back across the plain of lilies. Overhead the yellow sun and the green sun circled each other with a languid, incessant inevitability, which Glyneth thought might ultimately disturb a person of erratic disposition, and which, if the truth be known, she herself found unpleasant, now that she had time to brood. With Visbium's departure, the tension along taut nerves had suddenly loosened, and the stimulation of Visbium's mercurial, if odd, personality was gone, leaving a flat, tired aftermath. At the first halt, Glyneth insisted that Kull rest and renew his strength. Kull, however, quickly became moody and refused to lie quiet in the manner which Glyneth considered proper.
"I feel trapped in this little house," he growled. "When I lie still, staring up at the thatch, I feel like a corpse with his eyes open. I hear voices shouting as if from far distances. As I lie idle, the voices come wild and angry and grow louder."
"Still, you must recuperate," Glyneth declared. "Therefore rest is needful. Nothing else will serve, since I dare not use Visbium's tonics on you at random."
"I want none of Visbium's stuffs," muttered Kull. "I feel better when we travel west. That is the command given into my mind, and I feel easy only when I obey."
"Very well, then," said Glyneth. "We shall travel. But you must sit quietly and let me nurse you. I do not know what I would do if you sickened and died."
"Yes, that would be most tragic," Kull agreed. He sat up from the couch. "Let us be on our way. I feel better already."
Once again the wool ran westward. Kull's spirits improved, and he began to show traces of his old vitality. The plain of lilies fell behind, and the dark woods, and presently the town Pewd appeared in the distance. Kull took up Zaxa's two-handed sword Zil and went to stand in front of the pergola, legs apart and the point of the sword between his feet. On the high bench Glyneth arranged the blow-tube and the fire-mites, and made sure that the tormentor bulbs were ready to hand. Entering Pewd, the wool cantered down the center of the main street, while folk peered down through the windows of their tall, crabbed houses. No one came out to challenge their passage, and they crossed the bridge without a thought for the payment of toll. With the river Haru safely to the rear, Glyneth gave a nervous laugh. "We are not popular in Pewd. The children did not bring us flowers, and there was no trace of a celebration. Even the dogs refused to bark, and the mayor hid under his bed." Kull looked back with a grim smile.
"To my great relief, since I too would like to hide and skulk. If the children struck me with a single flower petal, I would fall flat. I lean on this sword to hold myself erect. I doubt if I could lift it to strike a blow if Visbium's neck itself were the target."
"Why stand there, then? Sit down and rest. Think strong and hopeful thoughts, and soon you will be as healthy as ever." Kull limped back to the low bench.
"We shall see."
Ahead lay the trackless Tang-Tang steppe, and Glyneth began to fear that they might deviate from their course and so lose their way. The only dependable landmark was the pink star in the east, but to keep this star directly astern was a difficult task, and the two continually searched for landmarks along the way. They passed through the region of vast trees. As before, the half-human tree-dwellers issued hysterical threats and made offensive signs. Kull steered the wool so as to veer around the trees and took refuge in the pergola.
"I wish to provoke no one, not even these miserable creatures."
"Poor Kull," said Glyneth, "but do not fret. Soon you will grow strong again, and you will no longer take such frights. Meanwhile you may rely on me, since I have Visbium's wallet ready to hand." Kull made a growling noise in his throat.
"It has not quite come to that yet, though for a fact I am of little value."
Glyneth indignantly contradicted him. "Of course you are of value, especially to me. We shall go slowly and give you time to rest."
"Not so. Have you watched the black moon? It is moving around the sky. When we get to the hut, my work is done, and then I can rest."
Glyneth sighed. Such talk oppressed her. If she survived, she would never forget these strange journeys across the world tangentially, and perhaps the dreadful events would lose their force, while Kull's companionship, the rests at the pleasant little cottage, and the wonderful landscapes of Tangectally would assert their charm, to which for the time being she was numb. Could it be possible that she would leave Tangectally with regret? assuming, of course, that she were to leave. Glyneth sighed again and gave her attention to the countryside. Travel, then rest, and travel again, and each cycle brought new events. On one occasion the wool barely evaded a stampede of 8-legged ruminants, the size of large boars, dappled red and white, with long tusks and tails ending in spiked knobs. Squealing, screaming, emitting a vile odor, the column of beasts a quarter-mile wide rushed past from north to south and finally disappeared. Another time they passed by an encampment of swarthy human nomads, dressed in gaudy garments of black, yellow, and red. Instantly scores of children ran out to beg, and the sight of Kull deterred them not at all. Glyneth had nothing to give them, and they tore tassels from the wool's rug until Glyneth caused the wool to accelerate its pace and leave the encampment behind. At this point Glyneth began to suspect that they had strayed from the most direct route across the steppe, and her suspicions were confirmed by the sight of 2 knolls, each crowned by a fortified castle, and beyond a crag of rock surmounted by a castle even larger and more dire. As the wool ran past, a pair of enormous knights, each taller and more massive than Kull, rode down from the first 2 castles. One knight wore splendid purple armor with a crest of green plumes, while the other wore blue armor and orange plumes. They halted their steeds in front of the wool and held up their arms in apparently amicable salute. The purple knight asked, "Good gentlefolk, we extend our greetings and ask as to how and in what style you name yourselves." Glyneth responded from the top seat of the pergola, "I am the Princess Glyneth of Troysonet, and this is my paladin, Sir Kull." The blue knight said, "The place Troysonet is unknown to us. Sir Kull, if I may say so, somewhat resembles a Syaspic feroce, though his face, manner, and nobility of bearing suggest the status you have ascribed to him." "You show discernment," said Glyneth. "Sir Kull is under an enchantment, and must use his present guise for a certain period."
"Aha!" declared the purple knight. "You have explained much."
The blue knight said, "We also note that Sir Kull stands with hands unclasping a great sword of uncommon fabric. It is much like the sword Zil, carried by the murderer Zaxa of Pewd Town." "True, Zaxa at one time wielded this sword, but he gave offence, and Sir Kull took both his life and his sword. It was a tedious exercise, since Zaxa roared a great deal during his dying." The 2 knights examined Kull askance. They conferred together, then the blue knight, moving to the side, blew a great blast on his horn. The purple knight meanwhile came to address Glyneth and Kull. "In view of your victory over Zaxa, we implore you to kill his father, Sir Luli, as well. Luli is stronger by far than Zaxa, and we feel no shame in admitting our own fear of him. Luli is guilty of 1,000 horrid deeds, with never so much as a wince of remorse, much less an apology." Glyneth said hastily, "We deplore such misdeeds, but now we have no time to take action. In fact, we are already late for very important business."
"Is that truly the case?" asked the purple knight. "Then it seems that my brother was premature in sounding the challenge."
"Absolutely. We are now departing, and you must explain to Sir Luli as best you can. Kull, stir the wool to his best speed."
"Too late," called the purple knight. "I notice Sir Luli riding down from his castle at this very moment."
With a sinking heart, Glyneth watched the approach of Sir Luli. He sat in a massive throne-like chair on a wool, and carried a lance 40 feet long. He wore half armor, a cuirass, greaves, and a casque in the mold of a demon's head, with a crest of 3 black plumes. Sir Luli halted his steed at a distance of 100 feet. He called out,
"Who blew so brashly his horn to disturb my rest? I am quite put out of sorts."
The blue knight spoke. "The horn was blown to announce the presence of invincible Sir Kull, who has already killed your son Zaxa and now wants to see the color of your liver."
"That is a cruel ambition," cried Luli. "Sir Kull, why do you pursue such violent aims?"
"It seems to be my destiny," muttered Kull. "In this case, however, you are a bereaved father, and I relent. Go back to your castle with your grief, and we will proceed. Our best wishes to all. Goodbye."
The purple knight cried out, "Sir Kull, evidently you spoke in jest when you described Sir Luli as the dog of a dog, and a coward whose deeds stink even worse than Sir Luli himself."
Sir Luli said, "I am not a sensitive person, but these remarks carry a sting."
Kull said,
"Sir Luli, your quarrel lies with yonder 2 knights, not me. Please excuse us from further conversation, as we are anxious to go our way."
"Still, you have killed my son Zaxa, and you carry his sword. If nothing else, this deed calls for retribution." I killed him when he attacked me. If you attack me, I will find some way to kill you." "Ha ha! I interpret that remark as a challenge." "It is not intended to be so. Please allow us to continue." "Not until all accounts are settled. Climb from your perch. We will fight afoot, and you shall swing Zex's sword against his father if you dare." Kull turned to Glyneth. "Do not stay for me. Fare west, Glyneth, at all speed, and may good luck go with you." Kull jumped down from the wall, carrying not Zax's unwieldy weapon, but his own short, heavy sword. He advanced towards Sir Luley with that lurching, forward-leaning gait characteristic to him. Luley drew his sword from the scabbard and flourished it high. "Devil beast, behold my sword, Cahanthus! Your time has come!" On the top seat of the pergola, Glyneth inserted a firemite into the tube, aimed carefully, and blew. The pellet, spreading and beating its wings, flew through the eye-hole in Luley's casque and struck with an explosion of white fire. Luley gave voice to a wild ululation, and, dropping his sword, clawed at his helmet. Kull cut down on Luley's elbow so that the forearm dangled loose at the joint. Luley kicked, more by reflex than intent, and sent Kull hurling through the air, and when he struck the ground he lay still. Luley pulled away his casque and blinked here and there through his one remaining eye. He saw Kull and lunged down to choke him. Kull raised his sword, and the point penetrated Luley's neck under the chin and thrust up into the brain. Luley slumped down upon Kull, and the spike protruding from his cuirass stabbed Kull high in the chest. Straining greatly, Glyneth rolled Luley's corpse to the side. To staunch the red blood spurting from Kull's wound, she wadded a kerchief into the puncture, then ran to find Vispume's wallet. She brought out the cake of wax and applied it in desperate haste. With the wound in Kull's chest finally staunched, Glyneth found to her dismay that blood welled from the wound in his back, where the point of the spike had emerged. The wounds in Kull's chest and back at last ceased to flow, but for a period Kull knelt with hanging head, coughing and spitting red foam from his lungs. At last he turned Glyneth a ghastly grin. "Once more I am well. Back to the wold. The black moon rolls." Kull rose, swaying to his feet. With Glyneth's help he managed to clamber into the pergola, where he slumped heavily upon the bench. The purple knight and the blue knight had long since departed, and now Glyneth saw them riding up the road to Sir Luley's castle. Whether to claim Sir Luley's treasures or to liberate his captives, she could not guess. Now Glyneth steeled herself, and gritting her teeth she pulled Kull's sword from the corpse, and after wiping it clean on Sir Luley's garments she carried it to the wall. Sir Luley's sword, Cahanthus, lay on the turf, a blade of pale blue metal and a handle fitted with plaques of carved ebony and terminating in a glowing red ruby cabochon. The sword was heavy. With an effort Glyneth lifted it to the woal's back. Glyneth climbed aboard, and once again the woal coursed into the west. Kull slumped back with his eyes closed, his face pallid, his breath shallow and rasping from the blood still caught in his throat. Glyneth tried to make him comfortable and sat close beside him, watching the flicker of expressions crossing his face. They became gradually more marked and more definite, and Glyneth began to feel eerie chills at what she imagined she saw. At last she touched the gaunt cheek. "Kull, wake up! You are dreaming bad dreams." Kull stirred. He groaned and drew himself up into a sitting position. Glyneth anxiously searched his face. To her relief she saw only the Kull whom she loved and trusted. Glyneth asked, "Do you remember your dreams?" After a moment Kull said, "They are gone now. I do not want to remember them." "Perhaps we should stop to rest until you feel stronger." "I need no rest. We must travel as far and as fast as we can." The woal ran on, league after league, across the blue grass. To the south a few two-legged wolves appeared from time to time to appraise the woal and consult wisely among themselves, then to bound away through the trees. Travel, rest, travel, across the Tang-Tang steppe, a landscape whose aspect at last began to seem familiar. They passed the tall manse of the robber knight, whom Vispume had tricked with his mirror. On this occasion no one came forth from the manse. Over the western horizon appeared the shadowy loom of mountains, and presently the river Meese swept down from the north to flow parallel to their course. The two-legged wolves which had kept warily apart became joined by a new troop, whose elders, gesturing toward the woal, seemed to counsel bolder tactics. The band gradually closed in to run on either side of the woal, and also at the rear. One darted close and tried to gnaw at one of the woal's legs. The woal kicked the creature forward and trampled it without losing the rhythm of its stride.
Wearily Kull rose to his feet and took up his sword, and for a space the wolves drew back. Then, deciding that Kull posed no instant menace, they returned to bound close alongside, while two jumped up on the rug behind the pergola. Glyneth was ready with the tube and blew a firemite at the closest. It struck the creature's chest in a flash of blue and orange flame. The creature howled loud and tumbled from the wall, to bounce here and there in wild convulsions. Glyneth aimed the tube at the second wolf, but it sagely hopped to the ground and ran skipping to the side. After a few minutes the wolves loped off to the south, and gathering in a circle discussed tactics, with much nodding of long-nosed faces and snapping in and out of thin black tongues. Meanwhile Kull urged the wool to its best speed, and ahead, where the mountains began to swell up from beside the river, stood the hut. The wolves loped once again to the attack. In accordance with their plan, they came up on both sides of the wall and jumped up to throw themselves on Kull. He chopped with his sword, hacking at reaching sucker arms and heads, and cleared the space to the right, only to find the wolves surging upon his back from the left. Glyneth sent down firemite after firemite, until over the top of the pergola came a hairy arm to seize her around the neck, and a grinning long-nosed face looked closely into hers. She gasped and tore herself free, and blew a firemite into the black mouth, and the creature departed, now concerned only with its own woeful destiny. The hut was only 100 yards distant, but the wolves had pulled Kull from the wall, which came to a confused and trembling halt, while the wolves crowded in upon Kull. Finally they carried him down and seethed over him in a yelping, furry mass. Kull found strength. He heaved himself erect, to stand with sucker arms clamped all over his body. Cursing and kicking, he tore himself free, then, lunging with his sword on high, seemed for a moment the Kull of old. But the wolves had tasted his blood and would not be denied. With snaps and yells they flung themselves upon Kull. He hacked and slashed, but his strokes were drained of force. He called to Glyneth, "Set up your house! Secure yourself! I am done!" Glyneth looked frantically from side to side, then jumped to the ground and prepared to do Kull's bidding. In the doorway of the hut appeared a tall man with dust-blonde hair. Glyneth looked up incredulously, and her knees went limp with joy. "Shimrod!" "The portal is open, but not for long. Come!" "You must save Kull!" Shimrod stepped out on the plain. He held up his hand. From his fingers came darts of black fire, which, striking the wolves, shriveled them to wisps of grey ash. A few fled shrieking to the east. The black darts followed them and struck them down one by one, and all were gone. Glyneth ran to Kull and tried to support his swaying form. "Kull, we are saved! Shimrod has come!" Kull looked around with dull eyes. He croaked, "Shimrod, I have done your bidding to my best ability." "Kull, you have done well." "In truth, I am already dead. Now I will lie down and become still." Kull sank to his knees. Glyneth cried out, "Kull, do not die! Shimrod will make you strong again." Kull spoke huskily, "Dear Glyneth, go back to earth. I cannot come with you. I am a motley thing, held together with red blood, and now all my blood is gone. Glyneth, goodbye." Glyneth raved, "Kull, only a few moments more. Do not die. I love you dearly, and I cannot leave you here. Kull, can you speak?" Shimrod took her arm and raised her to her feet. "Glyneth, it is time to go. You cannot help Kull. He is about to return to his matrices, and it is better that you come with me. Kull's body is dead, but his love for you is very much alive. Come." 4. Shimrod led Glyneth to the hut. She halted. "On the wall are 2 great swords. Please, Shimrod, bring them with us." Shimrod led her to the door. "Go through the gate. I will go for the swords, but do not go out. Wait for me in the hut." Numbly, Glyneth stepped through the door and entered the hut. For an instant she looked back over her shoulder toward Kull. After a single glimpse she turned her head away. Something was different. She breathed deeply. This was the air of earth. It carried the beloved odor of her own foliage and her own soil. Shimrod came into the hut, staggering under the weight of the 2 swords. He laid them upon the table, and turning to Glyneth, took her hands. "You loved Kull, and properly so. Had you not, I would think you heartless and unnatural, which is foolishness, since I know your loving nature too well. Kull was a magical being, constructed from 2 patterns, the Syaspic Feroz and a barbarian pirate from a far moon, named Kull the Killer. These two patterns, superimposed, made a terrible creature, relentless and indomitable. To give it life and a soul, with love and loyalty for you, we gave it the blood of someone who loves you. Indeed, he gave almost all his blood and also the whole strength of his soul. Kull is dead, but these are alive." Glyneth, crying and smiling at the same time, asked, "And who was this person who loves me? Am I to know, or must I guess?" "I doubt if you need to guess." Glyneth looked at him sidelong. "You love me, and Rune loves me, but I think that you are speaking of Aelus. Is he outside?" "No. I gave him no hint that the quaver was open. If you were not at the hut, or if you had come to harm, he would only be tortured all over again. Kull did not fail, and Mergin did not fail, and you are here. Now I will bring Aelus here by magic. You may come out when I call you." Shimrod departed the hut. Glyneth went to the table and looked down upon the swords Zil and Cahanthus, and her mind went back to Tangectorly and the long way to Asphodisci. For a moment she wondered as to Visbium. A minute passed. From outside she heard voices and started to go out, then, remembering Shimrod's instructions, waited. Shimrod called, "Glyneth, are you there, or have you gone back to Tangectorly?" Glyneth went to the door and into the dappled sunlight of the forest. Beside a carriage, Aelus waited for her. Shimrod carried the swords to the carriage and said, "I will await you at Watershade. Do not loiter along the way." He went off through the forest and was gone. Aelus came forward and took Glyneth in his arms. "My beloved Glyneth, I will never let you leave me again." After a moment he released her and looked carefully into her face. Glyneth, smiling, asked, "Why do you look at me so?" "Because under my very eyes you have become the most beautiful and appealing of all maidens alive." "Truly, Aelus, despite my soiled clothes and dirty face?" "Truly." Glyneth laughed. "Sometimes I despaired of attracting your attention." "No fear of that now. In fact, I am afflicted with all the tremors and doubts of the uncertain lover. I am anxious to learn of your adventures. How did your paladin Kull serve you?" "He served me so well that I came to love him too. I should say I came to love that part of Kull which was you. I saw glimpses of the Feroz and of Kull the Killer, and both frightened me, and then always you seemed to appear and set things right." Aelus said ruefully, "I seem to have done much which I do not remember. Well, no matter. Kull brought you back to me, so I must not be jealous. Here is our carriage. Let us be away to Watershade, and the happiest banquets the old stones have ever known." Epilogue. The green pearl is locked in a bottle, and Tamarello's guise, the skeleton of a crouching weasel in green aspic, is probably the least comfortable of any he has yet known. The forest of Tantravalis shades a deep dank soil. Somewhere under this mould lies the carcass of a snake, which in better times used the name Visbium. He no longer tippity-taps and moves and jerks to the rhythms of a propulsive inner music, and sometimes one wonders in cases like this, here is the dead thing, where has the music gone? Tamarello and Visbium are extraordinary folk, beyond a doubt, and both have come to grief. Still, the Elder Isles abound with remarkable folk, whose ambitions often transcend the advisable and sometimes even the possible. As an example, the Scar renegade Torqual might be cited. He has survived his wounds, and now mends his strength in his inaccessible castle. Here he thinks bitter thoughts and forms gloomy plots, and he has vowed revenge upon the young Troyes warrior who worked such grievous mischief upon him. Queen Solace of Lyonesse fervently hopes to build a cathedral. Father Umfred assures her that if King Casimir were converted to Christianity, he might be more sympathetic to the cathedral. Queen Solace agrees, but how to convert King Casimir? Perhaps with the aid of some holy relic. Several centuries before, Joseph of Arimathea brought the Holy Grail down to the Elder Isles from Glastonbury Abbey. For Queen Solace's purposes, the Holy Grail would serve very well, and Father Umfred enthusiastically agrees. King Casimir is still perturbed by the prediction of Persilian the magic mirror, and still lacks knowledge as to the identity of Soldrun's firstborn son. The Princess Madoc of Lyonesse occupies an unenviable position. King Casimir knows her to be a changeling, with none of his blood flowing in her veins. Still, she may serve him some useful purpose when she reaches marriageable age. Madoc, by the very nature of things, is a strange little creature, with even less patience than the tragic Princess Soldrun for the conventions of the court at Hadeon. And the third in the set of chronicles of the Elder Isles is Lioness 3. Madook. Glossary 1. The Elder Isles, during the course of 10,000 years, had known incursions, migrations, armed invasion, as well as the coming and going of traders to their commercial depots at Ys, Avalon, Domrece, and Bulmer Scheme, all founded by foreign traders. From every direction came the newcomers, pre-glacial folk with identities lost to history. What indigenes they discovered can only be a matter of speculation. Later came Cornutians, Bithynians, a remarkable folk known as the Golden Khaz, and presently contingents of Esquahar, precursors elsewhere to the Basques, the Berbers of Morocco, the Guanches of the Canary Islands, and the Blue Men of Mauritania. Then, later, and sometimes in a succession of waves, Pelasgians, blonde Sarsili from Tingitana, Danaians and Galicians from Spain, Greeks from Hellas, Sicily, and Low Gaul, a few shiploads of Lydians turned away from Tuscany, Celts from all directions under a host of names, and in due course Romans from Aquitania, who toyed with the idea of conquest but presently departed, taking with them the Christian doxology. A few Goths and Armoricans settled along the shores of Weisrod, while new bands of Celts from Britain and Ireland took advantage of weak Daut rulers to establish the kingdom of Gudelia. Finally, from Norway by way of Ireland came the Ska, who settled on Skagane and other of the outer isles, from which they moved into North Ulfland. Footnote. See Glossary 2, this book. Also see Lioness 1, Sildren's Garden, Glossary 3. End of footnote. Glossary 2. The history of the Ska was an epic in itself. Originally the indigenous inhabitants of Norway since before the Ice Age, they were expelled by invading Aryan Urgoths and driven south to Ireland, where they entered Irish history as the Nemedians. The Urgoths, now supreme in Scandinavia, adopted Ska folkways and in due course sent hordes back into Europe. Ostrogoths, Visigoths, Vandals, Gepids, Lombards, Angles, Saxons, and other German tribes. Those who remained in Scandinavia called themselves Vikings, and using boats built after the Ska designs, ranged the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the navigable rivers of Europe. The Ska, defeated in Ireland by the Fawarians, again were compelled to migrate. They sailed south from Ireland to Skagane, westernmost of the Elder Isles, where they found an environment much to their liking. At a grand moot they bound themselves by 3 great vows, which are basic to any understanding of the complex and contradictory Ska character. First, never again would the Ska be driven from their homeland. Second, the Ska were at war with all the world's peoples. So it had been demonstrated, so it was. Third, the blood of the Ska race ran pure. Interbreeding with otherling subfolk was a crime as abominable as treachery, cowardice, or murder. Glossary 3. Aelus had been the lover of Casimir's daughter Sildren, and the father of their son Drun, who had been taken by the fairies of Thripsy She and replaced with the half-fairy changeling who became the Princess Madook of Lioness. Happily for King Casimir's peace of mind, he knew nothing of these facts, and so was mightily perplexed by the prophecy uttered by the magic mirror Persilian, to the effect that Sildren's firstborn son before his death would sit on the throne Evandig, and also in honor and authority at the board of notables, the ancient Caerbra an Meadan. This table, in fact, the model for the Round Table of King Arthur of Cornwall, still 2 generations in the future. End of Lioness, Volume 2, The Green Pearl, by Jack Vance. Read by Suzanne Toren in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, March 1995, for special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, the Berkeley Publishing Group, 200 Madison Avenue, New York, New York 10016.
End of book.